What do you think that will look like?
There is one last thing I need to do before I can officially move on to bigger and better things. So come along and join me and ToastyMann as we take one last journey through my old reviews to truly put the past behind us. Oh my god!
I wonder where the inspiration came from.
Bounce and bounce and bounce all the time. More bounce and more bounceroo.
There it is. That was my favorite thing to say. Bounce and bounceroo. By the way, if you're wondering what that rattling noise is, my dog was in the background and he was playing with one of his toys.
This one. Bounce on that one. Bounce on that one. Bounce on that one. Bounce on that
Oh
one.
my
Bounce on that one.
fucking
Bounce
god.
on that one. Bounce on that one. Bounce on that one. Bounce on that one. Bounce on that one.
And let's go. Again, if you're not emulating.
Bounce. Oh boy, the super password.
Okay, so I just used Game Shark codes to beat it.
Alright, you guys. So the super password
my
is
God.
Jesus.
triangle, triangle,
Wow.
triangle,
I'm actually. Oh my
X,
god.
square,
I'm actually.
triangle, triangle,
I'm
triangle,
actually going through the
triangle,
entire password.
square, X, triangle, circle,
Just fucking
triangle,
show it on
triangle,
screen, Jesus.
Triangle, circle,
Wow.
square,
This is some gaming in the Clinton
X,
year shit.
X,
I know,
X,
right?
and X.
It
This
it
game's
really
too
is.
hard. Here's a cheat.
Password,
It really is.
100% completion.
The only way to
Allows
beat this
any
game
level,
is to
any
cheat.
boss, any secret, pretty much
This
anything in the
this
game.
password will
That
unlock
generous.
everything in the game.
Alright, roll the credits.
Okay.
So what is my personal
Oh,
opinion
God.
about this game?
Ooh, that lighting. What happened?
It's okay.
Uh.
I mean, no matter how many flaws it has, as long as it's Crash Bandicoot, it's okay.
Oh yeah, so no
No.
matter how bad it is,
At least
as long
one
as
or
it's
two
Crash, it's
flaws.
good.
Not
As
more.
long as it's Crash
No, look at
Bandicoot.
Sonic
Crash
06.
Twinsanity is the worst game of all time, but it's Crash Bandicoot, so it's okay.
About the sequel, otherwise known as Crash Bandicoot's predecessor,
No.
the very next year,
That's.
1997,
Oh, that's the wrong thing.
is going to be a big one. After the release of Crash Bandicoot
Oh my
1,
god. Okay, so that was Crash Bandicoot 1, ladies and gentlemen. I have nothing to say because that video was fucking stupid. So, I mean, yeah. Oh
Someone
god.
tells us that we need to collect gems instead of
Ooh.
crystals, which now
That's a
brings
cringe
up an
joke.
important question.
Who really is the bad guy?
Here's some backstory. After Crash 1's events, Brio and Cortex went their separate ways, which explains them going back and forth over us like an anime harem. But who gives a shit? Let's begin.
Cringe joke.
As far as gameplay goes, it's actually really awesome.
Now let's talk
Awesome.
about the boss.
Awesome.
Love this game. I definitely think it holds up real well to the original. However,
That
there are
aged
a
well.
lot of problems with
Yes.
the game that I have to address. Some you will find obvious.
Also,
and some will
this-
make
this
you
camera
turn your head
angle.
and go, really? With that being said, let's go back
Yes,
to the
really.
late 1990s and take a look at Crash Bandicoot: The Insane Trilogy.
Go back to the
remastered from
90s and
ground
talk
up,
about a
boy.
remake.
I'm back. Crash
Oh
is
my
back.
god.
Funny. I hate
There's the
this
picture of
fucking
my
music
wall
video.
again. No, 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 no. No. Why did I think this was a good idea?
I addressed criticism, improved myself, and then downgraded again.
Why am I showing Crash
The
Nitro
other
Kart?
returning actor is Corey
I'm
Burton.
supposed to be talking about the
He
Insane
reprised his
Trilogy.
roles for Engine and Entropy, Wrath of Cortex being his.
Oh, I'm still
Because
talking about the
this guy's
voice
like,
This time
actors.
around, everybody sounds great. Uka Uka definitely.
Everybody
improved.
cares, you know.
Not nostalgia. And no, I will not say this game is the new Dark Souls because
Thank you.
clearly
Thank you
whoever
for
said
skipping.
that never touched a controller.
Oh,
in
hey,
their
Crash has
pathetic
become
lives.
Dark Souls.
Moving on, 1996 and 97.
God, that fucking
to
voice
help her
crack.
brother out on his adventure. While this is
1996.
cool, I don't really much care
1996.
for this feature.
Oh.
You're copying Square Eye Jack! Shut the fuck up!
Oh my god.
No, I'm not. I actually
Are you
agree
sure
with
about
him on the
that?
score. I even gave the original a 7, so stop that bullshit. Besides, the people you defend steal jokes from others too.
Excuse
yeah,
me?
you fucking heard me.
Huh?
And some,
Excuse
like
me?
myself and Square Eye
This is
Jack,
a pretty hot
have admitted
take.
This. Anyways, yes,
Really?
Crash 1 on PS4
That's a
gets
pretty hot
7.
take there.
Reasons are-
There were genuine criticisms in this, but that thing about the polar bear treating you like shit,
What does that even mean?
I made that up. I made that up.
To To quote Square Eye Jack for a second,
I like how you can use the right
welcome to
trigger.
how to make a fucking
No,
video
don't-
game
no!
Fucking one.
No, no.
Step one. Do
Number
whatever the
14.
fucking fuck Naughty Dog does.
Yeah, we're just gonna move straight into the CTR revisit. Oh god, the CTR revisit.
I felt like it didn't give my
No!
the treatment it deserved.
Why did I bring that
so,
back?
let's do it. Let's go back to CTR and put some
What the
finishing
fuck
touches
is that?
on the video. Ooh, a fancy custom cover, I know. right?
That is
I'm
not
going to
fancy,
explain
that is an
everything as much as I
eyesore.
can. So this time, it's gonna be different. First thing
With
we
a
have to
stock
cover is the
transition.
story. Wait,
It's not gonna be
kart
different.
racer with a story?
Was that a record
Huh.
scratch? Are things
Yeah,
about to
this
get
is where the
funny?
similarities of Mario Kart and
Hey, Mr. Glitch.
What the fuck was that?
Yeah, you did that for me. Weird,
I
but
make a reference, but it would be spoiling something. So I'm not gonna do it. Oh, that's loud.
okay, that was 2 intros.
Cast.
Oh, here we go.
Everybody from the show is providing their
The
voices
clip
for
that
the game.
everybody uses when
Except
talking
young.
about. Yep, there we go. There it is.
Hey, even the one that I used.
Number 3, a parasitic worm. No, not an Alaskan
Parasitic.
bullworm. Now I wish we did fight that thing.
Damn,
Just
I
keep
I
moving
was
and slowing
mispronouncing
down
it, wasn't
and
I?
in 2 or 3 minutes, you're done.
Fuck.
With our new suit for Mermaid
I mean,
Man
it's not the first time. I used to think Citadel was pronounced Cidaddle.
Sedal.
Yeah, I'm not even kidding. I've only seen. I thought it was Cidaddle because before finding out that it was Citadel, I've only seen the word written.
Fair enough.
There's a lot of words that I've only seen written, so I assume that they're pronounced in certain ways, and then people are always like, "No, you idiot! It's pronounced like this." I'm like, "Well, you could have told me earlier."
I know what happened
Oh,
to the
for
man you speak
fuck's
of.
sake!
Couldn't even change the shirt.
Someone knows. How did this happen?
Oh my
As you
god!
may or may not know, his
Come
channel
on.
At the
recently
very
got
least,
800
change the
subscribers.
shirts, man.
Ever since, he spent too
Change
much
the
time watching
shirt.
cheap fuck videos.
Ugh.
And that's a bad... Woo!
Right off the bat, I know this is gonna be good.
Ooh.
To start things off,
Ooh.
ass.
Well, folks, I hope you're enjoying this.
Next Level really went all out with this game. The best
Next
music
Level
is
went
for
next
Bowser's
level.
theme because, well, he's the mother.
Ha ha
The
ha!
best part is
Thanks
the
for
epic
watching.
metal The major one is the presentation, like
What?
the warp rooms. They look much better.
They look the
Crash
same.
Bandicoot 2, Cortex Strikes Back also
I'm
scores
struggling
higher.
to see the
It
difference.
scores.
I know, right?
If you're wondering what happened to Zeus, he got drunk.
That's not even Zeus.
What a father. Eurystheus gives Hercules
That's
some
not even
nectar,
Zeus.
which makes her. He even injured the love of his life, Deianira. In order to save her,
It's actually pronounced Dianara, and I didn't know that. I was just going by
Nice.
the movie, but they mispronounced that. They mispronounced Dianara's name, and then they also mispronounced Hydra. They called it the Hedra. Yeah.
4 out of 10.
God
Oh, that was
damn.
loud.
Yeah.
Now that we've got our bowler, it's time to bowl. I'm gonna bowl a regular game at Congo
Actually,
Bowl
we're
because-
just
So,
we're just gonna skip ahead to it because
You know what? I'm all for it.
yeah, the rest of those are literally
Yes.
just me flat out explaining
Oh.
shit. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. Wait, we gotta get this in full screen.
It's nitro fuel time.
Man, do they look clean. The environment.
No, I don't agree with that anymore.
Oh God.
No, I don't remember.
I
this.
forgot you said that.
Oh,
Congratulations, you win a trophy.
You want to do this again sometime?
I'll give it a thought. Farewell, Toasty.
it never
Man.
happened.
Oh, we ought to collaborate again sometime for another video.
Yeah.
There's a little bit left here. We'll watch the rest of it.
It was a fun ride.
Yes, there is.
The fucking PNG file closed the door.
Yep.
Creepy stare.
Yep.
So, how does a Crash Bash remake sound?
And you're suddenly
No.
back.
Why did I say that?
John?
No.
Oh yeah, no. all of the videos marked old. We have finally watched all of them. We skipped a couple of them towards the end because they're just
I'm not doing all
they're all
this.
they're all the same. They're all just me blatantly
Jesus
explaining
Christ.
everything, and so
I
thank
can't sit here
God.
for that much longer. Wow.
Thank God all that is over. And
How do people stream for 8 hours at a time? I don't get it.
yeah, I don't get it either. It's not fun. But anyway, thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. If so, hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. Go check out ToastyMann. Link to his channel will be in the description.
I shit post most of the time, but I occasionally do serious videos. Working on one right now. It's a surprise.
Yeah, so if you wanna tune into that, go check out his channel and hit that subscribe button on his channel as well. So that way, you guys know when the shit's coming. Anyway,
That way, I have something worthwhile in my life.
yeah, there you go.
I'm just joking.
So, thank you again, and thank you, ToastyMann, for joining in on this. I'm sorry I had to put you through hell. Do you have anything else that you want to add before we cut it off? Well, thanks for watching. I'm John. Nice to meet you. Welcome to my channel, and welcome to my show. It's called JuniorNitro, and today, I'm going to call my therapist. Hey, John, have you seen my phone? It's not responding to any of my texts. Dude, we're not doing this again. You're holding it in your hand. Look. Oh. Anyway, have you seen my phone? Do you mind? I'm in the middle of a thing here. Fuck therapy. Play these Nickelodeon games instead. Say what? Here, see for yourself. Oh, Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Nick, Nickelodeon. Nick, Nickelodeon.
Ah, memories. April Fool's Day 1979 was the official airing debut of Nickelodeon, the nation's first kid-focused cable channel. The channel would become known for their game shows, cartoons, and iconic slime. Over 40 years later, they now air football players who pretend they're in a cartoon.
Official gets in the way, the game's over. Well, that was dumb.
They also have a streaming service called Paramount Plus, where you can stream timeless classics, including Sonic Underground. So it made sense that eventually Nick would cash in on the video game craze, as game consoles were getting extremely popular. Well, in the early/mid-90s, Nickelodeon, in cooperation with THQ, released Rocko's Modern Life, Ren and Stimpy, and Guts for the Super Nintendo under Nickelodeon Interactive, with Ren and Stimpy getting another game for the Sega Genesis. With these games, the seeds were planted. Under the new name Nick Games, Nickelodeon would begin releasing a dump truck load of games, and today we'll be playing 14 of them. Now this is going to be interesting for me, as for the most part, I've never played these games. I remember them being advertised on TV and in games that I already have played, so most of these games are going to be new experiences for me, which is a good thing because I can't say I'm blinded by nostalgia. So, let's dive into the wicked world of Nickelodeon games. Now I have indeed looked at a few of these games in the past. I've taken a look at SpongeBob SquarePants Super Sponge, a game in which you play as SpongeBob and you need to get a signed photo of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy for Patrick's birthday. How do you do that? Unpaid labor. You go do chores for them in order to prove your worth. The game is fine, but the controls are very slippery and some of the hitboxes are cheap as fuck. I also looked at Battle for Bikini Bottom and I still don't get the appeal. This got remastered. Let that sink in. And finally, the SpongeBob movie game. Now this one I enjoyed. Yeah, it's just Battle for Bikini Bottom, but for the movie. But I don't give a shit. It's more enjoyable, and the linear platforming means I don't get lost. Yeah, I said it. But we're not going to be looking at any SpongeBob games. That'd be too easy. We're also not going to be looking at any Nick Jr. games, such as Blue's Clues on PC or Dora the Explorer on Game Boy Advance, because they're Nick Jr. games made for younger audiences. And no Teen Nick games either, so no iCarly for the Wii. We are purely looking at games based on Nickelodeon shows. And out of all the 14 games that we'll be checking out today, I only played 3 of them prior to recording the footage for this video. And one of them was featured in my Once a Year Games video from last year. and that was the Fairly Odd Parents break into rules.
In the future, we'll all live inside computers. I saw it on TV.
He's not wrong. So I figured it would be appropriate to start off today's video with this game, released in 2003. The story involves Timmy wishing that he didn't have to follow the rules. Cosmo, being the nutcase he is, grants Timmy's wish. Whoever gets the book next is awarded Cosmo and Wanda's wishing powers. And sure enough, the wish backfires as Timmy's evil babysitter Vicky takes the book and wishes Timmy to sleep.
I wish Vicky didn't have that book.
And I wish I had a trophy wife, but that's not happening anytime soon, now is it? Jorgen von Strangle then pulls an Inception and enters Timmy's dream, leading to Cosmo and Wanda having their wands replaced by training wands. The trio now have 49.5 hours, oddly specific, to recover every page of the rules, in order for Timmy to get Cosmo and Wanda's wishing powers back. Every level plays out like an episode of the show, which is good. What isn't good is the audio compression. Everything else sounds fine, but then the voiceover kicks in and... what the fuck?
I didn't know Timmy had different heads.
Just another day or two.
Super Mario 64's dialogue sounds cleaner than this. Also, only one person talks at a time, resulting in some very awkward moments, like in scenes where they're normally laughing together.
Why am I laughing?
Whatever. It's not that bad. On PS2, because apparently Xbox and GameCube dialogue sounds worse. Anyway, the first level serves as a tutorial, allowing you to get accustomed to the controls, which are surprisingly not that bad. Timmy feels a little stiff, even though he's 10 years old, but for the most part the controls are good. The main goal is to collect 5 stars in order to make a wish, allowing you to progress throughout the level.
Hey, I'm a kid. I'm supposed to have an imagination.
Timmy, can you imagine a better camera angle then? The other collectible is Crimson Chin cards. Excluding the tutorial, there are 4 cards in each level, and collecting them unlocks clips from the show, which is a very satisfying reward in games like this. This is actually how I discovered the Shiny Teeth song as a kid. But that's not all. If you collect all 33 cards, and you own the PS2 version, your reward is a full episode, Mighty Mom and Dino Dad. Yeah, unfortunately, due to my inability of handling my game discs with care as a kid, my copy of the game is scratched to the point where it can't get past Mom and Dad and Vicky giving Timmy commands. But that's what backup copies are for! The final boss leaves a lot to be desired in my opinion. Vicky gets turned into a dragon, and Timmy needs to trick her into stepping on panels in a sequence that makes her say, "I wish I never took the book from Timmy." This earns them the last page of the rules, and therefore completes the game. It's actually a nice experience, despite the show's creator and his reputation, and I can honestly recommend it. Well done, Blitz Games. Hold up, Blitz Games? You mean these? That's even more impressive, considering what they would eventually be responsible for in 2006. While we're on the topic of the Fairly Odd Parents, let's check out the spiritual successor that was released the following year, Shadow Showdown. The story is Timmy wants to watch the season finale of Crash Nebula, but the TV signal cuts out, preventing him from doing so. Wanda breaks her emergency wand and the gang gets teleported into an old-timey tutorial stage, where we learn the controls. Movement feels a lot more bizarre in this game. It's often difficult to get used to. The dialogue sounds so much better in this game, and we have legitimate cutscenes with a smoother flow between lines. It's like an actual episode of the show, which is always a plus for these games. The gameplay is roughly the same as rules, except now each level allows you to switch wishes whenever necessary. Did I just pull an IGN journalist and fail the tutorial? This time you only need to collect 3 stars per wish, and there are no lives. The goal is to complete each level to obtain an ingredient for a magical cupcake that can grant whatever wish you want. The cupcake would then allow Timmy to wish everything back to normal before a mysterious shadow creature took the fairy world royal jewel. Overall, this was a pleasant time, and I would definitely like to revisit it sometime, because I finished Dad's dream and decided to stare at Timmy for no reason at all. He looks like he's secretly plotting my death, and there's nothing I can do to stop it, so I'm just gonna sit here and let him finish me off.
Maybe I could push Timmy along.
Cosmo, that's illegal.
Alright, well that turned out better than I expected. So far, Nick games are doing pretty good. I wonder what they'll conjure up next. Well, how about a completely original game that's not based on any Nickelodeon franchise? But Nitro, that's too dangerous. They can't take on such a grueling task. Too late, they just did. What? Look everyone, it's Tak and the Power of Juju!
This game was released in 2003 and it was developed by Avalanche Software. Tak and the Power of Juju is unique in that it is an original video game series, something Nick Games never attempted prior to this game. Tak combines elements of gameplay from the trio of PS2 juggernauts, Sly Cooper, Jak and Daxter, and Ratchet and Clank. Alright, let's see what I'm getting myself into.
Hello?
Hello, smelly, bald, old man.
Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly clear.
You do not speak, but I see that you listen.
Oh great, he can't hear me. Well, this relationship is not gonna work out.
You look so strange. Your clothes. A power stick you hold in your hand.
I feel a little offended.
Okay, so this guy's name is Jabulba, and he's the great shaman of the Poo-Poo Nunu people. He tells the story of the game in this opening cutscene. This Woody Allen looking motherfucker named Tlaylock got pissed that he wasn't the great shaman, and so he storms the temple and steals the moonstones, deeming the moon juju powerless. A warrior is needed to combat this evil, and he emerges onto the scene as a sheep. Yeah, Warrior Locke ended up being one of the villagers who got turned into a sheep by Tlaylock, so now it is up to Tak to put a stop to Tlaylock's plans and save the Poo-Poo Nunu people.
That's Locke. See, he's wearing Locke's amulet.
And he sounds like Chester McBadbat. Oh, he's the same voice actor. Neat. While I was typing this script up, I just remembered that Locke ended up not being one of the villagers that got turned into a sheep. He actually got run over by sheep and died.
Hello, Tak.
Oh, hello there, random green lady.
This is Flora, the game's version of Navi, but thankfully not nearly as annoying. She gives us a quick tutorial on how the game is played. Tak is a platformer with some puzzles sprinkled in. There's also some mini-bosses. I was not expecting that. As far as the gameplay goes, it's fine, I guess. I mean, I personally don't get the immense amount of appeal and praise the game received, but you know what? This game is pretty okay. My only complaint would be that you can easily get lost or find yourself stuck. This is probably just a me issue, but once I got to a certain point in the game, I couldn't for the life of me figure out what I was supposed to do, so I gave up. However, that doesn't hinder the game's performance. From what I played, there's some really neat elements implemented here. You have different weapons Tak can use, feathers that can be collected, and even smacking sheep. Instant 10 out of 10! Okay, in all seriousness, I don't mind this game. The problem is there's a lot of empty gaps that break up the action, and the moments that do show up don't last long. I know I only played the first few levels or so, but those first few levels have to count. And while I did find most of the platforming and puzzles to be a well-balanced mix, it just wasn't engaging enough. But hey, it's only the first game. It served its purpose, and eventually got a sequel. In conclusion, Tak 1 is okay, but it eventually gets boring, and I find myself losing interest.
Sorry if that wasn't exactly what you expected me to say about this game. Please make no mistake, I do think this is a decent game, and worth checking out. Just expect to look up some walkthroughs. Now, let's see what Tak 2 The Staff of Dreams has in store for us.
Here we go, this was the one I remember fondly as a kid. The options menu has a cutscene you can watch that recaps the events from Tak 1, if you never played the game before, or you're me and you just said, fuck it, I'm moving on now. Tak falls into a deep sleep and is greeted in the dream realm by a beam of light. Yep, that's what we're going with here. So Tak feels slightly different. It feels like Avalanche fine-tuned the control just a tad, and I can appreciate that. Tak never had a control problem in the first game, but I welcome the slight adjustments.
Hey you! Wakey wakey! Good morning, sunshine! Rise and shine!
Oh cool! Locke is voiced by Joe Swanson!
Tak goes through a portal in order to return to the real world. He and Jabulba then set off on a course to see JB, or Jabulba's brother. No joke, that's his name. And would you look at that, everything you loved about the first game back and better than before. And now you can throw Jabulba wherever you want, because he turned himself into a flea. Okay, and can I just say that Tak looks better in this game? Seriously, I think he dropped a few pounds, he looks cool. The game, if you couldn't tell, is a platformer with puzzles you need to solve in order to progress. I forgot to mention the soundtrack. It's very atmospheric, if that makes sense. I used to turn it all the way down as a kid. The fuck was I thinking? Anyway, we reach a Juju shrine and we are greeted by this guy who talks from his belly button. You know what? Not the weirdest thing I've seen. He'll help us find something to cross the river with, but we first need to bring him a barrel of candy. Once we do that, we get a minigame where we try to avoid all the logs and rocks in the river. Another trip to the dream realm, and that's about as far as I got before giving up again. Oh well. Oh, hang on. What's this? Dinky Games? There's a multiplayer mode? Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Let's check it out.
Welcome to my playground. Now go home.
You're not making any friends with that attitude.
So you can pick 1 or 2 players, and you have a choice of 3 characters, with Locke being an unlockable character. Then you can either play a mini tournament where you set the number of wins needed to win the competition, or free play where you can pick which minigames you want to play. No doubt I spent most of my time playing these as a kid. I could never make it to the bottom of the snow course until now, because I realized that doing tricks is kind of a waste of time. Which is why they have a different minigame dedicated to getting the highest score possible by doing tricks. This kinda rules. I'd sooner play this than Sean Palmer's Pro Snowboarder anyway. Then there's this minigame where you mount a phoenix and pick up weapons to fire at pins and needles. By crafting different recipes in the main game, you can unlock more minigames, but I'm not doing that anytime soon. Alright, I'm all funned out.
I need to know, are you playing one?
Yes, how did you know? Okay, so tag did get some popularity, and the series even became a trilogy with the Great Juju Challenge. It even got a TV show adaptation, but it sucked. It only lasted 25 episodes, and rightfully so. Other than some of the characters, there is no resemblance to the video games. Tak is not even voiced by Jason Marsden anymore. Instead, we get Hal Sparks. Who is he? Nobody fucking knows. The show effectively killed Tak, as he would only get 2 games after this show, and they both sucked. Although I did have a minor crush on Jira as a kid, but she's a fictional character, so it didn't end up working out. I need a break from all this. I'm gonna play some NFL Blitz.
He feels like right now.
Okay, fine. Let's talk about some of Jimmy Neutron's games, shall we?
So how about this one? Jimmy Neutron Jet Fusion. Weirdly enough, this game was developed by Chrome Studios, who are also known for developing the Tai series. And these cutscenes are an extremely dead giveaway. The story is Jet Fusion gets a distress call from someone that Professor Calamitous is up to no good again. So he interrupts his movie shoot to go do that. Meanwhile, Jimmy is sent to Coach Levy at the gym. Can I just say that seeing Cindy's old outfit and hairstyle from the movie in the game is just weird? Anyway, we go to the gym and...
Welcome, Jimmy Neutron. Initializing diagnostic mode.
Goddard, why are you talking? It's making me uncomfortable. I think we might have to put you down. So we play around the gym to get used to the controls. Then we head out and explore, collecting different items that eventually trigger a brain blast, causing Jimmy to invent a gadget. These purple florp rockets are the game's save points. Neat. So Jimmy invents a thing that turns novels into film.
We have that, by the way, Jimmy. It's called, visual novels.
Anyway, the device, what else, malfunctions, and as a result, Retroville gets turned into an action movie, where Jimmy's new mission is to save his childhood hero, Jet Fusion. We take a few minutes to explore Retroville and defeat some enemies, but then I got to this mini sumo dude and this turned into a rhythm game. I got so distracted that I played this thing about 2 more times, then stopped playing the game entirely. Sorry, Jimmy. We'll save Jet some other time.
With that being said, let's now move on to Jimmy Neutron, Attack of the Twonkies.
Released 1 year after Jet Fusion, Attack of the Twonkies was developed by a THQ in-house studio in Australia. Those always go well. The story here is that Jimmy is doing research on a meteor that comes close to the Earth. So he wants to go up into space in order to get said research. We start the game and we are given a tutorial on how to play it. It's another platformer with puzzles included and some vehicles. There's just one problem though. I got stuck here. I run around for a bit and nothing is happening. I don't know what to do and I'm locked in this area, meaning I can't do anything else, meaning fuck it, starting over. Hang on. I have to rewatch the fucking cutscenes? Why? You're probably wondering why this is a big deal. Well, that's because you can't skip the cutscenes. I'm pressing every button and fucking nothing is happening.
Oh well, might as well go take a shit.
Okay, we're back. I get back to the part I originally got stuck at, and I'm still stuck. What am I supposed to do?
You're fucking joking. So I'm supposed to position Goddard onto this button because it's a button, and then I tell him to sit to get the last item I need in order to move on. Are you shitting me, game? I reset and watched all the cutscenes again? For that?
Whatever. I finally finished the stage, and the next level is Jimmy flying through space, which is where I quickly said, nope, I'm done, next game.
I'm really sorry to any Jimmy Neutron fans who either liked or loved these games, but I just couldn't get into either of them. Maybe one day I'll return to them, but for now, it's time to say goodbye to the kid with a knack for invention. And the same voice as a Bandicoot female. So why don't we move on to something a little more tame? After all, I have proven that I can't play these types of games. I need something simpler for my tiny brain to wrap around. That's where Rugrats I Gotta Go Party comes in.
Now, Rugrats was one of my favorite shows as a kid, so having a game based on the show that I could take anywhere with me was something that made Nitro a very happy boy, yes indeed. That game was known as I Gotta Go Party. As you could probably guess by the pun, it's a party game, but not just any party game, it's a fucking minigame collection. Now, where have I heard that one before? Oh, Eurocom Entertainment, Eurocom, the guys who made Crash Bash, that makes sense. Anyway, let's jump in, and can I just start by saying, why does Tommy look so intimidating when you highlight the password option? He's just like,
tell a single soul and I will end you.
The story is that you get invited by the babies to play a game of hide and seek. You go around the Pickles residence and try to find them. Man, I think we have a better shot at finding Waldo. Okay, how about we pick Spike first? That seems logical. Oh, okay, it's a button masher. When the food meter is flashing, mash L on the D-pad, and when the water is flashing, mash R, A, and B. And that's it. Each minigame has a target score you need to get. Reach it, and nothing happens. Fail, and you lose a life, represented by cookies. Do really well, and you'll receive an extra life. These minigames are so easy, you'll find yourself maxing out the life count after 4 minigames. There's a game where you have to balance all the babies so Tommy can grab the sundaes on top of the fridge. There's one where you move Fanny left and right to catch the cookies, and she makes this face when you catch a spider. She also does this if you catch enough cookies. Fanny, don't make me get a restraining order. There's one where Spike slaloms around fire hydrants. There's a matching game. There's a game where you guess which cup Fanny puts Cynthia in. There's one where you have to put the toys back where they originally were. There's one where you race Saturn, apparently, Screwdriver, and Cynthia on a track with a design awfully similar to Mario Circuit 3 from Super Mario Kart. There's one where you navigate a worm through a maze to Phil's hand. There's one where you navigate the Reptar raft down the river while collecting baby bottles. It's easy, but it's super long. And there's one that's Pac-Man, but with cookies. Yeah, the minigames are basic as shit, but it is a Rugrats game on the Game Boy Advance, so I can't really say much else. This shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody, but I managed to beat the game in a little over a half hour. It's that damn short. Is that a shovel or a wang?
But in the end, this game was merely made to cash in on kids who were in love with the show and also owned a Game Boy Advance. Nothing more, nothing less. And I can honestly appreciate that. Hell, I had fun playing some of these minigames, which is what Eurocom was after, making the game fun to play. And it certainly did that, keeping the limitations of the GBA in mind. Now, let's check out one of the PS1 titles from 1998. Rugrats Search for Reptar. Why is Tommy staring at me like that? Did he find out that I shared the password?
I've heard very mixed reviews for this game. Some love it, some hate it. Where do I stand? It's alright. This game was developed by a company known as N-Space, which of course stands for, now I don't like what's going on here, so I'm gonna fly off into space. The game starts out with this in-game recreation of the show's opening. See, back in 1998, this would have been really impressive, but these days, they should have just put in the original opening as an FMV. The story sees Tommy looking for the missing pieces of his Reptar puzzle, so we go around the house and play some minigames in order to retrieve said pieces. We need 12 in total, which you can get from winning minigames or collecting 15 Reptar bars. As far as the presentation goes, it's actually pretty one-to-one with the source material, apart from some of these models.
Funny I mentioned that. Most if not every minigame here is based on an actual episode from the cartoon, which is really cool.
A surprising amount of care was put into this game. I have to applaud N-Space for that. They could have easily put random bits and pieces together and slapped the characters in it and called it a day, but no. They went the extra mile, with a soundtrack that perfectly captures the charm of the show's music, as well as including the voice actors and actresses from the show. Nobody was a cheap bastard about the whole thing either. You hear that, Clancy? Fuck off! So yeah, just like I Gotta Go Party, this is a minigame collection, which doesn't automatically make it bad, unless it's Eurocom developing it. The best part about this game is, you don't need to play every single minigame in order to find all of the pieces. The game gives you options, so if some kid out there wasn't able to beat the minigame where you help Fanny escape the alien mothership, it doesn't matter, because you have different ways to beat the game. And they all lead to the same ending, where the babies go to sleep and Tommy dreams of Reptar wrecking the city, including the THQ building. What irony. This is an oddly satisfying reward for all your hard work.
However, I have been neglecting to talk about the complaints that people have with this game, so let's not stall any longer. The controls and camera are pretty whack.
If you played this game, you'll know that the controls and camera are not the greatest. In fact, they hinder the charm in some cases. Half the time you can't fucking see what you're doing, and while you can press a shoulder button to reposition the camera behind you, you'll find that most of the time it doesn't work, and the camera gets put in front of you instead. That leads to you crashing into dozens of walls. And after beating the main campaign, I was gonna stop recording, but then I remembered that I never played the mini golf game at Ice Cream Mountain, so I quickly went over and did that. And honestly, this is pretty fun, and getting a hole-in-one feels so good in any golf game.
This is harder than it.
Oh yeah! Just don't hit it too hard into the hole or else... Also, why does Tommy look drunk? In the end, I ended up with a score of -16, which for me is honestly godlike. And having the cookie race as a separate activity is also cool. Get out of my way, Fanny!
So the game itself wasn't that good, but it more than makes up for it with how faithful it is to the source material. It's got fun minigames that are based on episodes from the show, all the voice acting, the distinctive soundtrack, and even nods and references to the show. It's a kids game that served its purpose. Obviously adults were not the target audience, but despite that, this was still a fun game to play. And let me say this. Search for Reptar and I Gotta Go Party are both minigame collections, so if you're gonna praise one game, you gotta give some praise to the other, just saying. Anyway, I think I've spent enough time talking about Rugrats, so let me see what else I can play.
Hey look, it's Nicktoons Racing on the PS1. Here we have SpongeBob's first appearance in a console game. Can you see him? Anyway, this game was developed by Infogrames, who you might know as the developers of several Looney Tunes PS1 games, including Looney Tunes Racing. So you know we're in good hands. This game was released in 2001, 2 years after CTR. The story sees a bunch of Nicktoons gathering together to try and beat the Mystery Rider. Man, I wonder who that could be. By the way, this cutscene looks fucking hideous. I mean, there's definitely a lesser budget than normal game developers, but come on, man. So we start the game and the characters that we can pick are actually quite diverse. The game includes characters from SpongeBob, Rugrats, Wild Thornberrys, Hey Arnold, Ren and Stimpy, Real Monsters, Angry Beavers, and Cat Dog. There are different game modes to pick from, but I'm just gonna select the Grand Prix mode. I gotta say, it is pretty neat to see a pre-rendered preview of the track, similar to what Naughty Dog did with CTR.
Because as we all know, copying Naughty Dog is an instant fucking success! Crash Team Racing split in half.
So we start the race and...
3, 2, 1, go!
Here we are, everyone. The power sliding in this game does not feel natural, and you don't get any sort of boost for pulling off a successful drift. The item distribution is fucking crap. You often find yourself getting hit several times over, and every time you do get hit, you get stunned for upwards of 5 seconds. It's a huge pace killer. You might as well restart if you get hit. All the voices are just pre-recorded clips. Christ's sake, they don't even loop correctly most of the time. Christ's sake! By the way, the rubber banding is by far the worst I've ever seen in a kart racer. I had to restart several times during my runs. Now, this wouldn't be such a big deal if I didn't set the difficulty to easy. Yeah, all this shit on fucking easy. How is it this difficult? Especially with a grid of only 6 racers. Are you fucking kidding me? CTR, a game that came out 2 years before on the same fucking console, has a bigger racing grid. Hell, even the Mario Kart titles that came out before this game had a bigger grid. Inexcusable. CTR, this most certainly is not. And because of that, I'm done. I guess we'll never find out who the mystery rider is. It will forever be a mystery.
Oh, I get it now!
I don't think it needs further explanation, but I did not like this game. I found myself raging quite a bit because of how difficult the easiest difficulty is. See this? This is Nicktoons Racing's fault. I can definitely see a good game here, though. The only problem is it's not there. Oh well. At least it's not Nicktoons Unite.
Oh yes. This was the beginning of a saga of crossover Nickelodeon games. Weirdly enough, in European territories, this game is called SpongeBob SquarePants and Friends Unite, probably to sell more copies. But since we call it Nicktoons Unite, it doesn't count as a SpongeBob game, so we're gonna play it. The story is that Plankton has teamed up with Vlad, Calamitous, and Crocker to form the Syndicate. Jimmy recruits Timmy, SpongeBob, and Danny in order to take down the Syndicate. As far as presentation goes, where do I begin? For starters, why does SpongeBob look like that? And who thought that was acceptable? He just looks weird, and Jimmy doesn't look any better either. This is honestly the best they will ever look in these games because they just get worse and worse. I mean, have you seen Tack in Globs of Doom? Good God, someone call the police.
Your holograms are right, Timmy. We must work together to stop the Syndicate.
Don't you just love seeing pre-rendered animations and cutscenes? This is Nintendo GameCube, everyone.
Anyway, we begin our quest by visiting the Ghost Zone. We help this guy take care of the ghost rats hiding under the cell bunks. Then we move on to some puzzles mixed with combat. You can switch characters by pressing a direction on the D-pad. What's weird about this game is that you have to press the X button to jump, as in the GameCube controller's X button, because the A button is the attack. What is this, Super Smash Brothers? After a few minutes, we get to a mini-boss where we have to spam the attack while he's vulnerable. I'm not even kidding. Occasionally he'll spawn in some ghosts, but they're not a major threat. We beat the boss, and Danny then leads us to a ghost portal. Ugh, you know what? This game isn't speeding up anytime soon, so I'm done here.
Sorry guys, I know this game has its fans, but this is one of the most low-budget, slowest, and ugliest games I think I've ever played. Not to mention, in a later level, you get to access a little Goddard within Goddard. I think it's safe to say that I'm going a little crazy, but at least it can't get worse.
Hey look, it's Nicktoons MLB. So yeah, this is a baseball game with Nicktoons. What you see here is what you get. Let's see, which team should I pick? Well, being a Yankees fan, I'm gonna go with the Yankees. My pitcher will be Dudley Puppy, my first baseman is SpongeBob, and my outfielders will be Patrick, Zim, and Sheen. And let's see, we have 6 Nicktoons stadiums and 6 real ballparks, but let's go to the Poseidome. Alright, let's put the Kinect through its paces. Cute loading screens, but why is Otis with Betty? Isn't that supposed to be Daisy? I gotta say, the ballpark looks really nice and it captures the charm of the show very well.
As always, I'm Perch Perkins here with Grr.
Yeah, this game also has commentary from Perch Perkins and Grr.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, that went wrong. That went wrong as well. Oh, fuck off, Kinect. This thing needs you to do everything 10 years before they actually happen because the delay is atrocious. Come on, A-Rod, you got this.
Big fly ball hit to the outfield.
Well, that sucked. When this game expects me to do everything at a rapid pace, the Kinect just cannot keep up.
There's the run!
Yeah, fuck this, I'm using a controller. Better with Kinect sensor, my fucking left nut. So now that I have a controller in my hands, I can confirm that this is indeed Major League Baseball 2K with Nicktoons. Not only was it better, but I managed to beat the Boppers 25-0, with SpongeBob pitching a perfect game. Granted, the difficulty was set to easy, but hey, it's an improvement. You guys saw my struggles with the Kinect.
But there's really nothing else I can say about this game. It's a sports game, nothing more, nothing less. However, you can unlock cards for completing certain tasks with certain characters. Other than that, there's no other incentive if you don't watch baseball or play it. You know what people do play though? Kart racers. And Nickelodeon decided to give it another shot with Nickelodeon Kart Racers.
Alright, let's see what we're getting ourselves into here. Boy, this game really wants you to play it, doesn't it? Released in 2018, Nickelodeon Kart Racers is essentially Mario Kart, only with Nicktoons, and the controls are a bit janky. For starters, you never feel in control of your drift, causing you to second guess a lot, which is not something I want to do while drifting in a kart racer. This game has a bunch of everybody's favorite Nickelodeon characters competing in a slime Grand Prix. You compete in races, slime races, and elimination races. Oh yeah, I should mention this. Getting slime in your kart allows you to get a speed boost, and if you fill up the bar all the way, you can unleash a mega boost. Oh, there's also slalom races where you slalom between gates. Gimmicks in a kart racer. Can you see the problem here? It's not the character models, it's not the janky controls, it's not even the fact that you can play as Fanny. It's the goddamn gimmicks. I don't like them.
Now granted, they are tolerable, but there are too many of them. Can I please just have a normal race?
The tracks themselves are actually not that bad. They're quite impressive in most cases. But again, the janky drifting really sucks the fun out of these tracks. What more can I say? It's SpongeBob driving around with Tommy, Arnold, and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. What's not to love? There is one huge buzzkill though. That is that there is absolutely no voiceover whatsoever. Sorry Nickelodeon Kart Racers, but I'm gonna go back to CTR.
Oh boy, I never get visitors. Hello?
Good day, small human.
Oh my god! It's the world-famous Oscar-winning actor, Arnold Schwarzenegger!
I'm here to tell you that there is another Nickelodeon Kart Racers game that you need to play.
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah, see for yourself.
Why?
Yep, just when you thought Nickelodeon wasn't gonna double dip, they did. However, this game does introduce some much needed improvements from the original. The controls have been fine-tuned, so the karts feel much better. Drifting still sucks though. Okay, so the problem is that I played the Grand Prix on the slowest speed, which is why the drifting is piss. On faster speeds, the drifting is better. There's a much larger list of playable characters in this game, and extra characters appear as perks. These give you an advantage on the competition. Things like extra slime, bonus items, and more. Every Grand Prix sees a new character appear. When you win the Grand Prix, you unlock that new character. These include, but are not limited to, CatDog, Gerald, Fanny, and Heifer. Okay, that mean belly reference was pretty cool. Challenges can also be completed to unlock more characters, chiefs, and crew members. They even include boss races like CTR. I managed to beat Korra without taking the shortcut on this track. There's really nothing else I can comment on here because it's just a more evolved version of the first game, only without all those gimmicky races. Thank God. But once again, no voiceover. Is it just not allowed? Like, is that some legality related issue? Well, whatever the case, not having a voiceover just kills everything.
And again, after about an hour, I find myself just going back to CTR. And I get it, this game is not for me. But even kids would be devastated to find out that all of their favorite Nickelodeon characters just don't say a damn thing. Well, there is one game that changed that. In 2020, Nickelodeon announced that they were going to make a Super Smash Bros. Clone, featuring iconic characters from over the years. The game would be developed by a company called Fair Play Labs, and it is known as Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Our final game we'll be checking out today. Now, to give Fair Play credit, the game actually looks pleasant, and every character model is faithfully recreated in 3D, without looking extremely hideous like what we saw in the Fairly Odd Parents games. There's no adventure mode here, it's just you and your friends,
unless you're me and you have no friends,
picking your favorite Nickelodeon characters and putting them in a field of battle in order to decide who is the best. Control-wise, the game plays almost like Smash, except for when you're dropping down to lower levels. instead of just pressing down on the left analog stick, you have to press down and jump at the same time. Why not just let me press down? And when you're blocking, you can't roll dodge at all. This takes quite a while to get used to, if you can even get used to it at all. I don't understand why they tried to fix what wasn't broken. And just like the previous 2 games that we talked about, no voice.
Not anymore. That's right. The devs finally came to their senses and provided full voiceover for every character in the game. That includes the DLC characters, current and upcoming. Should have been a standard feature, but better late than never, I guess.
This game, though, suffers from the fact that outside of playing this game with your friends or other players online, there really isn't any single-player content at all. There's a solo mode, which is just classic mode from Smash, only much shorter so it doesn't last as long, and the opponents are random. And while it is great to see DLC characters appear in this game, such as Garfield and Jenny, and we'll be getting more on the way like Hugh Neutron and Rocco, I'm afraid these are just not going to hold the game up that much, unless it gets massive content updates like the aforementioned voiceover one. And I don't know who the hell thought the default special button being square was a good idea, so I switched it to circle and it's 10 times better.
So yeah, unless you're a die-hard Nickelodeon fan and you also like Super Smash Bros., this game is just not going to do it for you. You're better off just playing the real thing. And before anybody jumps down my throat, this game is 2 years old. The fact that the content on offer is still as barren as it was at launch does not speak volumes. As a result, people dropped this game almost immediately. Too much hype and expectation was placed on it, and we only have ourselves to blame for that. It is a real shame that Nickelodeon purely focuses on making these games for kids these days, but some of their recent stuff didn't end up being that bad. But they weren't good either. They're kids' games. They're not supposed to impress us grown adults. Why do we play them anyway? I'm back, bitches! I can't wait to get back to making videos. How did these get here? I don't want to talk about these. Quit your bitching and play them, for crying out loud. Who puts you in charge? Are we really having this conversation? I'm you. Oh, right. Alright, this intro makes absolutely no sense at all. Let's just play some Cartoon Network games.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The origins of these games are pretty much the same as the Nickelodeon games that we covered last episode. The channel started out as Hanna-Barbera and became what we now know it as, Cartoon Network. One thing led to another, and then video games. Kids love them. They also love cartoons. It made sense. Today, I present to you a culmination of 13 Cartoon Network games that we'll be taking a look at. Some of the games I don't actually own a physical copy of, but trust me, it's 13 games. But before we do, allow me to just back up for a second. A few people commented on how the last video was very similar to Cat Icarus, and yeah, I can agree. You can tell what jokes were just shoehorned in to keep the viewers somewhat entertained. So this time, I'm gonna do things my way. I'm gonna give each game an hour or so of my time and review them based on the first impressions that I got. I will also be scoring these games once again, but keep in mind, these will solely be based on first impressions. If I ever return to any of these games to give them a fully fledged review, the score is subject to change. Now, I understand the Nickelodeon games don't have scores, so I will assign them now. Starting with 2 out of 10, this score will be assigned to Jimmy Neutron Attack of the Twonkies, Nicktoons Racing, and Nicktoons Unite. 3 out of 10 will be assigned to Jimmy Neutron Jet Fusion, Rugrats I Gotta Go Party, Nicktoons MLB, and Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl. 4 out of 10 will be assigned to Rugrats Search for Reptar and Nickelodeon Kart Racers. 5 out of 10 will be assigned to Tak and the Power of Juju, Fairly Odd Parents Break Into Rules and Shadow Showdown, and Nickelodeon Kart Racers 2. And finally, in a shocking turn of events, Tak 2 The Staff of Dreams will be assigned a 6 out of 10 score. A weak 6, but a 6 nonetheless. Let's kick things off with the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy video game, released in 2006.
Wait a minute!
Yes, I've already talked about this game in depth back in 2017, but that was 5 years ago, and Christ, that review could really do with a makeover, so let's start here. The story sees everybody fighting each other thanks to being possessed by mojo balls freed from Grimm's trunk. So, with the character of your choice, you go through 5 different fights and defeat the boss at the end of the game. The gameplay is very similar to that of the Power Stone series, in that the fights take place in a 2.5D arena, with each location having 2 or 3 stages that mesh together based on a global timer. The knockout system is different in this game. Here, when a fighter is about to die, they lose the ability to move. You can then strike them to trigger a QTE, where you press 4 buttons in order of appearance. Hit all 4 correctly, and you knock them out. This game is also like Smash in that everybody has what this game calls a mojo meltdown. How does it work? Well, I'm glad you asked. Even though you didn't, there are mojo balls scattered around the arena. Collect enough to fill up the bottom meter and you can take out one opponent. Fill it up twice and you can KO everybody with the mojo meltdown. Everybody has their own path to the end, so choose your favorite from the show if you want. Unless your favorite character is Mindy. Anyway, this game also has a mission mode. Complete missions to unlock more missions, as well as other goodies, including costumes, weapons, and a trailer for Ed and Eddie, the Misadventures.
All of this is sounding well and good, until you get your first look at the models.
Oh my god, just look at some of these. Why does Mandy look so huge compared to Billy? I know I used to talk real highly about this game a long time ago, but I'm wiser now, and I don't like it as much anymore. This is a kid's game that shouldn't be played by the likes of me. Granted, I'm a fan of this cartoon, so naturally I bought this game, but that doesn't change anything. You don't need to watch any of the show to play this game. It helps, but it's not required. Overall, the Billy and Mandy game is only fun with friends for about 30 minutes or so, but you'll soon want to go back to Smash. For those reasons, I'm retracting my original 7 out of 10 score for this game. God, I was really stupid, wasn't I? And it will now receive a 3 out of 10.
But can you believe we're not done just yet, because I got this giant egg and it sounds like there's something in here, so I better be extremely careful with this.
Yay!
Billy and Mandy had a son?
Yes, folks. The game was ported to the Game Boy Advance. The story is the same as the console version, so enough wasting time. Let's get right into it. This game is a 2D side-scroller. It combines platforming and forced combat, my favorite. And here you can only select 3 characters, each following their own path to the mojo ball that they collect after defeating a boss. You start off with only Billy, so you need to beat his story and complete a few missions to unlock Mandy. Once Mandy is unlocked, you can complete her story and her missions, and when you collect 15 balls, you can unlock Grimm. Then you can beat the rest of the game. The final mission sees you doing one last boss rush against all 3 of the game's bosses, General Scar, Jack, and Nurgle. Completing all of this grants you a slideshow of the game's concept art, which is a pretty satisfying reward, no doubt. Now, allow me to talk about this game's soundtrack. See, this version of the game was handled by a company called Full Fat, who you may know as the guys who ported the first 2 Pac-Man World games to the system. You would think that they would remix the soundtrack or make their own to accommodate for less powerful hardware, right?
Wrong! They used the soundtrack from the console. Now, that may not sound too bad until you actually hear it.
Oh my god, it's like nails on a fucking chalkboard. You just want it to stop, but it won't. Thank God you have the option to turn the music off. It is impressive, but terrible. In conclusion, Billy and Mandy on the Game Boy Advance is just a reminder that you could be playing better games for this thing. A pleasant game to kill some time at home or in the car, but you'll get bored pretty quickly. What more can I say? 2 out of 10.
Well, now that we have those out of the way, let's check out a couple games based on the Powerpuff Girls, starting with Chemical Extraction on the PS1.
Oh, hold up. CD playback?
Yeah, as it turns out, you can listen to this game's OST as a music CD. Very few games did that. It's pretty neat.
I always found it confusing how it never lists track 1, but I think that's the automated warning message that would play if you put the disc in, say, a Sega Saturn. Alright, let's actually start the game. Well, for some reason, when you start the game up, the screen is not properly centered. I actually adjusted my RetroTink settings to correct this error, only to find out that you can do that within the game itself. Nicktoons Racing did the same thing. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So we start the game, and the show's intro has been recreated using the models in the game. Impressive for the time, but why not just use the original intro as an FMV? Anyway, we can select which girl we want to play the story mode as, and they each have their own progression. So for this video, I chose Buttercup. The story is presented to us like an episode from the show. Now, I love when tie-ins do this. The girls are baking a delicious pie made of sugar, spice, and everything nice, but they leave it on the windowsill, allowing Mojo Jojo to steal it and eat it with the Gangrene Gang. But why, you might ask? Well, Bubbles decided to add an extra ingredient to the delicacy.
Chemical X.
This gives anybody who eats the pie the same superpowers the girls have. So now it's clear why Mojo Jojo wanted the pie. Alright, stage 1.
This is a Power Stone clone.
Here you go one-on-one with enemies from the show, except for the rowdy rough boys apparently. You can attack your enemies with your standard method of pressing square, except most of the time you can't, because the game just stun locks you. And they like to pick up and throw objects at you, which are really fucking difficult to dodge. By holding the triangle button near an object, you can pick it up. Releasing it makes you throw the object. If you collect 3 Chemical X vials, you can use your superpower by pressing the R1 button. This game can get pretty tough on the easiest difficulty. For fuck's sake. The final battle with Mojo Jojo is nothing to write home about, except for the fact that he's cheap as fuck. I was honestly expecting him to jump in as the, by the way, I'm the real villain final boss, but no. Once you beat Mojo Jojo, the game is over. You can replay the story with the other 2 girls, and that's about it. If you wanted to play a 2.5D fighting game with your friends, you could definitely do worse. In the end, this game is really just for fans of the show who also happen to like fighters. The Powerpuff Girls Chemical Extraction gets a 3 out of 10. That may seem a bit harsh, but I think it's an accurate score. If you like this game, then all the power to you. But I don't.
Anyway, let's jump up a generation and take a look at the Powerpuff Girls Relish Rampage.
Starting up the game and... why is there no sound? This is only apparent in the FMVs, which is strange. Then I found out that this is a normal thing on UnWiished, the homebrew software I use for my GameCube games. So I switched to Nintendo on my Wii, and that fixed the issue. I also couldn't play Billy and Mandy on UnWiished either, so that game was played on my Wii as well. Guess the GameCube has been downgraded to being a Game Boy Advance. Well anyway, this game was developed by BAM! Entertainment, who also developed Chemical Extraction. And it seems they learned their lesson because the original opening is an FMV in this game. The story is the mayor is running for another term, but then Mojo Jojo decides to run, thanks to his subsonic headset that brainwashes everybody in Townsville, tricking them into voting for Mojo Jojo. How do the girls help the mayor with this? By delivering boxes of free pickles to all the voters' ballots. As far as the controls go, this game feels like you're slip-sliding all over the place. You never really feel completely in control. This is more or less just a more evolved, mission-based, story-driven version of Chemical Extraction. This time, you can switch between the 3 girls in-game with the push of a button, a la Sonic Heroes. While you're helping the mayor with the election, you're also tracking down and stopping the Gangrene Gang from spreading the word of Mojo. This all leads up to the fight against Mojo Jojo, then he is defeated. He loses the election thanks to the free pickles because that's what wins this town over apparently, and while he's melting down, he's shouting free pickles into his headset, causing that message to reach an alien pickle spaceship thing. They hear the message and they come to Earth to unleash a relish rampage. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Unfortunately, I lost interest and stopped playing. This first level just didn't do it for me. I could barely stomach half the shit I had to do. And no, it's not because I don't like pickles. But does this game deserve a 1 out of 10 and a slam to the ground with a hammer?
1 out of fucking 10!
No, I've played worse. The Powerpuff Girls Relish Rampage gets 3 out of 10.
I would have kept going if the game offered me something to keep me hooked, but that didn't happen, so I'm just gonna move on now. Let's shift gears and talk about Codename Kids Next Door, Operation Soda.
Alright, who's responsible for this then? Oh, hang on. Vicarious Visions? Now I'm interested. The story is that adults have established a drinking age for soda, meaning kids could no longer get a sugar rush from consuming it.
Well, it's a good thing there's no drinking age for Dubby.
So the kids next door set off on a quest to secretly deliver soda to kids in need. Each operative has their own operation to complete. Numbers 1 and 2 fly in the air using their weapons to take out the SCB troops. Numbers 3, 4, and 5 delivered the soda on foot. Each level has these bottle cans. If you collect 50 of them, you get an extra life. Collecting all of them in the level gives you a golden Rainbow Monkey trophy. Because this game doesn't have a proper save system, you instead use passwords to pick up where you left off. I'm not too pissed, it is a GBA game. However, games on the same console released before Operation Soda are able to save. Anyway, Rainbow Monkeys serve as checkpoints in this game. Your goal is to reach the end to deliver soda to the kids within the area. Control-wise, it's fine, I suppose. It's not anything to write home about, but I don't mind it. The K&D models look pretty good for a 2004 GBA game. The soundtrack is also good. VV didn't try to directly rip the show's OST into the game. They made their own, which I can appreciate. It sounds a bit like the Crash Bandicoot GBA music, which isn't surprising since those games were also developed by VV. When you get to the end of number 5's mission, the kids ended up being kidnapped along with numbers 2 and 4. The SCB hijacked the kids next door Stanka and sent the kidnapped kids to a place near Carbonation Island. We get a new set of missions for numbers 1, 3, and 5, so we'll definitely have to pick this up again at some point. Hats off, VV, you never cease to intrigue me. Based on what I played up to this point, I will be giving Codename Kids Next Door Operation Soda a 3 out of 10.
Don't let the score think that it's not worth your time. It definitely is. Being a fan of the source material is also a plus, like always. So if you are a K&D fan, this game is definitely a 5 out of 10 at most. Which may be a bit high for a GBA game, but I enjoyed my time and I look forward to finishing the story in the future. If I can remember the password. Now, let's get on a home console and take a quick dive into Kids Next Door Operation Video Game.
We begin the game at Sector V, the Kids Next Door treehouse. Number 1 is testing number 2's homemade VR headset when suddenly the Toilinator shows up. This first level helps you get familiar with the controls. This is a shooter mixed with platforming. So after learning how to play the game, we defeat the Toilinator and then throw him out the fucking window. We then find out that every villain has escaped from the K&D prison. And since Sector V didn't go on vacation, they are given the task of stopping them, starting with Grandma Stuff'em. Rainbow Monkeys can be collected to unlock super triple top secrets. You can lock onto enemies by holding the L trigger. It's not really that reliable, which is a shame. We continue to make our way through the bakery factory until we finally confront Stuff'em. You pull this lever to drop a giant baked good, distracting Stuff'em's robot. Then you lower the platform it's on, making it unable to climb out. Finally, you jam its shields with donut jelly, shoot it, repeat.
It's just that all the toilets are clogged with... Oh, gross. Number 4. What did I tell you about trying to keep it in the bowl?
There's this glowy green stuff all over the treehouse. In fact...
Hang on. Is that Abby's sister? Anyway, the common cold is intruding the treehouse, so Nigel sends number 5 to take care of it. And that's where I sign off. Honestly, I would like to keep going, but I need to move on. We have more games to cover, but before I do, let me briefly say that I enjoyed my time with this game. We'll definitely have to return to it at a later date, but for now, I'll give Codename Kids Next Door Operation Video Game a 4 out of 10.
Well, that was fun. Now, let's check out the only Ed, Edd and Eddy game ever made, the Misadventures. Get it? Because they're all Ed.
Don't get mad, but I didn't really like this game. In fact, I think it's pretty shit. The story is just the Eds going around and doing their antics. Our first objective is to collect ice cubes in order to make snow cones. In this game, you can switch between the 3 Eds, who all have their own unique abilities. Ed can pick up and throw things, Double D can catapult pebbles at things, and Eddy can stun NPCs with stink bombs. I actually got stuck here because... reasons? The game is not letting me leave. I need to grab one more ice cube, but the game won't let me. I spent way too much time in here. Did Rolf lock us in? I actually had to use one of the piles of hay in order to glitch my way out the door. For those of you who don't know, I shouldn't have to do that. Anyway, we finally beat the first level, and that was really all I could stomach. Sorry folks, 3 out of 10. I just could not be bothered.
Is it the worst game ever? Obviously no. It's mediocre at best. I shouldn't be surprised, to be honest. Well anyway, let's move on from that and swoosh right in to Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase on the PS1.
This game is based on the straight-to-video movie, the one that a lot of people ended up loving. I happen to be in the minority that don't. Too many scenes that drone on, the actors sounding out of it most of the time, continuity errors, the virus only saying baseball puns and or laughing, Cyber Scooby cloning himself, characters patronizing the audience by flat out explaining what's going on. I could keep going. This movie was not good.
But we're not talking about that. We're looking at the game, and instead of the gang driving off to a school to check out a student's game based on Mystery Inc. only to get sucked into the game, they're just put into the game by, I assume, the Phantom virus.
The story doesn't explain how they got there. They're just there. The gang meet up inside the main hub area of the game, where Velma informs everybody that they were sent a message. Fred reads it, and Scooby and Shaggy try to sneak away, but Velma brings them back by offering them Scooby snacks, which reminds me that Shaggy eats dog treats. Starting the game in the warp room, Velma explains how to save the game, but it's hard to understand what she's saying because her audio got compressed to hell and back. Holy shit, what happened? The cutscene sounded just fine, but in-game, the voiceover sounds like shit. Talk about cutbacks. Our first level is
Japan.
We start the level and I take 2 steps and I'm given a tutorial. Everything you can do in this game gets explained as if this is the first game you ever played. And I get it, this game was made with kids in mind, that's fair. But at the very least, allow me to turn them off entirely. Whatever. Once we're past the wall of tutorials, we can get a good feel for how Scooby controls. He's pretty stiff. Movement is kind of unpredictable, the pie reticle is not accurate, sometimes the body slam doesn't work, and you're never sure how much momentum you actually have when you jump. It's hard to get used to. You can get a checkpoint by grabbing a dog tag, and the goal is to reach the box of Scooby snacks at the end in order to progress. Hey, just like the movie. The second level is more or less the same, only now you have to duck under spears. Ooh. On to level 3, which is a boss against one of the virus's creations. And oh yeah, the Phantom virus looks like this in the game. It's gross. Well, at least he's not talking about baseball.
You can try to get past this boss, but you will not succeed.
You finished?
So now we come face to face with this samurai warrior. I don't remember that from the movie. We dodge his attacks, then throw pie at him. Do this 2 more times, and the boss is defeated. What did the virus say about us not succeeding? Also, what the fuck is Scooby doing when he grabs the box? I know he's trying to dance around, but it just looks like he has problems. And that was it for me. I didn't get deep enough to see how Shaggy plays, or to see how bullshit the final boss is.
This game is what happens when you take the Crash trilogy and just blend it all together. You've got the stiff, unpredictable control from Crash 1, the warp room from Crash 2 and 3, and the different periods of time, and even the female protagonist standing by the load save screen from Crash 3. It's Scooby Bandicoot.
Unfortunately, it isn't as good as those games. Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase gets 4 out of 10. That might be a bit generous, but I didn't find the game to be that terrible. So while it is a weak 4, it is a 4, so at least it's got that going for it. These next 2 games are the only ones that were released for this next show that I'll be briefly talking about, because the less said about it, the better. The show in question is Hi Hi Puffy Yami Yumi. This show's main characters were based on the J-rock duo Puffy Ami Yumi. The show itself is one of the worst I have ever seen. The animation is poor, the writing is stale, the voice acting was subpar, and the music, while good, is mostly just Puffy Ami Yumi songs, which makes sense. But at the same time, this makes episodes of the show damn near impossible to find online because of fucking copyright. Also, there's this scene where Ami and Yumi are doing a suggestive dance in skimpy outfits. How thirsty were these animators? Yet despite all this, the show rose to incredible heights in 2005, even to the point of getting a float in the Thanksgiving Day parade. No, I'm not making that shit up. And I find myself coming back every so often, in spite of everything I mentioned. The best way I can describe my opinion is that Hi Hi Puffy Yami Yumi is to me as gaming in the Clinton years is to Cat Icarus. This show is an absolute dumpster fire, and I genuinely love it for that. But we're not talking about the show itself. We're instead talking about the 2 games that were released to the public on the same day for Nintendo handhelds. Kaznapped on the Game Boy Advance, and the Genie and the Amp on Nintendo DS. Now the Kaznapped box is intriguing, and I'd like to check it out. However, I don't own a physical copy. But I know someone who does.
It's an emergency!
What?
It's an emergency!
What is it? What is
I need
it?
to look at this box for Hi Hi Puffy Yami Yumi Kaznapped on Game Boy Advance.
Why?
Because my girlfriend left me!
You don't have a girlfriend.
Exactly!
So the main reason why I wanted to see this box was because of the back. Look at this. Happy Fun Cartoon Rock Band Invasion. What the fuck does that even mean? Swaying on Ami's microphone. Do they want me to play the game or call the police? And check out this spine. Why is Ami sitting seductively like that, staring at me? Meanwhile, Yumi's looking at her like, yes, that looks like free real estate. This box just gives me a really conflicted feeling every time I look at it, so let's just get the game going. I'm already bored. Can we play something else? Why does it take so long? And why can't I skip it? Anyway, 10 years later, we can begin the game. The story is, Harmony, the band's #1 fan, hijacks the bus and decides to start a tour of her own. She traps Ami and Yumi and takes Kaz. Ami and Yumi's cats, Tekidai and Junkane, free them, and they set off to put a stop to Harmony's plans and rescue Kaz. We can choose who we want to start the level with, so I'm gonna go with Yumi. The level begins, and it's more or less a 2D platformer mixed with some puzzles you have to solve. Throughout your journey, you will encounter crazed fans and paparazzi. You can stun them by playing a rocking note that leaves them speechless. You can also pet the cats to replenish your health. They will also give you a 1-up if your health is full. You can switch characters by pressing the L button. Your goal is to make it to the amp speaker located at the end of every level. Once you collect it, you can move on. Most of these levels only last around 45 to 70 seconds, so it's a pretty short-lived experience, which is for the best. Anyway, when you advance to the next world, you first need to get through an aerial combat stage with a boss at the end. Why can't I just go to the next world? At any point in these stages, you can press L and R together to combine your powers and perform a supercharged jam session that wipes out everything on the screen and does quite a lot of damage to the boss. Also, what the fuck? A giant kid that can fly? Alright, on to the next world, which is more or less the same. Oh god, there's a bunch of bulls and one's chasing me. Go, Yumi, go! Run away! Run away! Oh, that was it. Dude, I'm right here, doing nothing. Come on, do something! If you die, the game just kinda spawns you back where you left off. Oh yeah, you're being timed, just FYI. The soundtrack is alright. It's mostly just 8-bit versions of real Puffy Yamayumi songs, which is honestly better than what Full Fab would have done. No, Ami, don't do it! You got your whole life ahead of you!
So yeah, I don't like this game.
It certainly was a nice little distraction, but it's clear that this was nothing more than a love letter to the fans. And I can appreciate that.
That game wasn't too bad.
Swear-Eyed Jack already made that joke!
Now, before we talk about the DS title, I'd like to give a quick honorable mention to the Cartoon Network GBA video cartridges, since this is the last time we'll be covering a GBA game in this video.
These aren't anything special nowadays, but back in the 2000s, if you had a Game Boy Advance and you wanted to watch your favorite cartoons on the go, you wanted these. Especially when Dr. Eggman was promoting them.
Game Boy Advance Video!
Now Game Boy Advance plays more than games. It's got TV shows too!
These things aren't compatible with the Game Boy Player, but thanks to GBI, a homebrew tool for the device, I was able to capture some of these. Don't expect anything spectacular though. These weren't meant to be displayed on HD TVs. They look great on a GBA screen though, as that was the intent. I've always wanted to watch Ed, Edd n Eddy on my Game Boy Advance. These were really cool, and you never had to worry about getting them scratched up until you can't watch them anymore, like the mini DVDs for the Video Now.
I used to own one of those. It was one of the older models that only displayed in black and white and needed an LCD shining on the screen because it wasn't backlit. Yeah, I was one of those kids. So now that we've talked about something really cool, let's talk about something that wasn't cool. Our next game on the menu, which is Hi Hi Puffy Yamayumi,
The Genie and the Amp,
on the Nintendo DS. The power button's on this side.
Oh boy, here we go. The story is that Kaz wants Ami and Yumi to figure out why they're playing like shit. They stumble upon a magical genie named Gene, after Yumi kicked a speaker. Gene can grant them their wish to make the greatest rock ever, but first, they must pay a visit to My Pi. From there, My Pi gives them a tutorial on how to hone their guitar playing abilities. We start the game and... Yep. Touch controls. Wonderful. The game takes place in this pseudo 2.5D environment, where you can move in any direction, but the camera only scrolls across the screen. Take a few steps and we get into forced combat. We need to use our stylus to strum the guitar to make Ami and Yumi attack. Thank God the jumping was put on the L button. Money can be collected in this game by defeating enemies and breaking shit around you. Money can then be used to buy extra goodies and win prizes in these claw machines. The enemies are cheap as fuck. It doesn't help that you need to use the touchscreen to attack, which half the time doesn't fucking work properly. If both Ami and Yumi are defeated, you lose. Then you...
There were no checkpoints? I have to start all over? Nope, I've seen enough. Hi Hi Puffy Yamayumi, the Genie and the Amp gets 1 out of fucking 10. This is it. This is the worst game in the entire catalog of games we'll be covering today. And ultimately, the show would be cancelled. Anyway, let's check out something that doesn't require touch controls. How about Cartoon Network Racing?
Hello everyone, my name is Henpo. Cartoon Network Racing brings in characters from the Powerpuff Girls, Courage the Cowardly Dog, I Am Weasel, Cow and Chicken, Dexter's Lab, and Johnny Bravo. This game is basically the same as Double Dash, except the controls are ass. These sparks make you think drifting gives you a boost, but like Nicktoons Racing, it doesn't. Instead, drifting fills up this meter on the bottom right. Once you fill it up, you can press either L2 or R2 to unleash your co-driver's Toon Power. They're just a speed boost. And just like Nicktoons Racing, only a 6-racer grid. And the game is hard as balls on the fucking easiest difficulty. What is it with these games designed for kids being incredibly difficult? I'm 24, so if I'm struggling to play this game, I'd hate to see how hard it is for a 7-year-old. I do like these track designs though. Each track is themed around one of the shows represented in this game. Back to the controls. God damn. You never feel in control of your drift. It kinda reminds me of Mario Kart 64. The drifting, combined with the rubber banding, made me restart a race. On fucking easy. Is it really hard or do I just suck? When you complete a Grand Prix, you unlock the next one, and you also get a clip of the show the Grand Prix is based on.
Hang on a minute. Am I seeing this correctly? It's actually a full episode of Courage and not a clip? That's even better!
As a kid, this is probably the reason you want to play this game. Being able to watch full episodes of my favorite cartoons on my PS2 as a reward for the time I invested? Awesome. But other than that, there's really no reason to play this game. Just stick with Double Dash. Cartoon Network Racing gets 3 out of 10. If it wasn't unnecessarily brutal on the easiest difficulty, like every other kid's game it seems, I would have given this game a 4. But sadly, it's just too goddamn hard, especially when the game expects you to know what you're doing right away.
That probably explains why the game is so fucking brutal. Actually, no, it shouldn't be. This game is terrible. So let's try to end this video with something better. Something actually worth playing. Well, we talked about Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl. We might as well tackle Cartoon Network's take on Super Smash Bros. With their 2011 release, Cartoon Network Punch Time Explosion XL.
This game was co-developed by Crave Games and Studio. Let me just make a new name here, and that'll be Rogit. This game is Cartoon Network's version of Super Smash Bros. Brawl. The amount of characters, the classic mode, there are missions to complete that are like events, and even the game's story, which is heavily inspired by Subspace Emissary. The story is that Vilgax is traveling to and destroying other universes, so Ben goes on a quest to stop him, recruiting other characters along the way. The control in this game is fine, but at times, it can be flawed. For example, shielding. It does not exist. Every character feels kind of floaty, like they're hot air balloons. Anyway, first fight against Chowder. We beat him, waking him up from Vilgax's possession, and then we can play as him. This is how you unlock everybody else, with the exception of a few characters. Points can be earned after completing stages, which you can then use to purchase extra goodies such as concept art, the story cutscenes, characters, and clips from a variety of Cartoon Network shows. Also, why is there little to no voiceover in the in-game cutscenes? The only one who had their lines voiced over was the narrator. They must have run out of time or something. The classic mode in this game is called Arcade Mode. Each character actually has their own little story, which is pretty cool. This is just classic mode from Smash. You have a set path of challenges for each character, leading up to the last fight against him. Who the motherfuck thought having Billy and Mandy fight all 3 Powerpuff Girls at once was a good idea? Yep, this is fucking fair. This fucking shit took multiple attempts. Finally. And the last fight against him was piss easy, because of course it was. What else can I really say about this game? If you wanted to play a Smash clone that was exactly like Brawl in every shape and form, then this game is for you. Cartoon Network Punch Time Explosion XL gets 5 out of 10.
Well, that's done. I'm exhausted. Are we done? Actually, no. What do you mean, no? You have forgotten one crucial game. It's the best one. I find that really hard to believe. Here, check it out. Fine, what is this then? Cartoon Network Battle Crashers. Get out. Okay.
God, one more game, guys. I promise I'll keep this brief because, let's be real, nobody likes this fucking thing. Yep, I definitely want to play this. Uncle Grandpa is driving around but falls asleep behind the wheel, which is fucking reckless. Somebody set his gear to break dimensions. What kind of fucking RV has that gear? He then proceeds to break multiple fabrics of the universe, and so we have to figure out why this happened. And stuff. starting the adventure and... This is just Scott Pilgrim. You move around, shoot the baddies, and continue forward. Each character has their own specific ability that you can use. There are a total of 6 characters: Gumball, Steven Universe, Uncle Grandpa, Clarence, Mordecai and Rigby, and Finn and Jake. Yeah, everybody you see on this title screen? The only playable characters. Great. First boss in a scrapyard. Shoot, shoot, and shoot some more. That's it.
Yeah, I don't think I need to see anything more. Cartoon Network Battle Crashers gets 2 out of 10. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some unfinished business to take care of. Come on.
That is a touchdown!
Yes, let's fucking go! All right, 4th down. Come on, John, you can do this. Fuck yeah, stopped him. I just need to hold on to the ball. All right, come on. Nice, eat up that clock, let's go.
That is a touchdown!
And a touchdown to boot. Yeah, whatever, you can have that touchdown. I still win! Now what is this? Why are you asking a question about something that has nothing to do with football? Oh, I don't know. C. How the fuck was I supposed to know that? Fuck you, NFL Blitz 20-03.
For many people, myself included, their first exposure to the character Captain Falcon was the Super Smash Bros. Series, and I wouldn't blame you for thinking that's where he came from. However, that isn't the case. Falcon comes from a futuristic racing series that has been laid dormant since 2004. And today, we are going to take a deep dive into the entire 6-game series.
Welcome to the F-Zero series retrospective.
F-Zero is a series of high-speed, zero-gravity, futuristic racing games released between 1990 and 2004, starting on the Super Nintendo and ending on the Game Boy Advance.
I have been able to get a physical copy of every game in the series, minus the last one and some others I won't ever possess in my lifetime. I'll go in further detail as we go on. Also, just a quick disclaimer, I apologize for any digital artifacts you see in the footage I recorded for the first few games. Elgato was not cooperating with me for whatever reason, so I switched to Streamlabs for GX onwards. I'll try to work around it if I can, but again, I apologize if they do pop up. Also, some of the footage will be from outside sources, so all credit will be given in the video as well as the description with links. And with that said, let's dive into the series' humble beginnings as a launch title for the Super Nintendo.
The year is 1990. The Super Famicom has just launched in Japan. Soon after, the Super Nintendo Entertainment System launched worldwide between 1991 and 1992. In North America, the console launched on August 23rd. A whopping 5 games were released on that day: SimCity, Gradius 3, Pilot Wings, Super Mario World, and F-Zero. F-Zero was one of the first games on the system to incorporate Mode 7. Mode 7 allows background layers to be rotated and scaled on a scanline to scanline basis, creating the many different effects you see in most Super Nintendo games, like falling off the track in Super Mario Kart. This is a basic example of Mode 7, courtesy of Wikipedia. Now, this graphical mode was a huge selling point for the system. Even Nintendo Power and other big-name magazines were promoting it. But we're not really interested in the mode itself. We're going to be taking a deep, unbiased look at this game as well as the rest of the series. No bullshit, no bias, no sponsors, no jokes. Does that include me? Yes, leave. Fine, have fun getting no views because I'm not in the video. Anyway, let's dive into the original F-Zero and see what's in store. The game takes place in the 26th century. F1 racing has long since become obsolete thanks to high-tech machines that can hover 1 foot over the ground. Thus, the sport had its name changed to F-Zero, which is what we know it as. The game begins with the player selecting one of 4 different machines to choose from: Captain Falcon's Blue Falcon, Dr. Stewart's Golden Fox, Pico's Wild Goose, and Samurai Goro's Fire Stingray. You then can select which league you want to compete in, with each consisting of 5 tracks. Finally, choose a difficulty. You have Beginner, Standard, and Expert to start. Completing a Grand Prix on every difficulty unlocks its Master class. Starting the game, one thing to take note is that the control takes a bit to get used to. Once you do though, pulling off consecutive tight corner turns feels so good. About 10 seconds into every race, you will encounter NPC machines that will do whatever they can to prevent you from winning the race. It reminds me of the Namco arcade game Pole Position, where you have to evade other racers after the race starts. And in that game, that's a lot easier said than done. The goldish ones can get really annoying, and the flashing ones will explode if you make contact, causing your energy to deplete. Your machine needs energy in order to function. If you run into the walls or other machines, you slowly lose energy. You can refill the bar by driving on this flashing area. A ship will hover over your machine and replenish your energy. If you run out of energy or fall off the track, your machine explodes and you lose a chance. There's no Lakitu to respawn you. If you lose all of your spare machines, it's game over and you have to start the Grand Prix all over again. You can get more machines by reaching score thresholds. Your score each lap is based on your position in the race. Every 10,000 points nets you an extra life. The goal of the game isn't necessarily to win, as there is no point system. Instead, you just need to finish 3rd or better in order to move on to the next track in the Grand Prix. What I like about the different machines is that they each have unique stats that provide variety and challenge. For example, the Fire Stingray takes forever to get up to top speed, but once you get there and maintain it, you go flying. The Blue Falcon is a nice middle ground in this game, a balanced machine, perfect for newcomers. Completing each lap also gives you a boost you can use by pressing the A button. Boosts in this game are kind of like timeouts in football, in that you can have up to 3 at once, and you need to use them wisely. Knowing when to boost is key to success. Now, if you're new, you'll probably get to this jump in White Land 2 and wonder how to safely make it without falling short and losing a machine. Well, in order to cross the gap, you need to hold down on the D-pad. The game doesn't flat out tell you this, so it's something you had to figure out on your own. See kids, this is what we call trial and error. It's what we had to go through in order to get better at the game. We didn't have bombarding tutorials that held our hand the entire time. The beginner leagues are pretty easy so long as you're good enough at the game. Standard leagues are a little more challenging, but still doable. However, all bets are off in the expert leagues. Fuck the King one, by the way. Why is that? This last track, Fire Field. It is a super complex track that really tests your skills and patience. There's even a risk versus reward element implemented here. Do you stay on the main course and hit the boost pads? Or take a detour and replenish your energy. Here's where the minimap would come in handy, but it only shows your machine's location. I wish at the very least it could show how far away the leader is. I also wish that Mute City had different track designs, or another path to take for each version, like Red Canyon, Death Wind, or Port Town. The track designs themselves are actually not that bad, and each track gradually gets harder than the last. Once you complete the Grand Prix, the results will be shown for each track. Having the ability to skip these would really be nice, because I just want to move on to the next one. After the results screen ends, you can then look at your records for each track, which is pretty cool. After completing the expert class on any Grand Prix, you get to watch the credits, which, like the results screen, cannot be skipped, which is a shame. It just kind of kills the flow of the game in my opinion. As far as the master class is concerned, that's reserved for the veterans. As you can probably tell by this footage, I am not a veteran. I got to Big Blue, and after the first race, I just said, fuck it, and quit. Do you even get anything for your troubles? Nope. And last but not least, this game has a practice mode. Here you can go one-on-one with a certain machine of your choice, or run a time trial and learn the layout for whatever track you choose. You can't practice on every track though, which sucks. You can only practice on the night tracks, Whiteland 1 and Port Town 2. It would have been nice to be able to practice on every track, especially Firefield. Multiplayer would have been a great way to increase replayability as well. I get that it's a launch title, but still, it sucks that it's not included here. The potential was certainly there, but what weighs it down is the overwhelming difficulty. And no, this won't be the last time in the series in which difficulty reduces its replay value. Overall, F-Zero is still a fun game to play, if a little hard. If you haven't already, I definitely recommend you check it out. This game is worthy of a solid, average score of 5 out of 10.
Now, before we move on to the Nintendo 64 title, let's briefly talk about the two games that were released in between.
BS F-Zero Grand Prix 1 and 2 were both released in 1996 and 1997 respectively for the Satellaview, a satellite-based expansion for the Super Famicom. Both games featured updates to the first game, including control tweaks, new machines, and new courses. There really isn't much else to say. They're just the original F-Zero, but with more stuff. Because I wasn't actually able to play either of these games for myself, I will not be scoring them. An honorable mention goes to Zero Racers, or G-Zero, a Virtual Boy game for the series that was ultimately cancelled prior to release. It was going to feature 15 tracks with 4 playable machines: Falcon, Stingray, Goose, and Origami. These days, you can only find screenshots of what could have been. Now then, time to make the jump to 3D. The hiatus was over. After 8 years, a new F-Zero title was developed and released for the Nintendo 64. The series saw its biggest leap in quality yet, adding new machines and tracks. There are now 30 machines to choose from in this game, and 24 tracks spanning across 4 Grand Prix consisting of 6 tracks each, with 22 original tracks, Port Town 2 from the SNES title, and Rainbow Road from Mario Kart 64, reducing the lap times on that track significantly. It took forever in Mario Kart 64 to complete 1 lap.
Add to that refined controls, and you have yourself another instant classic. However, there is one last main selling point, one that makes this game stand out from the rest of the racers at the time. Zero gravity.
Yes, before Crash Nitro Kart, Sonic Riders, and even Mario Kart, Nintendo opted to incorporate anti-gravity into the course designs, allowing them to be much more diverse. The series was called F-Zero for a reason. In addition to all the new features, The game also introduces some quality of life improvements to previously established mechanics. You could now KO other racers by strafing or spinning into them to damage and eventually wreck their machine, giving you a KO point. Every 5 points granted you an extra machine, which reminds me, the arcade score is gone. In its stead is an actual points system. You no longer needed to finish a race in third or better. You could finish a race and move on. The goal is to net the most points in the Grand Prix. The boost is now tied to your machine's energy. After you complete lap 1, you'll be granted the ability to boost by pressing the B button. With the boost being tied to the energy bar, there was now a risk factor that made boosting not as broken as it was in the first game. Multiplayer is now a thing in this game, and it's optimized to allow up to 4 players. I don't have any friends to play this game with me, so enjoy footage from the idle demonstrations. This game is able to run a consistent 60 FPS frame rate, but at a cost. Because of all the sacrifices taken to accomplish this as a result of limited hardware, everything takes place in Silent Hill. The draw distance had to be immensely dialed back so the frame rate could stay the same with all 30 machines running at the same time. Even with this compromise, this is still one of the most gorgeous looking games on the N64. This game now splits practice mode and time attack into their own separate modes. An unneeded change, but a welcome one nonetheless. New to F-Zero X is the Death Race. In this race, you race on a loop and knock out everybody else as quickly as possible to become the last one standing, or driving in this case. When I first discovered this game during my high school sophomore year back in 2014, this was the mode I spent the most amount of time playing.
And then we have the X Cup, unlocked by completing the other 4 cups on Expert. This is a Grand Prix that consists of 6 randomly generated tracks. That's right, no 2 tracks are the same in this cup. These tracks can range from pretty tame to fucking intense. So intense that the AI just commits seppuku.
This is a really cool concept. Why the hell has nobody else tried this? Completing the main cups on Novice, Standard, and Expert awards you with the credits and a new title screen. Complete them on Master, or say fuck that and grab a 100% save file online and flash it onto an EverDrive like I did, and you get the final secret title screen, which is my favorite. A screen that shows half of the Blue Falcon's interior. But it doesn't end there. If you happen to be one of 2 people in the world to own the DD add-on for the Nintendo 64, you could buy the F-Zero X expansion kit for use exclusively with the Japanese version of the game. The kit comes with super versions of certain machines, extra color palettes, the ability to create your own machine, 2 exclusive cups which add 12 more tracks, and the biggest part, the main selling point. You have full access to the track editing software used by the developers, allowing you to create your own courses and share them locally with friends. Those who have this tool have created some pretty crazy tracks. This user was able to faithfully recreate Mute City from the Mario Kart 8 DLC in this game. Now that is pretty neat.
But if you couldn't tell, I'm not Japanese. I'm also not rich, so I most likely will never see any of this. The disk drive add-on was a flop in Japan, and as such, it never saw an international release. Thus, it became rare and therefore expensive. Try to find one of these things and the expansion kit for the game and the Japanese cartridge at a budget-friendly price in 2022. It's damn near impossible. However, you don't need the device in order to enjoy what F-Zero X has to offer.
Sure, you may not have the complete experience, but you are still getting a lot of bang for your buck. This game took the fundamentals of the first and revamped everything from the ground up to make one of the best racing games of the generation. Easily worthy of a 7 out of 10 score. Fans wouldn't have to wait that long for another game after X. In 2001, the third main installment in the series was released for the Game Boy Advance.
I'm starting to see a pattern here.
This game introduces brand new, never-before-seen machines that only appear in this game, as far as I'm aware anyway. If you press the select button on the title screen, the game gives you a little tutorial on how to play it. In terms of the controls, graphics, core mechanics, etc., this game is just a spiritual successor to the first F-Zero. Honestly, I could just copy and paste what I said about the first game, and it'd be no different here, minus the tracks and machines. Man, this series really is following the footsteps of Mario Kart now that I think about it. Honestly, it's hard to come up with something to say that hasn't already been said about the first game. All I can really comment on is this championship mode, where you race 3 laps around a special course and try to beat the staff ghost. I managed to do it. It wasn't that hard. And if you happen to have a link cable lying around, you can play multiplayer with a friend. Like most multiplayer games on the system, if you only have one copy of the game, you can play single pack link mode, but your options are limited. Only one machine and the exclusive track Silence. But if everybody has their own copy, you can play multi-pack link mode, which is the multiplayer we know. You and your friend race across every track in the game using Player 1's save file.
I'm seriously struggling to come up with talking points for this game because everything I said about the first game also applies here. Does that mean I'm going to be giving it the same score? Well, no. The two games are relatively the same, yes, but keep in mind, one game is on a home console. The other is on an inferior handheld. Not to mention, in this game, you have to bend over backwards in order to unlock the Blue Falcon. That's right. You don't get to start with the most iconic machine in the entire series. 3 out of fucking 10. Well, we are officially halfway through the series retrospective. If you're still here and enjoying the video so far, then please drop a like down below and consider subscribing to the channel. It'll help push this video out to more people. Okay, now that we have all of that out of the way, let's continue blitzing through F-Zero.
Here it is, folks. We have reached the peak of this series. F-Zero GX was released in 2003 for the Nintendo GameCube. This title had to be developed by a third party, so Nintendo called upon Sega to help out. More specifically, Sega's in-house studio, Amusement Vision. AV was known back then as the developers of various Daytona USA titles, so the decision makes sense.
Now, I haven't really dipped my toes into this game until getting footage for this video, so I don't have any nostalgia going in. But do you need prior experience, or do you need to play any of the other titles before jumping into GX? In my opinion, not really. I've heard good things from fans of the series, and even other fans who have played the game before. So, let's get stuck in.
Let me start by saying that we have a heap of different options here. All of the standard stuff we're used to seeing in these games are all here and accounted for. This is also the first game in the series to give you the choice between 4:3 and 16:9 aspect ratios. Combine that with Wii component cables from HD Retrovision and top-notch upscalers like the RetroTink 5X, and you have the best looking game in the entire series. Every location looks so good, man. It's amazing to see developers really test the limits of the system. And the fact that this game is on the GameCube means it no longer takes place in Silent Hill. It looks great, and the pilots in every machine are fully animated, which is incredibly impressive, especially at the time. The Grand Prix mode includes 21 brand new tracks split into 5 cups. The 5th and final Grand Prix can be unlocked by purchasing 5 tracks from AX. More on that game later. After completing each Grand Prix, you'll earn tickets which you can then use to purchase all the unlockables in the game, including machines, parts, remixes of the original Mute City and Big Blue pieces, and chapters 2 through 9 of the game's main story. Yes, this game has a story mode, in which you play as Captain Falcon and complete missions to become the Grand Prix champion of the Overworld and the Underworld. One thing you should note, if you want to play through the story, you better be really good at the game, because holy shit. The first chapter isn't that bad, but once you get into chapter 2, all bets are fucking off.
Man, this game really loves to test your patience. It should be worth noting that the music in these cutscenes is really good, particularly the music for Chapter 3. However, none of the music in these cutscenes were ever released in any form of media, like CDs or Spotify or whatever. This led to fans within the community recreating most of these songs to the best of their ability, and a lot of them did a really good job. So, for those who contributed towards giving these songs new life, hats off.
My only complaint with the story mode is that the tracks are not unlockable for use in Grand Prix or practice mode, which is a real shame. I would have loved to go through these tracks outside of the main campaign, especially Casino Palace. Oh well, I guess. In Chapter 5, you rescue Jody from the power plant in the lightning area because it's about to explode thanks to Black Shadow's destruction. I love this little detail on the top left. It shows Jody next to Falcon while inside the cockpit. Small things like that are so cool to see. I'm so glad AV picked up on that. Chapters 7 and 8 are pretty challenging at first, but once you familiarize yourself with the track and get past Black Shadow and Blood Falcon having more health than everybody else, it feels so satisfying when you finally win the race and the F-Zero Grand Prix. Then Deathborn appears and challenges you to a race in hell. The two belts combine to become the Ultimate Champion's Belt, and you race Deathborn for it. Once you beat him, Falcon claims the belt and the game is over. Or so you may think. There's one last mission to complete. The final chapter has Falcon racing one-on-one against the creators of the world. This is a time trial on Phantom Road against the Staff Ghost. Now, on normal difficulty, the challenge isn't the ghost itself, because it honestly sucks ass. It's the amount of trial and error you go through just to figure out the weird quirks of this course. Honestly, I was getting really frustrated during this. But after several attempts, I managed to do it. I even deliberately slowed down on the last lap, just so I wouldn't fall off the course, and I still beat the ghost. I wasn't kidding when I said it sucked. The game ends with Falcon taking his helmet off and walking away, while his theme song plays, with cheesy lyrics that could give Fist Bump a run for its money.
Sorry, it's just so funny. They're the kind of lyrics I would expect from Daiki Kasho, one of the co-composers of this game's music, who is also known for his Gran Turismo songs. So that explains the cheesy lyrics. Still makes me laugh no matter how many times I listen to it. Now, I mentioned earlier that you can purchase parts in the shop. What does that mean? Well, do you remember the custom machine feature in the expansion kit for X? In this game, it's a standard feature.
Oh hell, fucking yes! You can now create up to 4 custom machines that you can load onto a memory card and take to a friend's house if you wanted to. And if you lived in Japan, you could take your memory card to an F-Zero AX arcade cabinet in order to unlock all of the exclusive content. Or you can unlock it all by beating every Grand Prix on the highest difficulty, then having enough tickets to purchase them in the shop. Or you can just be me and say fuck that again and find a 100% save file online to transfer to your memory card. I'm sorry, but I don't have the time or the patience to try and unlock everything on my own. If I did, you guys would never see me again. So while the core gameplay is still relatively the same as X, it keeps things fresh by giving you brand new tracks that don't exist outside of this game, minus Port Town's appearance as a stage in Smash, and providing the tightest controls in the series. Combine that with the stunning graphics, the epic soundtrack, and the cheesy and difficult, yet good story, and you have what many call the best game in the entire series. If there ever is a future title, it will never meet the quality and impact this game had. F-Zero GX gets a solid 7 out of 10.
If it was a little more welcoming for newcomers, I would have no issues giving it an 8, but a 7 is still a solid score. If you haven't already, pick this game up, if you can find it for a logical price. Unfortunately, this would be the last game in the series to be released on a home console. The last 2 games were released exclusively for the Game Boy Advance, meaning the series is probably going to go out with a whimper rather than a bang.
Before we dive too deep into this game, I'd like to briefly talk about the anime, because that's what GP Legend is based on. Yep, F-Zero had an anime that lasted 51 episodes, each following a set plotline. A young racing superstar named Ryu Suzaku was chasing Zoda one night before being murdered by the criminal. He wakes up 150 years in the future and becomes a member of the Elite Mobile Task Force. Along the way, he gets to know Falcon better, and finds out that his fiancée, Haruka Misaki, was also resurrected as Miss Killer. I won't say any more about the story, as I highly encourage you to check out the anime for yourself. It's on YouTube right now. I thought it was really good. Every pilot is accounted for, with each episode revolving around either 1 or 2 of them.
It is unironically one of my favorite anime of all time, right up there with Kill la Kill. I can't recommend it enough. And for any Smash fans out there, there is one Falcon Punch. But I'm not telling you when it happens. Watch the anime and find out. Alright, now let's talk about the GBA tie-in. Yep, the Mario Kart pattern ends here.
GP Legend was released in 2004 and developed by Suzak Incorporated. The basic premise of the story mode is that you have a choice of 8 different pilots, each with 5 missions you need to complete. Your choices are Rick Wheeler, which is Ryu's English name, courtesy of our good friends from Fabox, Captain Falcon, Jodie Summer, Jack Levin, Samurai Goro, Lisa Brilliant, Black Shadow, and Zoda. These missions are rather easy to complete. The only real challenge is getting used to how each machine controls. Rick and Falcon have balanced stats, while some pilots, like Black Shadow, have a machine with a high top speed, but acceleration is slow, and they can't turn for shit. In the options menu, you can change your control scheme, but you don't really have that many choices. Gameplay-wise, this is maximum velocity controls mixed with GX mechanics. For instance, the boost and energy meters are shared. This is the first GBA title in the series to finally adapt to the console counterparts. The Grand Prix mode includes 3 cups, bronze, silver, and gold, each consisting of 5 tracks. By completing all 3 cups on novice and standard difficulties, you unlock the Platinum Cup. This is an 8-track marathon of tracks from the original F-Zero on the Super Nintendo, kinda like what Mario Kart Super Circuit did with the extra cups. Completing a Grand Prix unlocks time attack and training modes. Completing a story unlocks a mode called Zero Test. This mode has you finish certain sections of a track in an allotted time. Pass all 12 C-Class tests to move on to B-Class, then repeat until you beat the S-Class. These are very reminiscent of the license tests from the Gran Turismo series. The gold times are difficult, but keep practicing and you'll eventually pull through. Now, check this shit out. There's a way you can get a free gold on Test B2. If you boost before the first ramp, then make a hard left, followed by a hard right off the second ramp, land right before the finish line, then keep driving like normal. Once you return to the starting point of the test, the game will get confused and think you won gold without even starting, so your final time will be all zeros. That's pretty neat, eh? The illusion tracks are the only ones that don't have borders, meaning you can easily fall off if you're not too careful. And there's a heap of machines to choose from, including those that belong to characters from the anime. Oh yeah, I should mention, here in the States, we called Miss Killer Luna Ryder. All of the name changes in this game were to ensure that it accurately correlated to the English dub of the anime, which was done by 4Kids. After completing each story or every Grand Prix, you get to watch the credits. And just like Maximum Velocity, this game has multiplayer mode. It's the same as before. Single pack gives you one machine and one track, while multi-pack gives you the full package. And that's about all I can say about this game without repeating what I've already mentioned.
The best way I can describe this game is that it's basically Maximum Velocity, but with quality of life improvements, and it ties to the anime. And it has machines and characters I recognize. Overall, it's an okay game. Would I recommend it? No, you're not missing anything. Despite the quality of life improvements, I think this game sits on par with Maximum Velocity. However, GP Legend has the slight edge with a more familiar roster of pilots. Who were any of the fucking people you played as in MV? The Blue Falcon needed to be unlocked. So for that reason, F-Zero GP Legend will be receiving a 4 out of 10. And with that, we have gone through every game in the series that managed to make it to the States. Yeah, there's actually one game left in the series. The last F-Zero game that was released in 2004 for the Game Boy Advance is a Japanese exclusive. Oh god. I'm not even gonna pretend this game has any chance of being good.
We have now reached our final destination in the retrospective. This game fell into obscurity due to the lack of units that were sold in Japan. As a result, it never got an international release.
This is where my Easy Flash Omega comes in. You see, I don't have a physical cartridge of Climax because prices for the damn thing are... What?! Yeah, I'm not even gonna try to touch that. So I'll be using this flash card in order to record the footage. As an added bonus, I'll also be playing an English patched version, so I won't have to worry about learning another language. Anyway, let's dive into F-Zero's coup de grace.
Like GP Legend, Climax was released in 2004 and developed by Suzak Incorporated. At first, I thought this would be the sequel to GP Legend that us American players never got the chance to own. Instead, however, it's just a regular F-Zero game with pilots from the anime. You've got your Grand Prix, your time attacks, your multiplayer links, or communication, as that's what this game calls it, your track editors. Wait, a track editor? Yes, for the first time since the F-Zero X expansion kit, we can create our own track using the same editor the devs used. I actually used this to make Rainbow Road from Super Mario Kart. This is a prototype. Alright, let's get into the real meat of this game. The Grand Prix mode is your standard stuff. We have 3 cups, each consisting of 5 new tracks set in the same set pieces as GP Legend, which is a bit lame, but I guess there's no need to fix what wasn't broken. I just wish we could have gotten at least 1 or 2 new worlds to race in. Completing every cup on Novice and Standard unlocks the Platinum Cup, which consists of 8 tracks from the original F-Zero, but with extended paths for the first 5 tracks. Sand Ocean, White Land 2, and Firefield are all the same, unfortunately. It's just weird. Why would they add a new twist to the old tracks if they're not going to apply it to every track in the cup? it leaves me scratching my head, wondering why they stopped doing that just past the halfway mark. Maybe it was to meet the release deadline, we may never know. What I do know is that this game brings back the Master difficulty, which you unlock after beating every cup on every prior difficulty. Once you've had your fun in the Grand Prix mode, you can partake in the new Survival mode. This mode consists of 4 different modes you can choose from. Tour, Challenge, and Battle are all available from the start, and you can unlock Violence mode. These challenges are fucking brutal, man. But if you manage to pull through, you're rewarded with a character profile of the pilot you chose, as well as a chapter in the anime storyline. All 51 episodes can be unlocked as chapters in this game at random by completing survival challenges. This is kinda pathetic. Why don't we get to just play through the events of the anime in a dedicated story mode, like in GP Legend? A huge missed opportunity here, if you ask me. This game is a bit of a letdown, and honestly, is not worth tracking down if you happen to have over $100 lying around somewhere. It just doesn't really have anything new here. As a result, this series went out not with a bang, but a whimper. F-Zero Climax gets 3 out of 10. I guess the only thing here that could bring you back would be the track editor, but even then, I don't think I'll be revisiting this title anytime soon. And so, we've officially taken a look at what the F-Zero franchise had to offer. While most of what we covered was solid stuff, we also ran into some stinkers and ended with the obscurity that spiraled this series into an indefinite hiatus. And it's a real shame too, because I reckon a brand new F-Zero game, or at the very least a remake of X or GX, could be the stepping stone this series needs to get back on track. Miyamoto, however, doesn't necessarily know how to improve and evolve the series beyond GX. For me, the big one is accessibility. As a result of each game getting harder and harder, sales were rapidly declining with each new entry. Add to that the fact that people just stopped caring. They would instead go back to either Mario Kart or Crash Team Racing because F-Zero was just too complicated for them. Making a new game that is both challenging for veterans and inviting for newcomers could help improve sales drastically. You want the game to be suitable for all ages. Then you've got some of the obvious ones. Include more characters, more tracks, a bigger racing grid, up to 8 players on one console, dedicated online servers, that sort of stuff. I think a new F-Zero game could work. It's been 2 decades. Fans have waited long enough. There was a prototype that was made for the Switch, but it never left the starting gate, sadly. The only time we see F-Zero in the modern game scene is either cameos in other games or behind Nintendo's subscription paywalls. Whether it's Port Town appearing as a fighting stage in Super Smash Bros., Mute City and Big Blue being featured as DLC courses for Mario Kart 8, the Blue Falcon being an unlockable kart in Mario Kart Wii, a Captain Falcon themed amiibo racing suit for your Mii, or Blue Falcon and Fire Stingray briefly appearing in Super Mario RPG, F-Zero and its characters have made more appearances in other games than their own. But that doesn't take away from the lasting impact it had on the racing genre. A new wave of futuristic racers have been developed ever since F-Zero's inception in 1990. The PS1 classic Wipeout, the spiritual successor on the Switch known as Fast RMX, and all of the other indie projects in between, like Ballistic NG. I've actually played Fast RMX in the past, as well as for this video, and from what I played, it was a fun time. The graphics looked great for a Switch launch title, and you need to switch phases to correspond to the boost pad you're about to hover over. A mismatch causes your ship to slow down. The control was a bit tricky, but it didn't take long to get used to it. I didn't spend too much time with this game, so I won't be scoring it, but I will be sure to come back to it in the near future. Definitely pick it up at the eShop if you haven't already. There are plans for a sequel, and I'm all for it. And with the upcoming Aero GPX, which has a free demo on Steam as of the writing of this script, Man, the future of futuristic racing has never looked brighter.
You know what? Fine. You've been staring back at me these past 5 minutes. I'll put you in.
Aw, yeah, thank you so much for finally putting me in, Daddy.
Yeah, I figured, why not? You know, it's been 3.5 years since I last looked at this game, and my thoughts have drastically changed, so... Hang on, when did you gain sentience?
When you stopped taking your pills.
What pills? These pills. Oh Christ, you again? Yes, it's me, the funny man who says the funny, and I have your pills. That's a can of Pringles. Oh. Can I get through one video without anything weird happening? Well, hey, if you wanted me to leave, you should have asked. I have been ever since you moved in. Oh. I'll see myself out then. Finally, some peace and quiet. Now I can relax and play some Cash Twinsanity.
I feel so happy now.
Oh, I forgot about you. Not the weirdest thing I've seen. Hey, before I leave, do you know how I can become a VTuber?
So yeah, Crash Twinsanity. I reviewed this game back in 2019, and it's one of my least favorite videos I ever made.
So in an attempt to bury it, I want to return to this interesting title. This has to be the most polarizing game in the entire series. Many love it, many hate it. Back in 2019, I gave this game a 6 out of 10 score. That didn't age well in the slightest. And now that I have more experience under my belt, it's time to wrong those rights and sweep the past under the rug. I really need to come up with something else.
But can you blame me for wanting to return to this game? It is so damn broken to the point where every playthrough you discover something new. I may like this game, but that doesn't excuse the fact that it's an outright mess. It pisses me off on several occasions. But I still find myself coming back every so often to beat this thing 100%. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and bore you with all the shit that people constantly talk about when it comes to Twinsanity. It's very easy to talk about what could have been and judge the game based solely around that.
If that's how you review this game, then all the power to you, but honestly, I think hearing about Gone a Bit Coco, the entirely removed third dimension, and the removed lava caves level for the 1000th time gets old. I will be reviewing this game as it is. I do not give a shit about the shit that may or may not have sucked ass had they been included. This game doesn't deserve it.
So with that said, let's go back to the Insanity Islands. Cortex starts the game by stunning Coco and stealing her clothes and wig. I knew her hair wasn't real. Luring Crash into a trap while in disguise, Cortex begins the ambush battle. Then Crash and Cortex fight each other until they discover a greater evil who threatens to destroy their world, so they team up to take them down. The story itself is kind of lackluster, but the jokes, references, and fourth wall breaks more than make up for it. I won't lie, some of these cutscenes do still get a chuckle out of me.
Hey! Yeah, you! I've been doing this for 10 stinking years. Back and forward, and I'm sick of it! Well, I'm not gonna do it no more!
The soundtrack is interesting as well as unique. It was completely composed and performed by an a cappella group called Spiral Mouth. It's fine. Just fine. Yes, there are parts where it's a bit annoying, like the burping in Entropy's boss music, but other than that, I've got no problems with the music. It really just depends on your personal preference as far as a cappella goes. But imagine somebody actually really enjoyed this music, then they looked up Spiral Mouth on YouTube, listened to their cover of Spoon Man, and then thought to themselves, how the fuck did they make music for a Crash game? This is terrible! That's because of all the filters that were applied while making this game's soundtrack to make it sound tolerable. And yes, I know I said last time that I loved it, but I said a lot of dumb shit in 2019, so shut up.
And now, here's the part where I'm going to take you through my experience with this game while I was recording the footage for this video. And oh boy, have I got a lot to say.
Let's start off at the very beginning of the game. The first in-game cutscene you see is Aku Aku explaining what he does, even though this is the 5th main game in the series, so why is he doing this now?
My duty is to protect you.
You fat, bald bastard!
Crash Twinsanity gives you this big open area to explore and get used to the game's control, which makes me wonder why they bothered putting in a non-skippable tutorial. But I digress. There are 4 different worlds, each containing a general hub and 3 levels. In this game, gems are collected by finding them while on the main path or completing side puzzles. The gems unlock storyboards, the game's FMVs, concept art, and some of the cut content. And scanning through it all is actually intriguing. Apparently, Entrance was supposed to be in the game. This is where Evil Coco came from. Neat. I'll admit I do like going through these. They're a nice reward for all of your hard work. Oh, now that is nightmare fuel. But half of these puzzles can be skipped thanks to the development hell this game went through. Like here, this first puzzle in Jungle Bungle requires you to hit these totems with bombs in order to do some platforming to get the clear gem. But these trees are solid platforms you can jump onto, allowing you to skip the puzzle entirely. This isn't the only time this happens. In Twinsanity Island, there are 2 puzzles that are casually a pain in the ass. However, a perfectly placed belly flop allows you to collect the gem without having to do the puzzle. Did Soulja Boy program this? To be fair though, I do like the idea of Cortex being the first boss of the game. It is a nice change of pace. The fight itself is pretty meh, really. The only quote-unquote good boss fight in this game is Dingodile. Speaking of bosses, the last one is kinda mid. Pro tip, after you shoot the laser cannon, stand here. The machine gun will never hit you. After being defeated, the evil twins run away and proceed to get eaten by Evil Crash.
Well, this is one heck of an ending.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Victor. Because of the development hell, there are several occasions where you can see that the game was rushed. Aside from the many glitches, there are instances where the story gets completely cut in half. The best example is when you leave the Academy of Evil. After listening to the backstory of the evil twins, you cut to Crash on the airship, doing nothing. You just stand here awkwardly for about 10 seconds, and then you're back at the Iceberg Lab. Obviously something was supposed to happen here, but the devs simply just didn't have the time and removed it entirely, leaving us with this blank coffee break. On your way to the Academy, the airship gets invaded, and Cortex has to shoot down the ant soldiers. I wonder if Crash was supposed to do something similar on your way back, but I guess they just didn't have the time and gave us this instead. Who knows? But what about the random oddities? I managed to capture a few of them. I am a doofus. Whoa! In almost every cutscene, you can move Crash's head in a different direction with the right analog stick, which is honestly my favorite thing to do. I shouldn't be allowed to do this, but I am, and I love it. Sometimes Crash decides not to run and just slides across the floor. In Boiler Room Doom, for whatever reason, the last puzzle just randomly forces Cortex into the toxic river, making you start the puzzle all over again, and the worst part is that it's completely out of your control. You're at the whim of this game's physics. One time on stream, I managed to catch Crash going through the fly trap and Nina hitting herself. How did that happen?
Your mom.
Crash? What are you doing? Why did you just walk into that pillar? What the hell were you doing in there? You see this puzzle here? See how there are glass buttons you need to break in order to disable the force field? Well, you can belly flop on top of it and land on the other side. Top-notch design. Oh, and look here! It's Papu Papu. Just chilling. Hey, Coco. Okay, screw you too, bitch. Here is me clipping out of bounds in Ant Agony. There was me clipping out of bounds in Ant Agony. Here's one of my personal favorites. You come over to this beam here when you first enter the 10th dimension, jump down onto it, fall onto this support beam, then land on the surface. And now you're free to explore the Iceberg Lab hub again. You can tell the devs just copied and pasted these assets because, hey look, Wumpa Fruit! Now this is thumbnail material. Now what about the other playable characters? Cortex is easily the worst part, and thank God you only play as him for 5 minutes. As for Nina, she's alright. She's a more simplified version of Crash. She can grapple onto things with her arm as well as spin, but the trade-off is that she can't double jump. I don't mind this change. It makes Nina's level, Rooftop Rampage, stand out from the rest of the game. The level also has a banger of a song to accompany it, I will admit. It just sucks that her gameplay ends by the time you're used to it. While we're on the topic of the Academy levels, check this shit out. If you position Cortex at this specific spot, Madame Amberly will get stuck and only attack the same platform. If you couldn't tell up to this point, I love trying out all the other different glitches that don't require an ounce of effort. This is the main reason why I revisit it. In how many new ways can I make my playthrough faster and more interesting than the last? Back on the topic of the story, can I just say how almost nothing that happens in the game makes sense? Why does Cortex disappear in this cutscene? Why did Aku Aku and Uka Uka think teaming up to stop the evil twins was a good idea? What are Embryo and Entropy doing in this game aside from fan service? Brio turns into a big green goblin and bounces around, then Entropy fucking T-poses. What is with this random bit at the end of Ant Agony where they all meet up again and suddenly Spyro shows up? How the hell did Crash retrieve Mecha Bandicoot while Cortex and Nina were fighting the evil twins? And what the fuck is a vice versa reversal device? Also, half of the sound effects just don't exist.
I've never been so humiliated.
Embryo, get changed.
I can keep going, but I would be here for another 10 stinking years. There's just so much wrong with this game. It's impossible to condense it all into a review, which is probably why this game is one of the hardest to review, because what can you really say?
Well, how about the tribesmen being racially insensitive? Alright, in all seriousness, Crash Twinsanity is one of the most broken train wrecks I have ever played. It's not one of the worst games I've played, but it's not one of the best either. In terms of performance, this game runs alright on PS2, although there are a few instances where the game's frame rate does dip, usually when a lot is happening on screen.
But that's nothing compared to the Xbox version on 360. Whatever you do, do not play this. Why? This is why.
Sleep soundly, Nina, and don't fear the night, with its long claws that scratch and its sharp teeth that bite. Under the covers, there's no need to hide, for your uncle's a monster, and he's on your side! Nina, my adorable young niece. My, you're getting big and sneaky. Put her there, little lady. I see they need some adjustment. Let me take a look. Okay, young lady, let's see what you've learned.
Rooftop Rampage is borderline unplayable on 360. Look at this! Shit like this makes me wonder why Microsoft didn't just remove it from the compatibility list, or at the very least, warn the player before starting the game that they will encounter performance issues. Even funnier is that for the most part, the rest of the game runs just fine. It's just this part here. It's strange. But other than that, I really don't have anything else to comment on here. Do I like this game? Well, yes and no. Would I recommend it? Well, if you're extremely curious, or you want to see what you missed out on, or you're a speedrunner, then yes. Yeah, because of how broken this game is, and any percent completion only takes about 14 minutes or less. Jesus. By the way, if you haven't already, be sure to check out the speedrunning scene because it's unironically dope to watch. I'll leave links to a couple below. Watching these will make you realize you don't need any of the power crystals to beat the game. I'm not kidding, check it, one of my save files is missing a crystal. Why? Because I did this. Twinsanity is worth it for the slapstick humor and all the callbacks to previous games, but at its core, it is an unfinished pre-alpha build that should have just been sealed away from the public. Sorry, but 5 out of 10 is mighty generous. I would even argue 4 out of 10 is a bit forgiving, but I think that score makes more sense because this game truly is mediocre. So, my new score for Crash Twinsanity is 4 out of 10. If your opinion is different from mine, then that is totally fine. But please, understand why I'm among the vast majority of those who do not want to see a remake. It would be an entirely different game and one that I probably would end up hating. It's best to just let the past die and move on. Say what you will about the upcoming Crash Team Rumble, but at least Cash Banuka is trying something new. I'll most likely pick up this game for that reason. Also because Crash is my shut up and take my money franchise. I'll buy anything with his face on it. Okay, almost anything. So, to close off, Crash Twinsanity is unfinished. I may like it, but I can put my bias aside and critique this game from an impartial point of view. But at the end of the day, play the game for yourself and develop your own thoughts and opinions based on your experience. Don't be 2016, John.
Phew. Hopefully I don't have to worry about going back to another Crash game anytime soon. Especially since I'm trying to branch off from the series, but I'll always find some way to talk about it, and that's okay. But don't worry, if you're tired of Crash, good news! Next episode, I'm forcing one of my friends to review Sonic Unleashed with me. Isn't that right, Joe? I know, exciting, right? I first reviewed Sonic Unleashed back in 2020, and a few things have changed since then.
I've since got myself the luxurious Xbox Series X, which can play Sonic Unleashed at a lovely 60 frames per second. I've also improved my setup so I can capture better looking footage. However, my thoughts on Sonic Unleashed haven't really changed since that video. But recently, after revisiting the Wii version, I think that version of the game deserves more than a 6-minute quick look like in the old Unleashed video.
Considering the quality of what we're dealing with, I'm really not looking forward to doing an in-depth look at this. Wait, why don't I drag somebody into it with me?
And that is why the 1990 TMNT film is the best comic book movie ever made.
Oi!
Well, huh?
Want to do another video together?
Not until you apologize for being so rude to me during my Parappa retrospective. Wink, wink, plug, go watch it.
You honestly thought I was going to play Jammer Lammy with you?
Yes.
Alright, fine. I should have been a bit more polite. Something something dark place, something something learning from my actions, something something dysfunctional family. Anyway, it's been a while since we collaborated on a game review. Wink wink, anti-plug, don't watch. How about another one?
Well, that depends. What are we talking about?
Well, I was thinking we could do Sonic
Yes! I've always wanted to talk about Unleashed. I haven't yet because I couldn't capture footage of the game, but you have a capture card, so this is the perfect opportunity for me.
Wait, that's not what
I could go on and on about everything I love about this game. The level design, the art direction, the tough as nails but ever so satisfying S ranks, the combat, the music...
Joe! Will you just let me finish?
Oh, right. I should probably save that for the actual review. That's my bad.
Yeah, thing is, we're not talking about that Unleashed. We're going to be talking about the other one.
You're bluffing.
Oh no, we're going there. HD Unleashed, Child's Play. We're going to be talking about what last-gen owners, Nintendo fans, and poor people got that very same day in 2008 from Dimps.
Do I seriously have to do this? I don't enjoy looking at crap, you know, and that's coming from somebody that owns this.
That game is pretty shit. Sorry, my friend. No taking it back. Shall we begin?
Alright, fine. Let's try to get through Sonic Unleashed on the Wii and PlayStation 2.
So, Sonic Unleashed, while pretty divisive, turned out to be a really solid game.
You goddamn right it did.
And nowadays, most internet discourse surrounding it is about the HD version, as in the one by Sonic Team for PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. In 2008, however, the PS3 was still the cost of a limousine, and 90% of 360s eventually died faster than you can say,
I ate here!
And as for PC users, because of this dilemma, Sega tossed the other consoles a bone or two.
Enter Dimps. Dimps is no stranger to the Sonic IP, having started their odd relationship with 2001's Sonic Advance. After finishing that trilogy and making a few Sonic Rush games, the company was relegated to making demakes and interpretations of mainline Sonic games for lesser hardware, mostly consisting of handhelds getting dumbed down versions of Generations, Lost World, and some Olympics titles. They also worked on Sonic 4, but the mere mention of that makes my balls itch, so I won't go on about that. Nowadays though, Dimps' involvement with the Sonic series seems to be over, since the Switch ports of recent entries have been developed by the original teams, and mobile games are handled by Sega Hardlight.
But what happens when instead of cheese grating it for handhelds, they instead do so for previous generation consoles? Could we get something that's at a bit of a higher standard than a handheld game?
It's not like Dimps is known for low quality or anything. The Advance and Rush series have strong followings, their DS adaptation of Sonic Colors is considered by many to be better than the real one, and Dimps have also made some Dragon Ball Z games with some plagiarific music. So how bad could this possibly be?
Well, before we dive too deep, allow me to briefly talk about my history with this version of the game. See, I grew up with the HD version. I never owned UnWiished, as it's called now, until very recently actually. So, how did I know about this? And also, how the hell did I record the footage for it back in 2020? Well, one day I saw gameplay on YouTube and I got curious, but then I immediately lost interest until roughly 2017 when I pirated it. And I regret nothing. Between watching Game Grumps play it and my first real playthrough, which was the footage you saw in my old video, I couldn't stand playing this version. I would always just go back to my Xbox and play the real thing. And that was my history with this version of the game. What about you, Joe?
Well, believe it or not, this Wii version of Unleashed was actually my very first Sonic game. You might think it would be a bad place to start, but since I was a dumb 7-year-old, I still enjoyed it. I even played the game with the Wiimote and Nunchuck as opposed to the classic or GameCube controller.
You what?
Oh, and if you're wondering what my real first Sonic game was that isn't a bastardized interpretation of a better game, it's Sonic Adventure DX on the GameCube.
Oh, okay. Now, let's get this over with and jump in for real. Well, the main menu is definitely an improvement. The HD version was pretty minimal and started with just the game's logo, while here, the planet splitting is actually shown during the title sequence.
Sure, the animation isn't exactly stellar and it kind of looks like a Flash game, all that's missing is the compressed sounds, but it's something. Maybe they actually did care after all.
The opening cutscene is moved from starting a new save file to playing before the main menu, and besides the compression, the main difference here is the aspect ratio. The HD version actually cropped this opening video to 21:9, while this version actually features the original uncropped image. The opening is actually on YouTube without the cropping or the Wii compression, so I highly recommend you give it a watch there.
Speaking of cutscenes, pretty much all of them are just pre-rendered FMVs of the HD ones. Not the biggest deal in the world, but it definitely clashes with the new HD graphics, and it's a jarring shift when transitioning from cutscene to gameplay. And because of them being pre-rendered, they actually run better than they did in the HD version, unless you have an Xbox Series console, that is.
You bet your left nut I do. So not only do they run even better than they do on the Wii, but they're also skippable.
Wait, huh?
Yep, the Wii cutscenes cannot be skipped. At all. This makes no sense because these aren't even running in-engine, they're pre-rendered videos. Sonic Unleashed may have some good cutscenes, but they're not good enough to warrant forcing me to watch them again. The only real way to skip them is to watch them through the theater menu on a 100% save. But why the hell would I want to go through all that trouble just for the privilege to skip the fucking cutscenes?
So, with the cutscenes being pre-rendered, you're probably wondering about the dialogue with the townspeople. Well, feast your eyes on one of the worst changes in this version.
Seriously, what the hell am I looking at? The town layout is accurate enough, I guess, but you can't even walk around it anymore. Are you telling me the Wii couldn't handle walking around a town and talking to people? And what are these character renders? They look like they were traced over the actual 3D models. This looks like a visual novel, not something I would spend full price on at the store. In terms of the Wii visuals themselves, they're alright. This definitely looks like a Wii game. Environments may be blocky and the anti-aliasing is practically non-existent, but this is not a bad looking game by any means. Character models mostly made a smooth transition to 6th gen hardware, and the lighting actually looks kinda nice. It's also a lot better optimized than the HD version, so you're getting a consistent frame rate from start to finish. But again, I've got a Series X.
Yes, John, we're very proud of you for spending money. But yeah, even though the werehog looks like that creepy old lady's pit bull from across the street, this game isn't too shabby for the console. Listen, if you're like me, you would know a thing or two about bad-looking Wii games. So since this is a completely different studio we're working with, this is obviously going to play very differently than the real thing. So how did Dimps manage to translate the boost formula into 3D considering they're the ones who did it first with Sonic Rush?
Well, first off, Dimps actually mapped the homing attack to the jump button. The HD version was the only game in the series not to do this before Frontiers, so this is definitely a welcome change. As for the boost itself, on the other hand, we've got issues. See those dividers in the boost gauge? Each bar represents a 2-second boost you can perform with the boost button, meaning the thrill ride of boosting through most of a level is gone.
I think this might have been done to make the boost more of a timed action you do in specific parts of an act. Say there's a pile of enemies. Tap that boost button and Sonic will wipe them out. The only problem is that the levels in this version are barren wastelands with not much going on, leading to frequent empty hallways of button tapping just to keep boosting. For example, the end of Windmill Isle Act 2.
Look at this shit. This is why I said back in 2020 that this was unnatural.
Yeah, well, your face is unnatural. I'm busy. Fuck off. Oh, come on. Can I at least play some of the game with you? You know what? Sure. I'm at a part that's so easy, you can do it. Sweet! Wait. I'm just pressing Y? Riveting, isn't it? I'm leaving now. Oh, thank God.
What the hell just happened?
Sorry, that was my roommate Nitro. He does that all the time. Anyway, where were we?
Boosting?
Oh, right!
The HD version's boost levels were fast-paced, exhilarating stages that were gigantic in scope, oozing with spectacle, and required very fast reflexes to master. But on the Wii, you get tacky obstacle courses with nothing going on outside of maybe a spring followed by a chain of enemies to homing attack. You thought Forces had the most boring boost levels out of any of these games? Unleashed for the Wii would give Forces a run for its money.
The controls for Sonic don't help either. He turns around with the grace of a tour bus, and boosting heavily restricts your horizontal movement, so if you're on a narrow path, be careful when boosting or else you'll fly right off the edge. The only other thing this version has over the HD version's boost levels other than the homing attack is the drift. It's much more reliable and similar to how it would be in Sonic Generations.
The button mapping is strange though. I'm playing with the GameCube controller and boosting is on Y while drifting and sliding is on B. Yes, they're on the same button. I guess it makes sense, but it's radically different to the HD version.
Over on the PS2 version, boosting is on circle while sliding is on square, which is literally the opposite of how it is on PS3. And you bet your ass that screwed me up a lot when I played this version for the first time after completing the HD version.
The daytime stages just feel really underwhelming in comparison to the HD version. There's not much going on in the levels, Sonic's controls aren't the best, and constantly tapping the boost button to keep your speed up is really obnoxious. The only real upside is that the time threshold for the S rank is at the top left at all times, which makes going for S ranks a bit easier to follow.
Better yet, if you're playing with the standard Wiimote and Nunchuck, you not only have to shake the Wiimote to homing attack, but to boost as well, meaning you're going to be shaking that thing a lot if you want to keep your speed up. If I wanted to shake an elongated object up and down over and over again for an extended period of time, why am I playing Sonic Unleashed for the Wii?
That was a really bad joke.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Anyway, now on to the night levels.
Oh god, here we go. These are definitely the most divisive part of the game for a lot of people because lawn hack and slash stages don't exactly mesh well with fast-paced Sonic levels, unless you already like both gameplay styles. Me and Joe are exactly that way, so of course, we have fun with these stages.
The HD night levels feature a long combo list, varied enemies with specific weaknesses, QTE finishers for extra points, puzzle solving, and crazy shit like this. However, on the Wii, I guess Dimps wasn't very comfortable with making a complex hack and slash for the console considering they had to take motion controls into account, so now it's a bit more of a simple beat 'em up. Not a bad idea on paper, but this execution is abysmal.
The combat works like this. Left and right punches are on different buttons since they were initially mapped to shaking the nunchuck for the left hand and Wiimote for the right. On a controller, however, this feels wrong, especially since the GameCube controller mapped them to the fucking L and R shoulder buttons.
Hey, that's one thing the PS2 version does better, the attacks are actually on the face buttons. Yeah, it still feels horrible, but the idea of using L and R for punching makes me want to see a therapist.
So, tell me where it all began. When I got to the first night stage in Sonic Unleashed for the Wii and realized that I had to use the GameCube triggers to punch. Yep, you're a lost cause. Just like that SpongeBob speedrunner I had last week.
And remember the long combo list from the HD version that was actually fun to experiment with and made the game more replayable? Well, have fun unlocking a handful of combos throughout the game and a poor man's version of the Earthshaker. Beat 'em ups don't have to feature big movesets to be good. There can be other mechanics to take advantage of and a structure that makes replaying the game over and over actually fun.
But that's just not the case here. Sonic's attacks have all the weight and visual impact of a breath mint, grabbing is limited to objects, so flying enemies are even more of a pain than they were in the HD version, and the hitboxes are so bad, you frequently whiff when trying to hit the same enemy over and over. Dashing was remapped to double tapping the stick in any direction, and Sonic's traction here is basically the equivalent of ice skating in comparison to the HD version. There's also button prompts for literally every traversal action you do, which makes sense when playing with the Wiimote and Nunchuck, but for controllers it just looks dumb. Like, yeah, I know to press X here, I'm at Arid Sands, I know how the mechanics work by this point.
How's about that exquisite sound design? Dimps didn't program the voice clips to play randomly as you attack, instead giving every attack a specific clip to play. And since the moveset is so limited, you're going to be using the same basic combo a lot throughout the game, which leads to a lot of
God, shut the fuck up!
This gets really old, really fast. And no, the night level battle music doesn't help. Other than repetitive voice lines, pretty much all of the sound in this version is just lifted from the HD version. The Wii version's Gaia Gates actually use the full version of a song you only hear about 30 seconds of in the HD version.
Hey, wanna listen to some tunes?
But other than that, every song is here.
No, they aren't.
What are you talking about?
Go to Skyscraper Scamper.
Well, I'm trying to, but I can't seem to find it. Wait a minute.
Yep, this version is missing 2 entire continents.
Wait, 2?
Uh-huh. If you go to Savannah Citadel, they only included the Egg Beetle fight because it's important to the story. So in reality, you only get 7 continents in this version, with Eggman Land being one of them. And instead of the 30-minute gauntlet of the HD version, it's more in line with the rest of the game with a handful of day and night levels.
I understand not including Skyscraper Scamper because that stage literally added nothing, but other than time constraints, there's no excuses for excluding Savannah Citadel. Yes, I learned how to pronounce it. Shut up, Cidaddle.
Speaking of which, the structure and pacing is rancid in this version. Unskippable cutscenes means minutes of not being able to do anything between levels, the in-game hubs were changed to more menus, later in the game, continents start to have up to 5 night levels, and every time you finish a few levels, the game asks you if you want to quit. Jesus Christ.
If you thought the ratio of day and night levels was uneven in the HD version, the Wii version starts treating traditional Sonic like an afterthought. The night levels still go on for over 6 minutes, so having 5 of them in some of the continents makes it really drag on. People love to complain about the HD night levels being too long, claiming that they've been stuck on levels for 40 minutes, but that's horseshit. You can finish each one in around 12 minutes if you know what you're doing, and if you're speedrunning, they can be finished even faster.
My best time for Dragon Road Night in the HD version was less than 5 minutes. But having multiple mandatory night levels in this version means you're gonna probably have to deal with about 20 minutes worth of werehog in certain continents.
All of these pacing issues murder the replayability in this game.
You say that as if we would want to play this again in the first place, just like how fans of this version feel about backtracking for medals in the HD version. In case you're unaware, HD Unleashed had a system in place where new areas would be unlocked after collecting enough Sun and Moon medals, similar to collectathon platformers like the 3D Marios or Banjo-Kazooie.
However, the game doesn't really let you know in advance to keep an eye out for medals, and the requirement later in the game does get a bit steep, meaning a good chunk of players probably had to backtrack to find more. People who prefer the Wii version, as well as Unleashed critics in general, often cite this as a fatal flaw for the game and a big reason as to why they don't enjoy playing it.
However, in the Wii version, medals are handled a bit differently. Instead of actually picking them up during the levels and hub worlds, you get awarded a certain amount of medals for completing objectives, such as beating the stage in a set time frame and whatnot.
Not a bad idea. Yet another thing Dimps handled better in this version. But here's the thing. This doesn't exactly mean you can just play the game super linearly and reach the end in one go. Like John said, they're objective based. Not everyone is going to complete enough tasks on the first go, meaning some people are going to have to backtrack anyway, so what difference does it make?
Even if this is an improvement over the HD version's medal system, this version introduces so many more problems that we've already discussed. Fixing one problem doesn't excuse the new ones. That's like saying you managed to paint the fence outside and got paint all over the rest of the yard. And if you think the medal system is enough of an improvement over the HD version to warrant playing this instead, keep in mind that not only are you missing 2 entire continents, but But the other glaring flaws that are introduced here stack up to matter way more than just a single aspect.
Yes, the HD medals can get annoying, but those levels are good enough for me to not get pissed off for having to play some of them again. And while I don't really have to backtrack in this version as long as I know what I'm doing, the gameplay still blows, so it's not that much of a fix.
Oh, real quick, in this version, some of the cutscenes actually had to have their brightness lowered because Nintendo didn't want to deal with lawsuits again.
God, are we done yet? I feel like we've covered everything there is to say about this garbage.
Nope. We've still got the final boss to talk about.
Oh Jesus, I already dislike it in the HD version, so how bad is this gonna get?
Hey John, nothing's happening. John?
Sorry. Had to take a piss. Okay, I'm good.
Wait, it's good?
A little. In a stark contrast to the HD version's tedious Gaia Colossus section where you slowly fly to the boss and do a few QuickTime events, this version actually has you face Dark Gaia head-on in a kaiju battle.
They literally took one of the worst bosses in the Sonic series and turned it into Punch-Out! Yeah, it's really clunky and I'd much rather play real Punch-Out considering it's on the same damn console, but it's an improvement nonetheless.
The supersonic part is still lame though, not really much to comment on there. But this final boss is still better than in the HD version. Why couldn't the rest of the game have as much thought put into it as this boss?
I genuinely can't wrap my head around the fact that the thing they focused on the most during development is at the very end of the game after you played about 5 hours of this mess.
Okay, now we're done. We've basically discussed everything there is that's worth noting about this version of UnWiished.
Well, it's about damn time, too. Why did I agree to this?
I'm not going to go too hard and say Dimps was to blame here because this was in development at the exact same time as the HD version was at Sonic Team. They probably had very little to work with when it came to references, so they really just had to make it up as they went along. And since the deadline was day and date with the HD version, they definitely had to cut corners in a few areas, such as the basic combat system and missing continents.
I'm not just blindly hating this version for fun. This was my very first Sonic game, and like we stated before, there are positives. But the negatives introduced here greatly outweigh those positives. I enjoyed this as a kid, but I'm a grown-ass man now, and I can see the flaws in media that I've enjoyed as a stupid child.
In the end, this version of UnWiished is kind of a mess. The controls simply don't feel very good regardless of which controller you use, the selling points have been toned down drastically, the overall presentation is very budgeted and not up to the quality standards of a AAA console title like a Sonic game, and with every improvement it makes to its 7th generation counterpart, it introduces another chunk of problems.
Even if you prefer this game's method of progression, all this game does wrong from start to finish makes you not want to progress in the first place. Sonic Unleashed for the Wii is absolutely a product of its time due to its stark differences from the game it's based on releasing on the exact same day. This practice has been mostly abandoned by the gaming industry, with the only exception outside of mobile games being those FIFA Legacy editions for Nintendo Switch.
Alright, we're done. You can leave now.
Finally!
This'll probably come back to bite me in the ass, but hey, I had fun going back to this version of UnWiished. At least to start. I don't see myself revisiting this again anytime soon, but I do want to update my score, as 3 out of 10 is pretty harsh for this game, even with its problems. So, 4 out of 10 will be the new score. Next up, the Starfall Islands, because I'm gonna get the Platinum Trophy for Sonic Frontiers.
Wait. Hey! I want to do Sonic Frontiers too!
Sonic the Hedgehog has returned to greatness.
I've been longing to talk about a new Sonic game that was actually good, and finally, there is one, Sonic Frontiers. But the road there wasn't as smooth sailing as you would think. Do you remember the 7 minutes of gameplay IGN showed us back in June? Oh boy. I remember watching this and saying to myself, are they for fucking real? This is terrible! The like to dislike ratio was 50-50. Fans were not happy. Like, just do something! See this? This was that video in a nutshell. And to be honest, I stopped caring about this franchise because the games were just never gonna be good again. Until they started showing actual gameplay, gave us an overview of what we do in the game, and resurrected Knuckles with the Prologue animation. I'm not even kidding. Seeing all of this got me curious, like maybe Sega is actually listening.
Then November 8th came around. After voting, I immediately drove to Walmart to pick this game up. And after playing this game and completing it 100% while collecting every single achievement, I can confidently say that this is the best 3D Sonic game in 14 years. I loved it so much I bought it digitally on PS5 to add it to my Platinum Trophy collection, giving Nitro Fueled some much needed company. This game was simply put fantastic from start to finish, but it still has its problems. In this video, I will be going through as much of the game as I can without sounding too biased. Then after I assign the score, we'll take a detour as I talk about my experience getting the Platinum Trophy, while also giving you some helpful tips in the process. I'm not sure how long this video will end up being, so I'll leave timestamps in the description down below so you can skip to which part you want to watch. But of course, this is still a relatively new game, so it's possible that somebody watching this video has not played it yet. In that case, you are walking into spoiler territory from here on out. If you don't want the game spoiled for you, I highly recommend that you leave the video immediately and play it for yourself. Trust me, going in blind is the best experience ever, especially for Sonic Frontiers. This is your final warning. Leave the video now if you want to avoid spoilers. Alright, with that obligatory spoiler alert out of the way, let's dive in.
Now, wait just 1 second. Because YouTube loves accidentally flagging a vast majority of Sonic-related videos as for kids, I'm going to briefly show a clip of Tourette's guy saying the F word several times, starting now.
Fuck! Fuck, 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 fuck! Oh!
Alright, now on with the review. We begin the game with Eggman approaching an ancient portal with a talking gadget he invented. The gadget opens the portal to what is called cyberspace, a cyber network that contains stored data. Eggman gets pulled into the portal, trapping him there. Meanwhile, Sonic, Tails, and Amy fly the tornado to the Starfall Islands, looking for the Chaos Emeralds. Already, the story is better than anything Pontac and Graf came up with, and we haven't even done anything. The tornado gets sucked into a portal that sends everyone to cyberspace, but Sonic is able to escape. He has now been given the task by some eerie voice in the sky to
find the Chaos Emeralds, destroy the Titans, tear down the walls between dimensions.
So the goal is to explore the island, collect the emeralds, and beat the big boss in order to rescue Sonic's friends. Just a heads up, the game defaults to 4K mode in the graphics settings. Do yourself a favor and change it to 60 FPS mode. On PS5, it's called Performance Priority Mode. Yeah, Sony likes to use big words. Anyway, the first thing you might notice in terms of the voice acting is how much more serious everyone sounds. This game made me realize the potential Roger Craig Smith had as Sonic's voice. In previous games, Roger's Sonic was so fucking annoying due to the games not taking themselves seriously. Here, actual voice direction was given to the actors, and I honestly owe Roger an apology. While I still prefer Jason Griffith, there's no doubt Roger did a great job. The same can be said for the rest of the cast as well. Anyway, back to the game. On the island, you'll see these red question marks. These are the missions. Each mission you complete rewards you with a red seed of power or blue seed of defense, as well as reveal more of the map piece by piece. One of the biggest complaints from fans is how uncontrollable Sonic can get when boosting at high speeds. This has been a glaring problem for a long time, even UnWiished had this problem. However, that game's levels were designed with these hiccups in mind. The games that followed were not. Because of everybody's bitching, Sega decided to give us all the customization we needed. You can now adjust Sonic's speed and turning to best suit your playstyle. You can even turn off all of the HUD if you wanted to. After trekking along for a bit, you will encounter your first mini-boss, a Guardian as this game calls it. Upon defeating a Guardian, they will drop a portal gear. The gears are used to unlock the cyberspace levels. In these levels, you can collect vault keys, used to unlock the vaults holding the Chaos Emeralds. Each level has 4 keys, one for reaching the goal, one for getting the S rank, one for collecting X amount of rings, and one for collecting all 5 of the red star rings. Now's a good time to bring up that I fucking hate these things. They are so annoying and are completely void of any value in every game they're in. I don't even bother collecting these because what's the fucking point? Not to mention, they are always put in the stupidest locations ever, deliberately making you go out of your way to find them. God, I hate these stupid ass things. So why do I find myself wanting to collect them all in Sonic Frontiers? Well, it's simple. They're not placed in asinine locations, and they do serve a purpose because, like I mentioned a moment ago, you get another key for finding them all in the level. The cyberspace levels are this game's special stages, as you don't need to find and complete any of them to continue the story. More on why that is later. These stages also take layouts and locations from previous games. Let me tell you, Sonic Team really had the balls to make the first one Green Hill. The level itself is actually Windmill Isle Act 1 from UnWiished. The backdrops are Green Hill, Chemical Plant, Sky Sanctuary, and Eternal Highway, the latter being an original environment taking inspiration from SA2's City Escape. While most of these stages reuse layouts of previous stages from Adventure 2, UnLeashed, and Generations, there are some original stages, and even some stages that are a mashup of the two. For example, 3-5 is an original level with elements inspired by Savannah Citadel Act 2. These stages were the center of controversy surrounding this game. I never understood why. They aren't the main focus in the grand scheme, and that much is clear from the very first one. Moving on. This game combines linear objectives with what is referred to as open zone platforming. What I like about this game is that you are free to explore and progress at your own pace. There is still an end goal here, but the islands are so big in scope that you'll find yourself covering a lot of ground. It intrinsically motivates you to seek out the side missions and reveal more parts of the map, therefore making it easier to locate stuff. In fact, if you complete every mission on the island, you'll unlock the entire map and the ability to fast travel to any of the cyberspace portals, including ones you may not have discovered yet. Each island will also have a section that caters to fans of the old games by giving you a mini stage within it, with designs and layouts similar to the adventure games. I live for this shit. And the best part is that these aren't for the sake of nostalgia fulfillment, because at the end of each of these, there is a Chaos Emerald to collect so long as you have enough keys. Otherwise, it's just a waste of time. On your journey, you'll spot these little stone creatures called Coco. Bring them to Elder Coco to upgrade your top speed and ring capacity. Bring the seeds you collected to the Hermit Coco to upgrade your defense and power. When you reach the ring threshold, your boost will be more effective. Speaking of the boost, you can only use it for a short period of time, unless you make an infinity symbol with Sonic's new Psy-Loop ability. By holding triangle, you can trigger the Psy-Loop, somebody played Pac-Man World 3, allowing you to collect hidden treasures, break enemy shields, and give Sonic an infinite boost for a few minutes. There's no limit to how many times you can do this, so do it whenever you want. Because the game is more combat evolved, Sonic has other abilities in his skill tree. These need to be unlocked by collecting skill pieces, which then give you skill points. You use those skill points to upgrade Sonic's arsenal. Once you wrap your head around all of that, you now have another collectible in this game: memory tokens. On each island, Sonic meets up with one of his friends while they're trapped in cyberspace. Their condition is stable, but they begin to slowly lose their memory. You maintain their stability by collecting memory tokens scattered all over the island. You can also use these tokens to talk to the game's new character. This is Sage, voiced by Ryan Bartley. She is a being of artificial intelligence created by Dr. Eggman. While she cannot fully control the Titans, she can manipulate them to attack Sonic. The Titans cannot be defeated by normal means. Sonic needs to obtain all 7 Chaos Emeralds and turn into Super Sonic in order to stand a chance.
There is a lot to take in here, which I like. You are given multiple ways to progress throughout the game, and you can always switch it up whenever you so choose. And by the way, every single item that I mentioned can be purchased at one of the game's fishing spots. Yes, you heard that right.
On each island, there is a portal that takes you to a spot to go fishing. You'll meet Big, who is willing to lend you his spare rod in exchange for purple coins, which can be found on the island, usually near structures and portals. Each item you catch nabs you a certain amount of tokens. You can also get gold cards by reeling in treasure chests. These can then be exchanged for everything you need to beat the game. And on top of that, a recent update added a new way to get tokens without needing purple coins. This barbecue spit minigame, which pays homage to the Monster Hunter series. Take the roast off the spit at the right time to get more tokens from Big. Use the tokens to buy whatever you need. This allows you to skip the cyberspace levels entirely if you don't want to play any of them. It's like a cheat code that the game encourages you to use, but at the same time, does this game want me to play it or not? It is nice though that this is given to the player as another option, despite it being incredibly OP. You can also buy Egg Memos. These are Eggman's voice logs that he recorded whilst in cyberspace. It's so cool listening to these, and I'm glad to see that he also doesn't like being called Baldy McNosehair. Never bring that joke back again, Sega. This was an exception. Welcome to the back patio. Every once in a while, you'll play a minigame on the island. These are called quests, and they must be completed in an allotted time in order to continue with the story. Completing most of these gives you a Chaos Emerald. Once you have 6 of them, you will then encounter one last objective to complete in order to find the way to the Titan. This first one is really annoying. You have to figure out which one controls which, and it can get confusing. But after figuring it out, the path is opened up and it's time to confront the Titan. But you may recall, Sonic only has 6 emeralds, so where's the 7th one? Well, it's on the Titan's head. You need to find a way to climb up to it in order to retrieve the emerald. Very reminiscent of Shadow of the Colossus. Once Sonic has all 7 Chaos Emeralds, he becomes Super Sonic, and it's time to battle. Each fight against the Titans is accompanied by hardcore 2000s heavy metal, and it's the best shit ever, no exaggeration. All vocal tracks for these fights, Undefeatable, Break Through It All, and Find Your Flame, were done by Kellen Quinn of Sleeping with Sirens, with Danger Kid's Tyler Smith joining him in Find Your Flame. And holy shit do they crank these boss fights up to 11. These are, without a doubt, the highlights of the game, and make the Emerald hunts worth it in my opinion. I would even argue that they just might be some of the best, if not the best bosses in the entire series. They're that good. They made Super Sonic raw again. Another thing that I love about Super Sonic in this game is that you don't have to worry about learning a new control mechanic. In previous games, Super Sonic always controlled differently compared to regular Sonic, and oftentimes, it was difficult to adjust while fighting the fucking final boss. Even UnWiished had this issue. However, in Sonic Frontiers, everything you did as Sonic, you can do as Super Sonic. Control is the same. Thank you. Anyway, Titan number 1 defeated. That's just 1 island out of 5, and it took me roughly 2 to 3 hours to complete it. In the amount of time it takes to beat Sonic Forces twice, we've only beaten 1 Titan. That is an improvement in and of itself. Whoa, what was that all about? Well, maybe we'll get more context if we keep going, so let's head to the next island. And as you can probably guess, everything we did on Kronos Island, we do again on Eris Island, only with tougher enemies and guardians. Just wash, rinse, and repeat until you get to Rhea Island. Or is it Ray Island? Or Rhea Island? I don't fuck it. On this island, there are 6 super tall towers that you need to shut down. When I say super tall, I wasn't kidding. These things are fucking tall. They can take anywhere from 3 to 6 minutes to reach the top. Falling at any point increases that time. Fun fact, there's a tiny island you can get to by jumping off the first tower. It's in the shape of Sonic's shoe, so I decided to call it Soap Island. It's already registered, so don't steal it. Check it out, there's even a dash panel here to get back to the main island. Sonic Team knew someone would try this, and I fucking love it. While shutting down the towers, we learn more about the Ancients and how the emeralds ended up here. They traveled to this world in refuge when theirs was destroyed by an unknown figure. After shutting down all 6 towers, Sonic ends up stuck between dimensions and the seal is broken, freeing the one responsible for that catastrophe I mentioned earlier. Amy, Knuckles, and Tails come together and reverse Sonic's corruption, bringing him back to the real world. Sage then proposes a temporary alliance with Sonic, which Eggman vehemently denies, but Sage eventually convinces him. I have to admit, it is nice to see Eggman take the back seat here and not be the main villain for a change. Now, before we go any further, it's probably worth noting why Sage wants to join forces with Sonic to save the world. Well, Sega and new writer Ian Flynn, known for his work on the comics, gave her and everybody else this funny little thing called character development. Maybe you've heard of it. At first, all she does is just tell Sonic to leave the islands. However, as the game goes on, she begins to grow envious of the friendship Sonic builds with everyone around him. While watching his conversations with Tails, it gets to the point where she sheds a few tears because her wish is to be part of a family born of love. She even starts changing color, but at no point does that ever get acknowledged, which is strange. She is capable of many things, but most of them are held back due to who her creator is. Flynn did a great job writing her character. So, in dire straits, she calculates the best chance for survival, and the only way is to team up with Sonic. This leads us to the last island in the game, Oranos Island. This is a good time to mention something I'm not necessarily a fan of. That would be these cutscenes. Most of them just cycle through set animations, which is really lame. I understand budgets exist, but this is inexcusable. But hey, at least you can actually see Sonic and friends talk to each other, and it isn't just text bubbles, or the shit Forces did. So while it isn't the greatest improvement, it's still an improvement. Anyway, this island lets you buy as many cocoa as you want from Big, provided you have the tokens to do so. Big, what chemicals did you put in the water? This frog is gay now.
Oh, is that what that green stuff was? I thought it was Mountain Dew.
Can I also say how easy it is to stay at fishing spots for hours? It's so relaxing to fish, and the music complements that perfectly. You can run out of purple coins without even noticing. How do you get more? By finding them on the island, or by winning some with a slot machine that appears during what is called a starfall. Every few nights a starfall will occur. Starfalls resurrect all the enemies and guardians on the island. During this time, you can collect star bits to trigger the slot machine. Winning prizes nets you purple coins, and cocoa if you get them. The starfall ends at dawn. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, there's a dynamic day and night cycle on each island. Sometimes it even rains, which is really cool. In fact, there are some missions that can only be completed at night. I go to these ASAP, so I don't have to worry about them later. Thankfully, there's only a couple of them on each island. You might notice that up to this point, I've been turning off certain displays. Once everything is maxed out and or upgraded, I find it unnecessary to have them displayed. The last emerald is inside the giant building in the middle of the island, and the only way in is to beat this hacking game, which you first encounter on Chaos Island. This pays homage to an arcade game called Ikaruga, where you switch between dark and light shots to protect your ship from incoming projectiles. Shooting enough of them charges a laser shot, which does more damage. If you get hit by a projectile that doesn't correspond to the shot you're firing, your ship explodes and you lose a life. Once that's done, access to the 6th emerald is granted. Eggman then gives Sonic the last emerald to confront the last Titan. Supreme, yeah. Sorry if I'm talking about the story a lot, but it's honestly needed, as this game is very story-driven, similar to other story-driven franchises like Klonoa, Kingdom Hearts, or Final Fantasy. After defeating the last Titan, Sage gains control of it, and flies up to space with Super Sonic to confront the final threat, known simply as the End.
He took your home world. He took your lives.
Sonic, did you just assume the End's gender? You're gonna get cancelled!
The End is a mysterious entity that travels across the universe with malicious intent. Its goal is to wipe out all life that exists. It was that eerie voice aiding Sonic the entire time. Once the battle begins, the End launches a big laser, which is immediately penetrated by Sage. She then slingshots Super Sonic towards the End, prompting 3 final QTEs with the square button. And that's it.
Wait, what? That's all you have to do in order to beat the End? What the fuck? Compared to everything else in this game, including the fights against the Titans, this is so underwhelming and anticlimactic. Crash 2's final boss is harder than this, and that was piss easy. Pa-fucking-thetic.
Dark Gaia, I owe you an apology. Your boss fight may have blown chunks, but at least you had one. Oh well. Super Sonic charges into the End, and the End proceeds to charge itself up in a last-ditch effort to destroy the world. Sage sacrifices herself to destroy the End. Another likable character that gets killed off immediately. It's Chip all over again. Tails, Knuckles, and Amy are freed from cyberspace as Sonic returns to the surface. They leave the island while Eggman stays behind, mourning the loss of who he now calls his daughter. This shows how Eggman still has a human side in him. Sage helped to bring that into realization. She was beyond anything Eggman had created before, and he was proud of her accomplishments. So it made sense that he would feel sorrow, knowing he wouldn't see her again.
While this is a solid end to the game, it still doesn't excuse the fact that there was no real battle against the End. Actually, there was. You just didn't play it. What are you talking about? The game is over. Yes, but you can go back to before confronting Supreme and change your difficulty to hard. That's the only way you can actually face the End. Oh.
And that's all I could say was, oh.
Alright, well, let's do that then.
Hey, look at that, Nitro was right. There is a true final boss fight. Remember that hacking game back on Chaos Island? Guess what? That's the boss. Cool, but also lame. Although it is really cool hearing the end spit a bunch of nonsense about its history with the ancients. It also talks about Sonic's past battles against machines and gods, which may be references to fights against Metal Overlord and Dark Gaia and so on. Now, I'd like to take a few minutes to talk about this boss. See, I think the devs were going for a sort of phase 2 of the Supreme fight. After all, it was being controlled by the end. This part of the fight isn't really a final boss, but rather a conclusion to your experience. The music and visuals certainly back up that case. With the end's monologue, the Ikaruga fight, and I'm with you in the background, this shapes up to be a spectacular finale. The more I play it, the bigger my appreciation for it grows. This shot of Supersonic flying through space like a shooting star is fucking awesome. So once the true final battle is over, we actually get a different song that plays after Dear Father. Instead of Vandalized by One OK Rock, we get to listen to One Way Dream performed by Nathan Sharp. After the credits, we get one final cutscene where Eggman is typing away at a computer, and, well, I'll let the rest of it speak for itself.
Father?
That's my girl.
He brought Sage back. She might return in future games.
After beating the main game, you unlock Arcade Mode, where you can play all of the cyberspace levels again if you wish. You get nothing for beating them here, but hey, they're here for the time attacks, I guess. And that's just the story and basic premise. There's so much more to talk about here, like the music. Tamoya Otani, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing that, composed most of the music in this game, and I swear he never fucking misses. Seriously, every score is fantastic. Go stream it or look it up on YouTube. You won't regret it. I don't think there's a single one that I dislike. Although the cyberspace music is kinda meh. It all sounded the same to me. Though there are a few that stand out. Flowing, Deja Vu, and Enjoy This World. The latter sounds like it was ripped straight out of Fall Guys. What I love about the music is that every time you collect a Chaos Emerald, the movement changes. And if you stand still for a bit, the music quiets down. Really cool. And of course, we can't talk about the music without once again bringing up the vocal tracks that play during the Titan boss fights. Holy shit. Undefeatable while fighting Giganto, break through it all during Wyvern, find your flame for the night fight, and the instrumental of the game's main theme, I'm Here, during the first half of Supreme. Then hearing the vocals kick in during the second half, it's just so fucking awesome! This is the most fun I've had playing a Sonic game in a hot minute. Now, let's talk about the controls. You boost with R2, jump and double jump with X, home and attack with square, stomp with circle, side loop with triangle, quick step with L1 and R1, lock onto enemies with R3, and lightspeed dash with L3. It all feels incredibly natural in this game. Playing a lot of Unleashed growing up made me feel right at home with the home and attack being on a different button. But the controls have their issues. Okay, so the controls are fine on the islands, but in cyberspace? Good God. See, for the levels that are original or SA2, the controls aren't much of an issue, but for boost levels from Unleashed and Generations, the controls are way more cumbersome than they should be. If you boost or stomp in the air, you can't do it again until you touch ground. This goes for the islands as well, but it's much more apparent in cyberspace due to the linearity of the levels. Oftentimes this throws me off and causes me to die a lot. However, I will say the controls don't take that long to get used to. I just think that Sonic is rather slow in these levels, as your stats on the islands don't carry over in cyberspace, which is strange. This is especially apparent in, you guessed it, the boost levels. It's just weird, man. Back on the island, it's not necessarily the controls that hinder the game, but rather the physics surrounding them. I swear, sometimes wall climbing just doesn't work the way the devs intended. I find myself falling off these things, and I always feel cheated. I know how to climb the walls, so why isn't Sonic climbing the walls? Another big issue is that Sonic's momentum is completely unpredictable. Combined with the spotty depth perception, it's hard to predict your jumps a lot. When you're running in a straight path, the slightest speed bump causes Sonic to fucking ascend to Saturn. I mean, Christ, it's just outright ridiculous. These hiccups really do a number on the game's replay value. But am I willing to put up with all of this bullshit happening around me? Well, for me, the answer is yes. But for most of you, the answer might be no. It really comes down to patience. If you can deal with these quirks, you have yourself an otherwise very solid game.
Oh, and I haven't even mentioned the references to past Sonic games present here. Wait, why am I back outside?
Yes, aside from cyberspace, there are a ton of callbacks, references, and nods to games from throughout the series. Things like the Eclipse Cannon on the Ark, the Mystic Ruins, civilizations like the Black Arms and the Babylonians, and name drops like Tikal, Infinite Styx, Tangle from the comics, Silver, Shadow, Omega, Rouge, Orbot and Cubot, Maria, Zavok, Jet, fucking Dark Gaia. Sage brings up Neo Metal from Heroes. If you're a Sonic fan, you will love hearing all of this. As far as the graphics go, this game looks incredible. The dynamic skybox certainly helps with that too. Just look at how the sun reflects off of Sonic at some angles. Look at the raindrops falling on his head. It all feels so real. It's kinda scary, I'm not gonna lie. Nothing to see here, just another day in New York. The foliage on the island reacts to Sonic's movement, making you feel like you have an effect on your surroundings.
And remember what I said earlier about character development? Well,
on every island, Sonic gets to spend quality time with one of his friends. Amy on Kronos, Knuckles on Ares, and Tails on Chaos. Each cutscene sees Sonic and insert friend here talk about the events happening around them, and they start to reflect on past experiences, as well as what happened on the islands. On Kronos Island, Amy and Sonic help Coco find their true love. When they do, the two are reunited in a flashback, and the Coco souls are finally able to live in peace. Every time this happens, this symbol appears in the sky. Nobody knows what this symbol means, and the game doesn't ever mention its existence. Eventually, the conversations lead to Sonic's friend getting themselves out there to see the rest of the world on their own terms. In the past, I'm almost certain Sonic would have said something along the lines of, "But we're friends and you'd be nothing without me, chili dogs." But in this game, Sonic actually encourages everybody to go and do their own thing. Amy wants to share her love with the world, Knuckles wants to get off his island and live life, and Tails wants to fly solo so he can redeem himself.
Wait, Tails actually wants to not be a pussy anymore?
See, in recent entries, Tails would always wind up cowering whenever the slightest sliver of adversity approached him. He would just hide or call for Sonic. He even pussied out from fucking Chaos Zero. In this game, he starts to think about those events, and even mentioned another version of himself confronting him in cyberspace, telling him that he was a no-good, helpless coward. He even goes as far as to ask Sonic if he's a burden. Sonic is quick to put those fears to bed, but it wasn't enough. Tails decides to go on his own adventures once he's free. This is great. It shows that Sega and Sonic Team are aware of how poorly Tails was treated. He's supposed to be a smart, energetic kid who looks up to Sonic and is able to fend off bad guys on his own. The past few games just threw that logic out the window and made Tails so unlikable because he did nothing and added nothing. This is so refreshing to hear. Tails feels guilt from not being much of help. This game rebuilt Tails' character, no exaggeration. Now here's something weird but cool. If you sit around and do nothing for 10 minutes at a specific spot on the island, Sonic will briefly say something about his friends, the Chaos Emeralds, or what he plans to do when he goes home. Sometimes you'll even get to hear the end explain how to progress. These are really cool, but who the hell is going to sit here and do nothing?
We can't just sit here and do nothing!
The end also tells you to get back on the main path if you try to stray from it. The most notable example is on Rhea Island, if you try to return to the Kronos part of it. Yeah, the last two islands are just different parts of Kronos. Speaking of the end, they have two voices that they like to use whenever. They have a female voice, which is Cindy Robinson, and a male voice, which is Mike Pollock. No, that isn't a joke. During their battle, they mention their imprisonment in cyberspace and inform the player that no matter what you throw at them, the outcome remains the same. I guess we know where Sage got that attitude from.
I am infinite.
Last I checked, Infinite was a jackal, not a big fucking purple moon.
I am inevitable.
Look, just because you're purple doesn't mean you can pretend to be Thanos. I find myself replaying this fight just to hear these again and get a better understanding of what they're talking about. I doubt we've seen the end of, well, the end, because its defeat seemed too easy. There's no telling how many incarnations it has. This could just be the first one, who knows? It felt like this game ended before the story could really get its feet moving. We still don't know what this symbol means, we don't know if we've truly beaten the end, and there are still a lot of unknowns in this game that haven't been revealed.
Well, Sega and Sonic Team have plans for this game in 2023. 3 major updates will roll out over the course of the year, adding new features, Coco, and modes free of charge.
The Holiday and Monster Hunter suits were just the beginning. The game is also getting a jukebox, a photo mode, and new modes like a boss rush, it seems. This is a huge lifesaver because the only way you could fight these titans again, aside from Supreme, is if you start a new game. So having this update is a godsend. By the time this video goes up, it will already be available. I'll go more in depth once every major update is out. The biggest update, in my opinion, is the last one. This will add Tails, Knuckles, and Amy as playable characters, and expand on the lore with a new story. Holy shit. We have a lot to look forward to, and I can't wait to return to the Starfall Islands to continue this one-way dream. See what I did there? I am so happy to see Sonic truly back in all of his glory, and I think the future looks bright for the series going forward. I'm really glad I saw this to the end. I fucking love this game. With all that being said, I'm going to be giving Sonic Frontiers a 7 out of 10. I was debating that score, but the positives immensely outweigh the negatives to the point where they're just simply gripes. I will be putting an asterisk on it though, as hopefully the updates will make this game even more enjoyable for fans, both new and old. I'll be sure to revisit this game once the dust settles and we have our hands on the last major update. If the game improves between now and then, I will undoubtedly bump up my score to an 8. For now, I'm very happy with the state of this game and the lasting impact it will forever have on the franchise. Even though I am strongly encouraging you to pick this game up, I will say this. Wait for a price drop. I don't think this is worth $60 in my opinion. Wait for it to go on sale or get it when it's free on PS Plus. Don't pay full price for it. And this concludes the review portion of this video. That was a lot to take in, but I hope you're enjoying it thus far. Now comes the fun part. I get to talk about my experience with the game while I was getting the Platinum Trophy, as well as give you some helpful tips if you decide to do this too. So, in the words of Philip DeFranco, let's just jump into it. Just a quick disclaimer before we do, I will be going through these trophies in the order in which I collected them, just to make it easier for me. The only exceptions will be the ones that I will group together because they're the same trophy just for a different island. I'll point them out when we get to them. Okay, you ready for this? Out of the 40 trophies you get in the game, cyberspace is only needed for 2 of them. In fact, you can get both of them in 1-1 when you start the game. You get Perfect Run the first time you complete all 4 missions in the stage. If you do this, you will also get the Superior Ranking Trophy, which you get for your first S rank. There you go, no more cyberspace, see you later, bye! No, I'm kidding. I went through and completed every mission in every cyberspace portal. It's not required, but I did it anyway because I was intrinsically motivated. Anyway, our first steps on Kronos Island are shortly met by the first mission. Prioritize these missions. Why? Because when you complete them all, you will have a full view of the map and unlock the ability to fast travel to any of the portals on the island. It saves time trying to hunt down every single one. The third trophy I got was Unknown Threat, and you get this trophy after defeating your first Titan, which should be Ninja, and if it isn't, what the hell is wrong with you? My next trophy was Speed Demon, and you get this for boosting at max speed for the first time. See, Sonic Team decided to include a reference to the movies by implementing this feature. When you reach your ring threshold, Sonic is able to run faster with the boost. Your starting cap is 400 rings, which is more than enough. Then trophy number 5 was The Journey Begins, acquired after completing the tutorial. I then went over to see Elder Coco, netting me another trophy. This is a good time to remind you. Whenever you come to Elder Coco, do not, I repeat, do not raise your ring capacity. Keep it at 400 until you max out your speed. Once you max out your speed, it doesn't matter how many rings you have, you will always have the top speed. Until then, leave your ring capacity alone. I can't stress that enough. The next trophy I got was Combo Convert. You get this trophy when you activate a Phantom Rush for the first time. A Phantom Rush can be triggered when you land enough hits on an enemy. Of course, you need to unlock it in the skill tree first, and after figuring out that Sonic can't do shit to Giganto and being flung into a cliffside, I paid a visit to Hermit Coco for another trophy. The quickest way to get the Swath of Destruction trophy is to just go around and go ham on anything that looks breakable. 100 broken objects later, boom, trophy. These next 12 trophies are all the same thing. They are the Explorer, Memories, and Expert trophies. You get 3 on each island. The Explorer trophies are earned after completing every mission on the island, the Memories ones are collected after activating every portal on the island, and the Expert ones are collected after viewing every side story, including the ones with Sage. You get another one after viewing all of them. Speaking of trophies that are the same, the Beginning, Ancient Defiance, Futile Resistance, and Hope Across Ages are the 4 trophies you get after defeating each of the 4 Titans. Okay, so that's 26 trophies that we knocked out. That's more than half already. But the next batch of trophies you actually have to go out of your way in order to get. The next trophy I'm going to talk about revolves around the fishing minigames. This brings us to... Be on the lookout for purple coins on the island and collect them whenever you see them. There's enough to land every catch at the first spot. You'll know when you're done because you'll get the Angler's Club trophy. You also get a trophy for completing the tutorial, which is really easy. By the way, you don't have to do this again at any other spot if you don't want to. I'm going to anyway because, like I said in the review part of the video, these are so relaxing. Now, you might be asking, well, how will I know when I'm done fishing for new catches? Well, keep a mental note of what you caught first. When you see it a second time, you're done. For any audio files out there, listen closely because the jingle slightly changes when there are no more new catches. Once you're done fishing, use whatever gold cards you have to buy the egg memos, as they are the most expensive thing that Big offers. You actually don't need any of them for 100% completion, but they're nice to have for lore purposes and also to kind of make sense of why Eggman listens to Sage and asks Sonic for help. And of course, remember you can buy whatever you need from Big as long as you have enough tokens. Speaking of which, use the barbecue spit to farm all the tokens you need. You don't need coins and you're not penalized for overusing it. Just cook, and cook some more. Then buy everything you need. Side note, the amount of cocoa you can buy are finite on the first 3 islands, but on Aranos Island, there is no limit. Here, buy all the cocoa you need. Seriously, where did Big get them? You can also do this to cheese the Cocoa Leader trophy, which you get after collecting 200 cocoa in total. On Eris Island, you'll encounter a starfall for the first time. This will give you the Celestial Rain trophy. Now, the Ticket to Tranquility trophy requires you to earn 100 purple coins in any shape or form. I found that the fastest way to do this is to collect a bunch of star bits and hope and pray that you win a couple slots, which seems to be the case most of the time. If you find yourself extremely unlucky, then just keep collecting them the old-fashioned way. That's the best advice I can give. The next trophy, Unrivaled Aptitude, requires you to fully upgrade your skill tree. Skill pieces give you the skill points to upgrade the skill tree. Once you get the air trick skill, getting skill points becomes incredibly easy. Okay, I've gone long enough not bringing it up, but there's no delaying it anymore. It's time to talk about Elder Cocoa. Jesus, this takes forever, man. You can only upgrade one thing at a time, so you will be here for a long time if you have the correct amount of cocoa needed. I recommend maxing out the speed first, then the ring capacity. It's so strange because Hermit Cocoa upgrades your shit instantly. Give him the seeds and you're done. So why can't Elder Cocoa do the same thing? It's so frustrating. I'm not even joking either. This will take anywhere between 1 to 2 hours. Not minutes, fucking hours. That's a joke. Everything I just said here is irrelevant now because of the update. Pretend it's not out yet. But anyway, 2 hours later, we upgraded our speed and ring capacity, and got their respective trophies. We get another 2 trophies for maxing out our power and defense. There are 2 more trophies we get on Aranos Island. We defeat the wolves, which are the last enemies needed to get the Easy Prey trophy, and then we can get the Threats Identified trophy for defeating every Guardian. Now, it was at this point that I was about to fight Supreme, but before I did, I decided to check my trophy list just for a good measure. Then, eating cow fucking sucking I forgot the Combo Cracker Jack trophy. You need to activate Phantom Rush 50 times outside the training simulator to get it. But of course, at this point, I'm too powerful. I actually started a new game and unlocked the Phantom Rush skill. Then I set up a separate save file that I can reload every time I'm done fighting Squid. I did this for 2 hours, and it still wasn't enough. No, I did not sleep that night. Thank you for asking. Welcome to my bed. So I gave up and looked for a faster way. And this is how I discovered the Mission 22 trick. On Kronos Island, there's a mission in which you do a homing attack on these platforms to activate a switch. But if you keep hitting the platforms, they actually contribute towards the combo. Don't ask how. So I used this to get the last few Phantom Rushes I needed. Keep yourself weak enough to be able to pull this off while you're playing the game. Or just do the trick I mentioned. Anyway, back on my main save, and now I'm ready to confront Supreme and the end. However, I got the Land of Peace trophy while I was recording footage for the normal mode ending. Since this was the last trophy in the game, I also got the Platinum trophy. That sucks, but I did the fight anyway because, hey, I had yet to record it, so yeah. I already touched on this battle, so I won't say anything more here. And there we go, that's the Sonic Frontiers Platinum trophy, and full completion of the fishing spots and cyberspace levels, and every egg memo to boot. And after going through all of that, the one question that remains, is it worth it? Honestly, not really. A vast majority of players are most likely not going to give a shit about the Platinum trophy, but for the hardcore fans, this might be one of the easiest Platinum trophies you can get. More than half of them can be acquired by just playing the game. That can be a good or bad thing depending on who you ask. Sonic Frontiers as a whole is a wonderful experience from beginning to end, and it's a step in the right direction for the series. It represents the end of the current era and the beginning of a new one. It was the change of pace the franchise was extremely desperate for. I can name out all kinds of cliches, but in the end, this game is simply put, good. It has its problems, but I never felt like they kept me from wanting to continue. The story was very well told, and the characters weren't blabbering morons. Hopefully, Sega and Sonic Team can keep this ball rolling for future titles. Please don't fuck this up. You want to know something? I'm vehemently disappointed that nobody pointed out the Caddy PS1. It's such a cool collection piece too. It only cost me 2/17 of my soul. I mean, come on, it even makes sounds and shit.
Hello, I'm Scott.
I need to cover something that will grab your attention. But what? Pac is back, goes chomping at his feet. Pac's our hero, Pac just can't be beat. Yeah! Ow! Let's talk about Pac-Man World. Man, I haven't covered this game in a hot minute. One more can be said about Pac-Man. He runs around, eats dots and fruit, and eats a bigger dot to eat the ghost chasing him. It's a simple yet effective concept. A concept that became an incredibly addicting arcade game that still gets played to this very day. The sun could explode tomorrow and somewhere there will still be a Pac-Man arcade cabinet. And now he's a big yellow testicle. Back in 2020, I uploaded a series of videos reviewing the entire platforming trilogy known as Pac-Man World, and I even looked at its racing spin-off. My thoughts and feelings have drastically changed since then, and I plan on revisiting the trilogy. For now, however, we have a remake to talk about. Yes, Pac-Man World was given a remake in 2022 with the subtitle Repack. Now, hold your horses for just a second. Don't worry, we'll get to Repack in due time. Remember how I just said I wanted to revisit the original trilogy? Well, I figured I could kill two birds with one stone and talk about the original Pac-Man World, just so I could give it a proper review and not some 8-minute long incoherent rambling based on some snippets of gameplay that I saw from a lawn play. This time, no excuses. I legitimately played through the entire thing and beat it 100%. Don't believe me? Here is my save file. Now I know it says 98%, but the last 2% comes from defeating Pac-Man and the game doesn't save after that. So trust me, 98% is every single maze, every single letter, and every single family member rescued. Shut up. Like I said, we'll get to Repack momentarily. But if you're an impatient bitch, you can use the timestamp in the description to skip to the Repack review. Anyway, let's jump back into the 1999 PlayStation Classic, Pac-Man World 20th Anniversary. Hang on, 20th? Namco and Home Tech couldn't wait to release this game in 2000? You know, Pac-Man's actual 20th anniversary? I guess they really wanted to get this thing onto store shelves. I mean, did you see the Klonoa promo in the magazines? No, not that one. That one. Because nothing sells your game better than calling it AIDS. Let's just call it Pac-Man World. Now, let's get to it, and if this demo bot is anything to go by. Color me excited. This game was developed by an in-house studio known as Home Tech, who also developed the Namco Museum collections on PS1, as well as Ms. Pac-Man Maze Madness. No, I'm not reviewing that one. The basic premise is that Pac-Man's family is coming together to celebrate his 20th birthday, but they all get captured and sent to Ghost Island. Sorry. That scream still gets a chuckle out of me. In this game, the ghosts are bossed around by a metallic Pac-Man knockoff named Pac-Man. Pac-Man arrives on Ghost Island and our journey begins. Let me start by saying that these graphics aren't too bad. One of the best looking for the console even. Although there are instances where if you look to the right, some of the level isn't loaded yet. That's odd. As far as the gameplay goes, it's pretty straightforward. However, the physics are highly suspect. There are several moments where Pac-Man takes damage from looking at that parrot funny. Seriously, what hit me here? The controls also leave quite a lot to be desired. For starters, dropped inputs. I swear, sometimes the game will just completely ignore my X button press when I know I pressed it. And it's not an issue with the DualShock 2's pressure-sensitive buttons either. No matter what console I play this game on, PS1, PS2, PS3, hell, even PSP, I run into this problem constantly. Sorry, I just needed to get that off my chest. In this game, you can also zigzag to cover more ground with your jumps. It's Pac-Bandicoot. This game features 2.5D platforming as its main core, with some swimming and bumper car racing to break things up a bit. Pac-Man can jump and butt bounce with X, rev roll with square, and throw Pac-Dots with circle. The depth perception is very spotty and may lead to a bunch of deaths. Momentum is kind of a suggestion, particularly with moving platforms. If you're going in the opposite direction, Pac-Man will be really slow when you jump. If you go forward with the platform, he zooms through the air. It's so difficult to get used to. You go through each level collecting Pac-Dots and fruits, two classic implementations from the original game. Dots can be thrown at enemies as projectiles, sometimes, and fruits are used as keys to unlock certain doors. In addition to the power pellets, we also have chrome pellets, making Pac-Man temporarily invincible and allowing you to open chests underwater you otherwise wouldn't be able to. Classic Pac-Man mazes are also in this game, and you can access them by unlocking the Galaxian door in the level. Your lives carry over in these mazes, so you're stuck here until you either complete it or get a game over. Oh, don't worry, I'll get there. Hey. Dude, why the hell are you wearing my gaiter? Well, I like it. And my sunglasses? Hey, these are actually mine, thank you. Whatever, I'm sure this is just a phase you'll drop in a week. This is not a phase. Yeah, we'll see about that. Anyway, what are you playing? PlayStation? Huh, that's dope. Okay, Chandler. In some levels, there is a key you can collect. You then use that to rescue one of your family members. And Puka from Dig Dug, because sure, why the hell not? Each area has a boss. We have HMS Windbag, Anubis Rex, King Galaxian, Clown Pre, Chrome Keeper, and Pac-Man himself. The bosses are actually rather challenging in this game. With the exception of Windbag, I died at least once in each battle, which sucks because that means having to start the fights all over again. There are no checkpoints between phases, which make most of these bosses a pain in the ass. The biggest offender here is Anubis Rex. It starts easy enough. A mummy is chasing you, and you're running away from the screen rather than towards it, which is neat. But again, the hitboxes are out of pocket. I was nowhere near that spear. How? Then we get to the fight itself. Oh my brother in Christ, this boss is brutal. You have to rev roll on each of the 4 plates to reveal the weak point. Then you rev roll into the weak point and repeat 3 more times. Once you wrap your head around all of those weird quirks I mentioned earlier, by phase 4, you have a shit ton of things you have to watch. You have fireballs rising up from the pit of lava, fireballs falling down on the rev roll plates, tornadoes, and this laser thing that sweeps across the entire stage. Don't even bother trying to avoid it. You can't. Anubis is so damn cheap. Most of my game overs came from this fight. Getting a game over is one of the worst things to happen to you in this game. Why? Because instead of resetting you at the stage you game overed in with a new set of lives, it kicks you back to the main menu. The only way back is to load your save file. So if you weren't saving your progress, which you can only do at the end of the level by the way, that means everything you did is now gone and you have to start all over again. Pair this with the janky controls and expect to see the game over screen a lot, whether you played the game before or not. You know, I wonder what Joe thinks about this fight.
Fucking Anubis Rex!
Okay, I'll leave him be.
But I persisted, and then I found out that there's a glitch in the game. If you quit in a bonus stage, the game thinks you're still there for some reason. So now the next level you die in, you will instantly complete. You can use this to completely skip Anubis Rex.
What?
Yep. Weird, ain't it? Joe?
Fuck!
Oh yeah, I should talk about the bonus stages. You gain access to these after collecting letters that spell out Pac-Man in the main level. At the end of the level, your overall score is tallied up. Your fruits get placed in the slot machine, and if you want to press your luck, you can press circle to try and get 2 or 3 matching fruits in a row for more points and lives. 100% completion requires you to collect every letter in every level, and then complete every single maze. Yes, all 36 of them. I did that in marathon mode, which you unlock once you beat all the main mazes. But the bare minimum requirement to confront Pac-Man is to rescue your family. This includes Puka, Chomp Chomp, Professor Pac, Baby Pac, Junior, and Miss Pac. I always loved how Professor Pac is just Pac-Man but with glasses, a scholar hat, and a mustache. See, many players are going to think that this is optional, but no, this is a requirement. You know what that means? Anyway, let's now talk about this game's music. The music was composed by Tallarico Studios, and say what you want about the guy, but you can't deny he and his team did a fantastic job. The implementations of the original Pac-Man and Miss Pac-Man themes are a very nice touch. If I had to pick a personal favorite from each world, I would say Buccaneer Beach, Manic Mines, Far Out, Barrel Blast, Under Pressure, and Grave Danger. Honestly, every track is a banger. There's not a single one I don't like, so at least I got that right. Freeing everybody and collecting every letter unlocks another cutscene, which is the cool blooper reel featuring the whole cast. As a kid, this would have been my favorite thing ever. I love when games do this, even to this day. It makes the kids think that the characters in these games are real, making the same mistakes actors would make in Hollywood. Blooper reels are so cool. Maybe we can check some out in a future video. I'm getting off track. What do you get for beating every maze? A gallery showcasing some really cool concept art for the game. This is such a satisfying reward for your hard work. I actually didn't know until doing this myself that every single maze must be completed to obtain 100%.
I can't help but feel like I'm forgetting something here. What else can I do? Let me check the manual real quick. Wait, a tip line?
Hello, Bandai Namco.
Fuck you.
Oh hey look! You can play the original Pac-Man right from the very beginning, which is neat. It also appears to be the same ROM home tech used in Namco Museum Volume 1. The only difference is pressing triangle takes you back to the main menu, rather than send you to a settings menu. I guess I could talk about the bosses since I only touched on Anubis Rex. Windbag has you butt bounce on buttons that pull up dummy targets to deflect its cannonballs back at it. King Galaxian is basically Galaxian, complete with button mashing. I never thought a turbo button would be ideal for a boss fight. Clown Pre is this race in which you don't use X and square to accelerate or brake. You use the D-pad or left analog stick, and it's so damn cumbersome. Chrome Keeper has you butt bounce 5 buttons that drop an object on him. Just watch out for the metal magnets. And finally, we have Pac-Man, where you dodge his fireballs and shockwaves, then collect dots to fire back at him. If you get down to no health left, your family revives you with a full health wedge. These are also in the regular game, depicted by their reddish outline. Phase 2 has you butt bouncing 4 buttons while staying in the air, because Pac-Man also butt bounces. The final phase has you rev roll into him.
Yeah, remember how I said the physics were highly suspect? That happened. Twice.
Whatever, Pac-Man is defeated. He explodes and it's revealed that he was being controlled by a ghost named Orson. And after crying, Pac-Man proceeds to chomp him. You get one final picture showing Pac-Man and his family along with your overall completion percentage. You know, despite all of this game's setbacks, this is still a really fun time. It's hard to recommend, though, as a result of said setbacks. This game suffers from what is referred to as first game syndrome. The physics are sus, the controls are slippery and unresponsive at times, the bosses are really tough, and the endgame requirement is a teensy bit demanding. At least the soundtrack is good. I will say, however, for being rushed to put this game out, HomeTech did everything they could, so I'll give them a pass here for the game's hookups, as they're not at fault. Now, in 2020, I gave this game a 5 out of 10 score, and I honestly think it holds up really well, so I'm sticking with 5. The game is fun to play and easy to pick up, but slightly less easy to complete. A product of its time for sure. And hey, it sold enough units to get this ugly ass thing. Now then, let's talk about its 2022 remake, Pac-Man World Re-Pac. When you think about it, this was just a matter of time. Crash made a comeback with 2 remakes of the first 4 games. Spyro had his trilogy remastered in 2018, Tony Hawk 1 and 2 arrived in 2020, and Klonoa had his first 2 games remade in Fantasy Reverie series. Hell, even SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom got a remake. With this sudden wave of late 90s and early 2000s classics returning, remastering Pac-Man World seemed inevitable. Fast forward to August, and here it is. So, as Square Eye Jack would say, let's get stuck in. This game was developed by a company called Now Production, who developed Pac-Man Museum Plus, so we're in good hands, I think. As far as the gameplay goes, it's more or less the same as the PS1 version. It is a remake after all. The main difference in Re-Pac, story-wise, is how it's told, and in my opinion, the presentation is pretty pathetic. For starters, the characters speak in this game, but not in English. It's this blabbering gibberish shit that I just can't stand. Seriously, who thought this was okay? This time around, the ghosts capture Pac-Man's family rather than the game's bosses. Alright, Pac-Man, let's hear that scream. What do you mean you can't do it? Hey, wait a goddamn second, you're not Miss Pac-Man. Yeah, legality shit has kept her out of this game. I'm not going to go into great detail on the whole story, but if you're really curious, Johnny did a really good video documenting everything. I'll leave a link to his video below. To cut a long story short, Namco didn't make Miss Pac-Man. It was kind of the first ROM hack, if you will. The rights to the IP now belong to a company called At Games, aka the guys who made these motherfuckers. And since Bandai Namco had some beef with At Games in the past, you bet they'll do anything to avoid paying royalties. This meant Miss Pac, Baby Pac, and Junior had to be replaced. So yes, you could say Miss Pac-Man left and took the kids. Now we get Pac-Sis, Pac-Boy, and Pac-Mom. No, it's not Pac-Man's actual mother. That would be pretty funny though. She's the mother of Pac-Boy and Pac-Sis, and is Pac-Man's new girlfriend/wife. I don't know. Hell, not even Chomp Chomp is safe. He is now Pac-Buddy. Are you fucking kidding me? Of all characters, they seriously can't use Chomp Chomp? He's a dog, who cares? Unless... Can Pac Dogs die? Well, while I zone out thinking about this shocking revelation, let's talk about some of the quality of life changes Re-Pac introduces. First off, Pac-Man has a new ability that makes platforming easier, fluttering in the air for more distance. Don't know why it has to be on a different button that isn't the jump button. In easy mode, you can infinitely flutter across gaps. Yes, this game has an easy mode, as if the game wasn't easy enough. Every 3 deaths, the game won't shut up about it. I don't need your pussy shit! Seriously, this gets annoying. Speaking of annoying changes, Re-Pac has these fruit ribbon things, and you use these to open the doors that contain the keys. Why is this annoying? Because I had to play Corsair's Cove a second time, not even realizing it until remembering that I never got the key. Why did they do this? Just give me the damn key! Then we have the slot machines. In the original, these were optional, and you had the choice to skip this and move on. In Re-Pac, there are tokens in each level. Collecting one will force you to play the slot machine. These waste time, and I find myself actively avoiding tokens now because I just don't give a shit. In the original, dying doesn't reset the music in the level, it keeps going. So why does it reset in Re-Pac? This also goes for when you collect a power pellet. The music resets when it's over. Why? I know it's a minor gripe, but it's a personal pet peeve of mine, which is why I brought it up. When you butt bounce, Pac-Man's momentum comes to a complete stop until you get to the 3rd one. When you rev roll, you can't jump to cancel it out. There's no gallery to unlock after completing the game 100%. Pac-Man has 3 fights, and you only get 1 full health wedge from each family member, unlike the original where you got an endless supply. So now if you die, you go back to the first fight and have to watch the unskippable cutscenes again. Oh, and how about this shit? In the original, the water pipes and down the tubes were numbered. When you rescue Junior, he told you to go through pipe number 1, which is the exit. In Repack, the pipes are not numbered, and Pac-Boy doesn't tell you which pipe to go through, so if you never played the original, you're left guessing which one is the exit. Nice job, guys, you're really keeping this game faithful to its original counterpart. But don't worry, because you can still play the original Pac-Man game. You just have to unlock it. There's also this credits sequence where you listen to a new song called We Are Pac-Man, and you collect the letters to spell out thank you for playing. Why do I bring up the credits? Because Home Tech was not credited for developing the original Pac-Man world until a patch in November when Bandai Namco were called out for it.
Weirdly enough, I'm not surprised. What else would you expect from a company that only cares about how many Dragon Ball games they can release in a year?
Regardless, you have to credit the original developers of the game you're remaking. No excuses. Here's another thing that bothers me. This game's true ending. I'm putting quotes around that. There's actually 2. If you don't rescue your family, Pac-Man will just take a power pellet and chomp Orson, like in the original. If you do, Pac-Man shows mercy and makes amends with Orson. I'm sorry, but no, this ending is fucking stupid. And the worst part is, you can't choose which ending you want if you do rescue everybody. I'm not going back through the game for an ending that I can just watch in the original. Why should I? Orson is not mentioned by his actual name at all either. Instead, he's referred to as Pac-Man open parenthesis ghost closed parenthesis. So did they just play only the first 3 or so levels of the original and then said, fuck it, pull up the lawn play? Because these stupid changes make the game less and less faithful to the original. I honestly want to go back to the PS1 game. If I ended the review here, I would give this game a 3 out of 10 for its poor authenticity.
However, that's just the gripes that I have. There's actually some good changes in Repack as well, to make the game more accessible.
For starters, each level shows you what collectibles are in it. You no longer have to guess what level the key is in. In the original, the blue buttons would be oftentimes very confusing. In Repack, they're numbered in the order you have to press them. Pac-Dot throws are much better. Pac-Man's overall movement is a little faster compared to the original. When you eat a power pellet, Pac-Man turns into a giant, and the surrounding area has its bottomless pits filled. I could have done without the giant Pac-Man, to be honest, because he's then too big to enter any unlocked doors, meaning you have to wait for the pellet to expire. In the original, the chrome pellets wouldn't respawn. If you didn't break those underwater chests, you were shit out of luck and had to back out and start the level all over again. In Repack, the pellets do respawn, making some levels, like down the tubes, much easier. And that's not even getting to the bosses. Windbag has another phase, Anubis Rex is so much better, King Galaxian has an auto-fire for when you hold the button down, Clown Pre is now first person, and Chrome Keeper and Pac-Man are entirely different bosses. In Repack, any mazes you completed in the main story have a crown next to them. You don't have to replay them in maze mode when going for 100%. In the original, you did. And there is one last reward for all your troubles. If you rack up your score to at least 765,000 points, you will get a special key, which you can then use to unlock every gate and door in every level. But by then, you've already beaten the game, so what's the point? Overall, Pac-Man World Repack feels like a remake that kinda lost its identity. That's the best I can come up with, so take it or leave it.
I can understand why Now Productions made these changes to this game. They're all attempts to make the game more user-friendly. For better or worse, well, that's up for debate. It's been a few weeks now since I beat this game, and I still don't really know how to feel about it. On one hand, it's a really solid game to shut your brain off with. On the other hand, all of the absurd and unnecessary changes make me just want to go back to the original, or maybe even play World 2 instead.
Jesus Christ, I'm forgetting a ton of shit in this video, and to be frank, I don't really have a concrete score. I was supposed to say that before talking about what you're about to see next. Fuck me.
The improvements make this game an 8 out of 10, but the hindrances make it a 4. You know what? Let's add those two scores together and divide it by 2. What does that equal?
Okay, 0.6 times 10. 6 out of 10. That's the score I'm giving Pac-Man World Repack. I don't know about you guys, but I'm done with remakes. Let's get some new ideas for a change. Is that too much to ask? This is a PSA. No more remakes. It's time to take off the rose-tinted glasses. Aw, but I like these. Those aren't rose-tinted, you idiot. Oh, right. I'm wearing them. I should know that. For once in your life, think, Nitro. Anyway, I'm going to bed now, and if you try to wake me up, I'll kill you. That is the last time I let Nitro pick the restaurant. We went to Five Guys. I mean, the food wasn't bad, but I had to pay because he forgot his wallet. And they're expensive as shit. Now I'm broke, and he wants me to buy him Crash Team Rumble. I did what anybody else would do in that scenario, and told him to go fuck himself. Needless to say, he wants nothing to do with me right now. Thank God. I feel a little guilty, but I'm not buying him a game that should be free. You know what? I've got the perfect game to relieve some of my stress. Sonic the Fighters. Or Sonic Championship, as we're supposed to call it. Yeah, good luck with that. This game was released in the late 90s as an arcade exclusive until 2005 when it was ported to the GameCube via the Sonic Gems collection, as well as the PS2, if you live in Europe or Japan. Us Yankees only got this thing for the GameCube.
You fuckers.
My friend Glitch and I actually played this game on my channel way back in 2015. I deleted the video. Stop looking for it. The goal is to pick a character and fight everybody, including a clone of yourself, to collect all 8 Chaos Emeralds, and fly Tails' single-seated rocket ship up to the Death Egg 2 to defeat Metal Sonic and Dr. Robotonic. I wish I was making that up. Clearly a translation error, as this is the Japanese version of the game in English. In Japan, Eggman was Robotnik's actual name. Still, Robotonic is pretty funny, not gonna lie.
What the fuck is that?
So we pick our character, and then we just press the same button over and over again to instantly win, except for Metal Sonic, cheap fuck. Then back to button mashing. That's it, game over, 3 out of 10, shit game, good night.
Hang on, this is supposed to be a Sonic R review.
Hold on, let's back up for a second. I know Team Sonic Racing is an option, but I am not interested in the slightest. The game is way too slow and unfair for my liking. The teamwork mechanic is bullshit, and I can finish 3 races in CTR Nitro Fueled before finishing 1 race in this game. Seriously, 4 minutes? 4.5 minutes? 5 minutes? That's a fucking joke. Not to mention the empty hallways and corridors where nothing happens. Something. Anything. Please. Anyway, Sonic R was co-developed by Sonic Team and Traveler's Tales, who also developed 3D Blast. It was released in November 1997 for the Sega Saturn as sort of a way of saying sorry about the Sonic Extreme cancellation. Then it was ported to Windows in 1998. And like the aforementioned Sonic the Fighters, it was ported once more in 2005 as part of the Sonic Gems collection, which is what I'll be using to play this game. At the time, it was praised by nearly every single critic, getting scores of 5, 6, 7, 8, and even 9 out of 10.
But nowadays, people say that the game hasn't aged well. In my honest opinion, this game is pretty fucking sweet. What are you talking about?
I'm not even kidding. I unironically had an absolute blast playing through this game to record the footage for this video. But does it deserve those scores I mentioned earlier? Well, let's get playing and see for ourselves. The story, yes there is a story, is that Robotnik is entering a World Grand Prix with his new robotic henchman. Sonic and company catch wind of this and enter the race as well. But why is Robotnik entering? Because the Chaos Emeralds are scattered across each of the 5 tracks. So, in an attempt to foil Robotnik again, Sonic enters along with Tails, Knuckles, and Amy. The game gives you 4 characters to start with, and you can unlock 6 more in the Grand Prix mode. In the options menu, you can change the AI difficulty, the weather, and catch-up. Yes, rubber banding can be turned off. This is better than Mario Kart 64 by default. This game gives us 5 tracks to choose from, with the final one needing to be unlocked. And honestly, that's fine for a 1997 Saturn game. Not a 2006 Xbox game. We have Resort Island, Radical City, Regal Ruins, Reactive Factory, and Radiant Emerald.
I'm seeing a theme with these names.
Alright, first track, Resort Island.
Ready, set, go!
Right, so acceleration is done with either up on the control stick or holding the B button. The A button is used for jumping. You can drift either left or right with the triggers, and holding both of them makes your character brake. I'm ashamed to admit that took me a few races to figure out. I skimmed over the controls when I launched the game, so yeah. These controls are quite tricky. They take a while to get used to. Once you do though, it's still not that great, but it works. Graphically, even for being a Saturn game, these tracks look shockingly stunning. It's impressive, really. But because of this, the frame rate will sometimes dip a bit if too much is happening on screen. Still, these tracks look really good, which probably explains why there's only 5 of them. By the way, change the weather to snow because all the water becomes ice that you can run on. If you don't give a shit about the emeralds, then all you need to do is finish first place. Be advised, however, you won't be able to unlock Radiant Emerald. If you want to race on that track, you gotta get the emeralds and come in first. The way you obtain the emeralds is to open up locked areas that require 50 rings to access. No doubt a callback to the games before it. You can also use your rings to activate speed boosts and open doors that only need 20 to access.
These doors can be used as shortcuts, but mostly they serve as a place to obtain the other collectible in this game. Coins. Yes, coins.
Each track has 5 coins scattered about, and they all have Sonic's face on them. Collecting them allows you to challenge that track's champion. This is how you unlock the extra characters. They're Robotnik's henchmen I mentioned earlier. You unlock Egg Robo, Metal Sonic, Metal Knuckles, and Tails Doll. Yes, fucking Tails Doll. He only officially appears in this game, aside from the comics. Once you collect all 7 emeralds, you unlock Super Sonic along with Radiant Emerald. Finishing this race in first unlocks Robotnik, and you also get a thank you screen featuring the character you picked. Then you get to watch the unskippable credits, accompanied by a song titled You're My Number One.
Shit, I just realized that I haven't been talking at all about this game's music, as it's the most polarizing aspect. Some call it incredible, while others call it out of place. Call it whatever the hell you want, it fucking slaps.
Each track's song was composed by a British lad named Richard Jacques. They're all accompanied by vocals performed by TJ Davis. She sings every single song in this game thanks to how much Yuji Naka loved her singing. Some awesome shit to listen to while he's rotting in prison. I mean, just take a listen. Oh man, so many bangers. And hey, if you don't like the vocals for some reason, you can turn them off in the options menu. In the time trial mode, there are other challenges that you can try out. A 3-lap time trial on any course in either normal or reverse direction, a balloon hunt where you need to find 5 balloons in the level, randomly located each time you play, and tag, where you chase the other 4 racers across the course and tag them in order to win. There is also multiplayer, but sadly I live under a rock, so I can't show that off. Not that you're missing out on anything though. And that's it.
Yeah, I think this is the one problem people who like this game have with it. While it is a fun, turn-off-your-brain experience, it's criminally short-lived. I guess that's just what happens when Sega only gave Traveler's Tales 9 months to make this game. Yes, 9 months, meaning very little, if any, proper testing was being given. But at the same time, this makes the game perfect for speedrunning.
Yeah, thanks to the lack of polish, this game can be completed 100% in just over 11 minutes. It's the Crash Twinsanity of Sonic speedruns. How ironic considering they share the same developer. Seriously, look how easy it is to clip out of bounds and then just go around in a circle near the finish line. Although we are looking at a world record run, I haven't tried this for myself yet, so I don't necessarily know how easy or hard it is to pull off. I reckon it's pretty simple though. Look, I know many people who are well known here on YouTube have played this game before, but most of them, if not all, just play the first level, take the piss, and move on. Not me. I'm here to tell you that Sonic R is definitely worth your time, whether you're a fan of the series or not. Despite my love for this game though, I'd be remiss if I didn't say that this game needed more time to be given the TLC it was begging for. Sonic R gets 5 out of 10. This is a fun time. I just wish it lasted longer. I consider Sonic R to be a once-a-year game, something I find myself playing maybe once a year. Unfortunately, due to Mario Kart 64's success in 1996, a year prior to this game's release, and Naughty Dog's Crash Team Racing 2 years later in 1999, Sonic R fell into obscurity, and that's a real damn shame.
However, we do have to give this game credit, as it laid the foundation for future Sonic racing titles, most notably the Sonic Riders series, which would become a fantastic series of racing games. Oh, 1 sec. Which would become a fantastic series of racing games. Speaking of racing games, I'm not done talking about them yet. There are still many kart racers we've yet to cover, like Chocobo Racing, Walt Disney World Quest Magical Racing Tour, Speed Punks, Diddy Kong Racing. We're just barely scratching the surface here. So look forward to these games being featured on this channel in the future. Look, I'm sorry, alright? I'll find some other sap to buy me Crash Team Rumble. Happy now? You know what? Yes, I am. Thank you. And look, I'm sorry too for telling you to go fuck yourself. Nah, I deserve it. It wasn't right for me to ask you for something after making you blow your last check on lunch. Next time, it's on me. I promise. Fine, whatever you say. You know, we may have gotten off on the wrong foot, Nitro, but I think our friendship is slowly starting to grow and evolve into... Oh, he left. Asshole. Greg, I told you 50 times, it's over. Lose my... Wait, you're not Greg.
9. My name is Arnold Schwarzenegger. I am here to deliver a present from an anonymous source. It's urgent that you play it. Was? Something on my face?
Was ist das?
You've never seen a PlayStation game before?
Well, yes, I've seen one before, just not this one.
Just play it. It'll all make sense soon enough. Good day.
Alright, that was weird. Hey, Arnold visited again, and he wanted me to give you this. He said it's from some anonymous source. Let me see it. Secret admirer? Ha! I wish. Who's desperate enough to want a buffoon like me? Why did they send me Street Skater on the PS1? Is that a bad game? I'm about to find out.
Extreme skateboarding is probably the most addicting video game genre you'll ever play, whether you skate or not. It all started in 1999 when Tony Hawk's Pro Skater was released. Countless hours were spent on these games, and people have so many fond memories. And so many frowned upon memories. But the game we're taking a look at today, Street Skater, actually predates the original Pro Skater 1. Yes, this came out in February, 7 months before Thups 1. The game was developed by one Atelier Double. This is their full list of games they developed before being defunct in 2004. Weird how Street Skater is not listed under the PlayStation section. Street Skater was published by Micro Cabin in Japan, while the international release was handled by Electronic Arts. Yes, that Electronic Arts.
What we're looking at might actually be the foundation for their Skate series. So, let's see what this game has to offer. I found it.
We begin the game with an epic FMV, accompanied by rad music, hell yeah. And then... I should start re-evaluating my decisions in life. Street Skater is a pseudo-downhill skateboard game where you grind rails and nail tricks, and make it to the end of the course as quickly as possible. Before getting into the game, we need to pick our skater. We have 4 characters from the start, all original. TJ, Jerry, Ginger, and Frankie. Then we get to pick our board, which isn't gonna really matter, but I like the option regardless. Your goal is to meet the score threshold for each stage. Your overall score gets tallied...
Wait! Before we go any further, we gotta talk about the controls.
Alright, so normally different tricks are assigned to different buttons on the controller. In the original Tony Hawk, you could grind and wall ride with triangle, ollie with X, grab with circle, and flip with square. You can't do any of that in Street Skater. Now remember, this is pre-Tony Hawk, so how do we do tricks? We press X to jump, and tricks are automatically done when you jump off a ramp. Depending on your timing and speed, and the input on your D-pad, you can pull off tricks based on a level scale. The higher the level, the more tricks you do. It's also worth noting that you can't bail when tricking. The only way you bail is if you mistime your jumps or run into shit. And every bail is a 300-point deduction. Medic! Oh yeah, there's also an announcer in this game. He's pretty cool and actually not annoying. Sometimes.
You're ripping!
You have a time limit which can be extended by reaching checkpoints, giving this game a sort of arcade feel. At the same time, however, this introduces an unwelcomed restriction to the gameplay. You can only trick for a certain amount of time before you have to haul ass to the next checkpoint. The game actually counteracts this by making tricks worth less points every time you perform them in the same area. Did you get all that? There's a quiz at the end. So there's a bit of strategy here. Do a few tricks, then move on. The controls themselves leave quite a lot to be desired. So if tricks are automatically performed, what do the rest of the buttons do? Well, you can use the square button to slow down and the circle button to crouch. The triangle button does nothing because grinds and lip tricks are automatic as well. You can change your stance with L1 and R1, but only when you're going straight and not crouching. It's absolutely pointless. Now, these controls, like any game, take some time to get used to, but honestly, they're not as bad as I thought. They're not perfect, but given the choice, I'd sooner play this than the original Pro Skater. These days, that isn't really saying much, but hey, it's something. If you somehow don't make it to the end or a checkpoint in time, your run is over. But get this, your score is not recorded unless you make it to the finish. So if time runs out, that's it. Try again.
Try again?
Yes, game, try again. Although if you don't want to give it another go...
Game over. Later.
I'm ashamed to admit, this scared the shit out of me as a kid. I guess it was the black background and the way the game over screen pops up. I was afraid of a lot of things.
Anyway, when you make it to the end, you receive a time bonus, based on how much time you had left on your run. If your overall score meets or beats the criteria, you move on. If it doesn't, go again. There are 3 main stages, each with varying paths you can take for more or less trick opportunities. Of course, these stages will be linear at first, but beating the game once with the main skaters unlocks alternate gates for each stage. Stage 1 is Los Angeles. It's a pretty basic course that helps you get accustomed to how the game is going to play. Stage 2 is New York City. This is an easy win every single time. I'm not even joking, it's the shortest course in the game and therefore the easiest. I gotta say, it's kinda weird seeing the World Trade Center in a pre-2001 game. The final and most challenging stage is Tokyo. So many ramps, so many half pipes, so many rails, so many recipes for either success or disaster. Between stages, you will be greeted with one of 3 bonus stages, and you'll see 2 of them during the campaign. These stages will give you a time bonus for the next stage depending on how well you do within 30 seconds. There's Big Air, where you try to jump as high up as you can. There's Half Pipe, where you perform tricks and go for a high score. And then there's Bowl, which is the same as Half Pipe, except in a bowl. I'll put that in my top 10 things I totally didn't see coming in a video game list. So after completing the final stage, you would think that's it, right? Just do the same thing with the other 3 skaters and the game is finished in less than an hour. If that were the case, do you think I'd be making this video? Nah man, you have to go through the game again in order to unlock a new skater. There are 4 unlockable skaters: Sarah, Mick, Bonobo, which is just Frankie but as a monkey, and Saho, a rollerblading ninja. Completing the game with them unlocks more boards to choose, and the second time gives you a mirrored version of one of the courses, and if you want to be a true completionist, you can complete the game a 3rd time to become the greatest skater. This isn't necessary for 100%, but I did it anyway because I hate myself. Oh, I hate myself. When you unlock all 8 skaters, you get to watch the credits, and after beating the game twice with every skater, you get a short ending FMV. Cool. You can also change the time of day once you're done. Just a heads up, selecting a different time of day will open or close some gates on some stages. That's kinda stupid. Now at first glance, you might see some of these score thresholds and wonder how you're supposed to get this many points. Well, it really comes down to a good balance of skill and time management. Each stage has an ideal route to take. Execution is key. One wrong move and you might as well start over. That's the Street Tour. There is also a free skate mode, which is what you'd expect. Pick a stage and skate. This is the arcade part of the game as you try to set a new record. This game also has versus mode.
Wait, multiplayer? Oh, just imagine the adrenaline pumping through your veins as you race your friend to the finish. Is what I
would say, but it's turn-based multiplayer. Player 1 does their run, then player 2. The highest score wins. That's it. The soundtrack for this game is a solid selection of licensed music. We have songs from Plastilina Mosh, H2O, All, Eye Against Eye, and Less Than Jake, to name a few. Each skater has their own set list for the 3 stages, and the entire soundtrack can be listened to when putting the disc in a CD player, which is cool. For the longest time, this was the only way you could listen to Weston's Liz Phair. However, on this disc I bought, TJ's second song, Encendedor by Plastilina Mosh, skips at a certain point. Oh well, it's not a deal breaker for me. Of course, this game also has its fair share of original music, like the menus, the stat screen, the credits, replays, and bonus stages. It even has its own idle demo music, World is Breaking, performed by Bow and Arrow. This is such an odd inclusion. They're a Japanese band who actually recorded the credit song for the Japanese version of the game, Street Borders. Speaking of Street Borders, the soundtrack in that version is entirely original, and it even has different versions of the menu, replay, and bonus stage music. Take a listen for yourself. In fact, the skaters' names are different too. So I'm gonna say the name changes and licensed music inclusions were marketing decisions made by EA, to try and get more units to sell. That might also explain the different title given to the international release. A name like Borders isn't gonna appeal to the masses. It still didn't sell 1 million units, meaning no greatest hits release. It also didn't help that certain review magazines and sites were telling people to wait for a AAA skateboarding game to come out for the system. The wait lasted 7 months. That had to have been purgatory for PS1 skateboarding fans, knowing this was all they had for most of 1999. As a whole, this game is okay. The soundtrack and gameplay are pretty solid, but what weighs this game down, in my opinion, are the controls and sometimes demanding scores it expects you to achieve. Street Skater gets 5 out of 10. This game is easy to pick up, but slightly less easy to perfect. These days, with so many other and better skateboarding games to choose from, why would you settle with this? I have to admit though, this game is a guilty pleasure for me. I enjoy playing it every once in a while. This is another one of those once-a-year games. I should do another video on those types of games. While I always prefer Tony Hawk, I do have a soft spot for Street Skater. It did no harm to the genre, and it even got a sequel, somehow. I never played it, and I never will. If I was forced to play either this or the original Thups 1, I would take this game any day. It's a fun time waster, but it is a little too repetitive. Would I sooner play the rest of the Tony Hawk series? Well, yes. These games got better and better with each new installment, for the most part. Street Skater, in my opinion, kind of regressed with its sequel, and EA, understandably, cut their losses. But now they have Skate, so I guess they have that going for them. And I have something going for myself as well. You see, I recently found out that I have my own diner in Ohio. This is not a joke. Joe sent me this on Discord. I'm not even kidding. It's an actual restaurant in Newark, Ohio, and their caricature looks just like me. The hat, the glasses, the direction I'm looking, and even the goatee. The resemblance is uncanny. The restaurant is even called Big John's. I don't know whether to be honored or fucking terrified. Either way, I want royalties. Whoever this secret admirer is, they must really want me to play meh EA published PS1 games from 1999. Today's present? Sled Storm. Let's check it out. Oh shit, my hat! Okay, now we're ready. Man, I don't really know how to feel about this game. Does that mean it's getting a 5 out of 10? Yeah, let's just get that out of the way. Now, I have featured this game on the channel before. If you may recall, Sled Storm was one of 10 games I played in my Once a Year Games video back in 2021, episode 38. Yes, I remember what episode number that was. You can thank my autism for that. But in that video, I didn't really say much about the game. I just played it. So today, we're going to take a proper look at it because there certainly isn't any other game from a more well-known series that I have yet to review. One day, but not today. But before we dive in, let me give you a little history lesson about how I found this game. Well, during summer breaks in my grade school years, my mom would drop me off at my babysitter's when she and my dad had to go to work. My sitter's daughter had a PS1 along with some games. I want to say her brother gave them to her when he got the PS2, but I'm not sure. Anyway, when I was there, I would run upstairs to the PS1 to play a bunch of the games she had. She had Crash Warped, a demo disc that had Bash on it, Search for Reptar, and somewhere in that mix, there was also Sled Storm. I remember playing it pretty frequently back then and begging my mom for a copy, but sadly, I never got one. Until 2018 when I bought it on eBay for a whopping $5. So, that's my history. Now, let's not waste any more time. Sled Storm, released in 1999 for the PS1, not to be confused with its PS2 sequel, released in 2002 under the same name, was published by good old Electronic Arts and developed by EA Vancouver. Who are they? Why, the devs of all the EA Sports titles, of course. Madden, FIFA, NHL, NBA Live, you get it. Oh, sorry, it's not FIFA anymore, it's EA Sports FC. God, that's stupid. The game begins with an epic intro accompanied by the Hot Rod Herman remix of Rob Zombie's Dragula. This remix was also featured in Twisted Metal 4 and Gran Turismo 2. That's 3 1999 PS1 racing games. Naughty Dog couldn't make it 4? Imagine hearing this song on Turbo Track instead of Tiny Arena's music. This game includes a variety of tweaks and adjustments in the options menu, including turning the rubber banding off, Sled Storm 1, Mario Kart 0. You can also remap the buttons if you wanted to. This is a neat thing to have, but I stuck with the default controls. In fact, I didn't even know about this until I recorded the footage for this video. That's how forgettable it is. This game has two different sets of courses, Open Mountain and Super Snowcross. Open Mountain consists of 8 courses, while Super Snowcross consists of 6. We have 6 original characters to choose from, and 2 more can be unlocked in the Super Snowcross mode. More on that later. In the Championship mode, you race your snowmobile through each Open Mountain course, against 3 other CPUs. There are 4 waves, with each giving you 3 chances to come in first. The first wave takes you through the first 4 courses. Wave 2 adds 2 more courses. Wave 3 has you go through every course again, except at night. And the final wave takes you to the summit, where the last 2 courses are located. Holding L1 or R1 will make your rider lean either left or right, allowing for slightly sharper turns. By holding either L2 or R2 plus a direction on the D-pad, you can perform tricks, and the manual even gives you the list of tricks that you can do. Some can be combined for more points. In the Open Mountain courses, you earn money by winning races and performing tricks. Said money can be used to purchase upgrades for your sled to improve its stats. And believe me, you're going to want to do this because these courses get tougher and tougher, and so do the AI. You'll race across snow, slush, ice, and even thin ice broken into chunks. Your sled can tip over if you're not careful, and if you bail, your rider will have to restart the sled. There's an upgrade you can purchase that instantly restarts your sled upon respawning. If you find yourself struggling on some of these courses, I would recommend making that buy. I know I did. You can earn bonus points by busting debris, like signs, igloos, blocks of ice, and bunnies. Yes, you can run over bunnies for a massive bonus to your score.
Feel free to share this video to PETA, so they can be traumatized.
Now, I've never ridden a snowmobile before, so I can't say whether or not these controls are accurate. However, I have seen a few races in the Winter X Games a long time ago, and it seems pretty close. Then again, these are professional snowmobilers, and I'm a professional nothing doer, so what do I know?
What day is Thursday?
But as good as these controls are, they will not save you from the last course. Lost f***ing Peak. Alright, I'm exaggerating a little. The track itself is not actually that difficult, I just suck ass. However, there is one turn that grinds my gears. The final hairpin. No matter how I approach this hairpin, I always fall off. Slowly, quickly, from the inside, from the outside, it doesn't matter. I ended up losing the race on my last chance, and I had to start over. Thankfully, the last checkpoint was a course ago, so I went back and eventually did it. When you complete the circuit, you unlock the Super Sled for the character you chose. This sled has all of its stats maxed out. In the Snowcross event, your goal isn't necessarily to win, but instead rack up as many trick points as you can across 6 courses. When you finish the event, if you achieve a high enough score threshold, you'll unlock one of the 2 extra characters.
Or you can pull a Tom Brady and cheat.
Yes, this game has passwords that unlock everything in the game, meaning that all of this was for nothing, but that's okay. It gives players the option. Do I want to trek through the game and see what it has to offer? Or should I enter in some codes to unlock some more stuff for me and my friends? There's even a password that allows you to race on the track you see in the title screen, so that's pretty neat. You can unlock the other characters, everybody's super sleds, mirror mode, reverse mode, that sort of stuff. And this game has multiplayer where you and up to 3 friends can race each other. 2-player split screen can be set to either vertical or horizontal. Now, I know vertical is the standard nowadays for 2-player, but that's mainly due to the 16:9 aspect ratio giving you a bigger field of view. But in a game like Sled Storm, you can't see shit. But I'll give the devs props for including it as an option. Honestly, horizontal isn't any better. They put the minimap dead center on the screen and it's so distracting. Just remove the speedometer because, let's be real, nobody gives a shit about how fast they're going, and move player 2's score to the bottom right. Then put the map over on the right. Simple fix. So yeah, it's kind of a double-edged sword here. This game also has a soundtrack filled with licensed music, but there are some original mixes composed by Jeff Dyke sprinkled in. Other than the Dragula remix, this soundtrack is pretty forgettable. In fact, each race gives you the option to choose the song you want to play first. I always choose Dragula. It's such a shame. Sledstorm is a once-a-year game, but even then, I don't come back to this game that often. It's more like a once-every-2 years game, especially considering this is the first time I touched it since 2021, the once-a-year games video I mentioned at the top. Graphically, it looks like any 1999 PS1 sports sim game would. It is certainly a product of its time, but unfortunately, like Street Skater, it did not sell that well. After all, it was EA's first attempt at snowmobile racing. However, EA would re-release it alongside Need for Speed Hot Pursuit and NASCAR Rumble in their 2002 Racing Collector's Edition to cash in on those who didn't have a PS2 yet. Speaking of the PS2, EA also managed to make a sequel to Sledstorm for that console, and that game put EA Sports big on the map. So maybe we can check it out sometime down the road.
Or Mountain, in this case. Oh, bite me, you would have made the same joke.
For now, however, I'm done with snowmobiling.
Who even remembers this game? I've never heard anybody ever talk about it at all, not even its sequel. So this might be one of the very few, if any, proper reviews for Sledstorm that you'll find on YouTube. And that's telling, but that's why I like checking out these kinds of games. I like shedding some light on some of the more niche subjects, and this game is no exception. If you're somebody out there who's into snowmobiling or wants to get into it, then this game is for you. Otherwise, you're not missing much. You know, I just realized something. I managed to get through an entire episode of JuniorNitro without... I'm back. Fuck!
Ooh. Grass.
Welcome to this pointless video where I show you how I make my shit. So, after 60 episodes of JuniorNitro, you're probably wondering, how do you make these things? And if you weren't wondering, then you can shit off, you square. So I decided to showcase to you all how everything comes together. In addition, I will also be making a brand new exclusive video during this process that you will all see at the end of the video, so be sure to stick around. First, let me show you my man cave / office.
Here is where the magic happens. This is where I spend about 65% of my time. The other 35% is with my family, my job, my friends, etc. You know, I felt kind of embarrassed when I started putting this together, like, wow, look at me, I'm 25 and I live in my parents' basement. But these days, I take pride in this setup. Now, the prep work may be slightly different depending on what I'm discussing in the video, but for the most part, what you will see in this video applies to all of my videos. For this demonstration, I'll show you what happens when I look at a game, which is a normal episode of JuniorNitro. Usually I compile the list of episodes for each season before getting started on any videos. This way I can acquire the games I want to talk about beforehand.
However, I often change the list for various reasons. Either I lose interest, there's a game I want to talk about right now, or one of my friends wants to do a collab. This is the first draft of what this season was going to look like. I was going to talk about VTubers, MetaQuest, and My Sims Racing. Yikes. A few of these videos did end up being realized, but most of them were altered for those aforementioned reasons.
Now for today's video, we are going to use NASCAR 98 as our guinea pig.
Best racing simulation of all time? Well, it was. For 8 months.
This is another game I showcased in my once a year games video. By the way, this shot looks like this from a distance. The location of the motorized turntable changes from time to time, but the process of recording the shots is the same. And let me tell you, I fucking love these shots. I've kind of become a motorized turntable slut since seeing these in Caddy's videos. Anyway, we have our game that we're gonna play, so let's go ahead and pop this thing into the PS2. Side note, I installed a region-free soft mod onto my PS2, meaning I can play any PS1 or PS2 game from any region. So if I wanted to play any of my Japanese imports, like Nam Collection or Puyo Puyo Sun, I can just pop the game in and bam! It's great. Now, I've already gone in depth about my recording setup in my RetroTink 5X review, so be sure to check out that video if you haven't already. But just to recap, for the PS2 at least, the HD Retrovision component cables go into the RetroTink. Then that goes to one of these two Kenevo HDMI switchers, which are daisy-chained to one another. That goes to an HDMI splitter, then to my capture card, the Elgato HD60S. I need the splitter in order to record PS3 games because Sony did not let you turn off the HDCP on it. It's baked into the console. So I use the second output on the splitter to hook it up to this LG TV, which I regularly use for gaming.
That's pretty high-tech.
And if you want to get the best picture out of your retro consoles, you will want to get high quality cables for them. You can find these online for anywhere between $30 to $50-ish. Yes, that can add up depending on how many consoles you have, but wait until you see the price of the upscaler. Christ, this is $25 more than it was when my mom got it for me as a Christmas gift. Thank God for PayPal's Pay in 4. By the way, a few people commented on how spoiled I was when I revealed that the RetroTink was a gift. Listen, I just gave my mom the idea, okay? I did not think that she was actually going to get that. And the same goes for the PS5. Anyway, with everything set up, the last thing I need to do is launch Streamlabs to record the footage. I have had a much better success rate with this than Elgato software. I've been using Streamlabs since F-Zero GX. It's at this point where I just start playing the game. This is the basic process for recording all the footage you see in the videos. I just sit here and play. There's not really anything revolutionary happening here. As far as my sessions go, I record my footage on a game-by-game basis. If it's structured in a way that allows me to record different levels or worlds, then I'll do it that way. More often than not, however, I'll just record for an hour or so, stop, rename the file, and then repeat until I have everything I need. By the way, whenever you see multiplayer gameplay in my videos, it's usually just me because... do I look like I make friends? Also, as far as taking notes and stuff, I tried it, but then I stopped because 1, I thought it wasted more time, and 2, I remember things when I see them happen. I know it may sound a bit counterintuitive, but that's just how my brain works. By the way, yes, I do use Streamlabs, and I know what a lot of you are gonna ask. Do you stream? Dropped frames? Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. God fucking damn it. Can I ever fucking stream without any dumb shit happening? Mother fucking Christ. I can see why Cat Icarus fucking hates this shit. Because nothing fucking works. No matter what fucking PC you have, no matter how fucking cool you make everything look and shit, no matter what settings you fucking use, everything is gonna fucking go wrong. And nothing is gonna fucking... There's just nothing you can do about it. This is why I don't fucking stream. Look, I can't even fucking load it on my fucking tablet. Look, it's fucking buffering. I can't even fucking get it on. Abso-fucking-lutely nothing is happening, and I'm still getting the fucking dropped frames alert. You cannot be fucking serious. Fuck you, I quit. Not fucking anymore. Anyway, once I have all the footage I need, I then begin the process of writing the script for the video. See, I am very shit when it comes to ad-libbing, so all of my videos are scripted. This just makes it easier for me to express my thoughts and feelings towards what I'm talking about. And when it comes to the shit that I write in my scripts, it all comes from up here. I just think of something, then write it down. That's honestly the best advice I can give to aspiring creators. Just start typing and change things as you go. Getting back on topic, for the scripts, I type them up in Google Docs using Arial font at size 14. You may notice a bunch of random highlights on this script, but they're not random. Everything is color-coded depending on what that particular scene in the video calls for. I have a total of 13 different highlight colors I use when typing my script. Yes, 13. No highlight is just the regular voiceover. Yellow is for all the camera shots that take place on the futon. Burgundy is for the shots taken away from the futon, i.e. at my desk, outside, etc. Red is for any edits involving pictures or screenshots. Peach is used as my personal bookmarks, so I know where I left off in the editing process. Black is for the turntable shots. Cyan is for the score I assign to the game. Green is for Nitro's bits. Lime is for any VO that's meant to be a thought. Like, did I file my taxes? Light blue is for if I ever needed a green screen shot, and pink is for the rare occasion in which I need to shift my pitch, for something like the sentient Crash Twinsanity case.
I feel so happy now.
The last two highlights are for when I do a collab with one of my friends. I use purple for my VO and royal blue for my camera shots. I would show you these on an actual script, but Toasty deleted the one he wrote for UnWiished. Thanks, Joseph. Italicized text is for when I insert a clip from one of my previous videos. Bold text is for when I need to insert any other clips, and underlined text is for when I'm recording lines for certain characters, like Arnold Schwarzenegger, for instance. By the way, the creation of that character came from me just thinking about it one day while I was recording the footage for the Nickelodeon games video. Schwarzenegger from G Gundam was on my mind for some reason, so I just put two and two together. I mean, it makes sense, right? They're both German. Anyway, once I type everything, I then go through and proofread it all to make sure everything sounds right, and is spelled correctly. Sometimes I'll even go back and either add or remove stuff. Then I start to record the VO segments. And this is what it looks like when I record the VO. I put my mic on a boom arm that's mounted on the side of my coffee table, and then I start reading the script that I typed. Yes, there may sometimes be a mistake that slips through the crack, and also yes, I call myself a fucking idiot when it happens. Also, when I talk into the mic, I keep a decent distance from it just so it doesn't clip as badly when I yell and shit. The microphone that I use is a Samsung G-Track Pro. All of my VO is recorded through Audacity, then I export the full recording. After that, I go back in to remove all of the bloopers or bits that are just plain shit. It may look like the recording is really quiet, but that's okay. I'll be boosting my VO audio by about 2 decibels in my editing software later on, and all background music will be turned down 25 decibels as well. Okay, so the voiceover recording has been exported, which means it's now time to record the camera shots, like this one. The camera that I use is a Canon EOS M3, and the microphone attached is a Movo WMX-1 wireless lavalier microphone receiver. This camera can record 1080p video, but the frame rate would drop to 30, so all shots done with it are in 720p. Other than that, everything else is done in 1080p. Sorry 4K stands. By the way, this is not the same Canon camera I used between Mario Strikers and Pac-Man World 3. It's a different one. The reason I bought this camera is because I needed one that allowed me to use my lavalier mic. The previous camera didn't. Unfortunately, however, the receiver has to dangle instead of being clamped onto the top of the camera because I can't swivel the screen to the side and flip it to face me. I can only flip it like this. In the future, I would like to find a 1080p camera that can record in 60 frames and allow me to put the camera on the side, but this gets the job done for now. Now, the burgundy highlighted camera shots can take place anywhere depending on what the situation calls for. Like a McDonald's parking lot. Or in the back of my truck. And a parking ramp for some reason. Or at Glitch's house for that one clip from the Cartoon Network video. What? But just for a more recent example, this is the backyard where I filmed a couple of shots for the Sonic Frontiers review, as well as the beginning of the Pac-Man World Repack video. I shot that clip with my phone where I was running around the yard and shit. I usually do these first, and then I go ahead and film the futon shots, now featuring a really cool bricks backdrop. I know what you're gonna say. Shut up. This is what you see. And this is what I see. As you can see, there's my tripod and camera sitting right there, along with the TV behind it showing a teleprompter software I recently discovered. It has helped quite a bit, and sometimes, as you can see right over here, I will also bring my tablet over. So that way I have the script on hand. Oh, and I almost forgot. Here are my 2 LED ring lights. They're both 18 inches in diameter, and I bought them both on Amazon. Oh, those bricks in the background? Also from Amazon. The lights can be turned on and off with this remote. They have made a massive difference in my lighting. And with that, we're done with the futon shots.
And that's when I come in! For the most part, all of my shots are done right here, by this curtain. Don't ask me why John put it there. It was supposed to be privacy from you. Then I just do my thing. I either stand here or I walk in, and when I'm done, I leave. That's a lie. He doesn't leave when I ask him to. I have to piss him off. Man, you always make me look bad in your videos. I don't even know why I bother sometimes. See? He's a bitch.
Right, so now that we have everything we need to make the video, it's now time to make the video.
All of my video editing is done through Cyberlink PowerDirector 20. Now, when I started using this software, I initially pirated it, but I now have a lifetime license that I legitimately paid for. Now, as far as the editing process goes, I'm not going to go incredibly in depth. There are plenty of channels and tutorials on YouTube that already do that.
I will say though that this process takes as long as it has to. It really depends on how much stuff I'm talking about, how long the game is, the pacing of the video, etc. But to give you a rough idea on how long it takes to make one of these, videos like Sonic R take roughly 7 to 8 hours to make, while videos like the F-Zero Retrospective can take anywhere from a week to 2 months. Yeah, these don't get whipped up overnight, especially when you're the only one doing all the work like myself.
Speaking of which, fun fact, the F-Zero Retrospective was edited in 9 different timelines. Yes, 9. I have one for each game, one for the Prologue, one for the Epilogue, and this one stitches it all together. I did not want to have PowerDirector crash and lose all of my progress as a result, so I took the safe route.
I often start working on these either on my days off or when I come home from work. Sometimes right at my desk, sometimes at my futon. I have a Logitech Complete Wireless Combo 2 keyboard and mouse, and my headphones are Audio-Technica ATH-M30X. Over on my desk, the keyboard and mouse are both generic $15 accessories that I bought at Big Lots. By the way, this USB-C dock allows me to use my PC over here, even though I have it plugged in over there, so that's pretty neat, eh?
And finally, making the thumbnail for the video. Now, I've been making the past few thumbnails using a program called GIMP. You may have heard of it. However, I often call upon my friends, Glitch Hatter and Deadly Black, to whip up an epic thumbnail depending on the video, like the one that they made for this one. Recently, I've also had thumbnails drawn by the Paint Huffer, and he does a fantastic job. I highly recommend you commission him. You will not be disappointed. Alas, that's pretty much it, other than previewing my work both in PowerDirector and after it's rendered, just to make sure everything looks okay. And yeah, then I upload it and that's that. Oh, and then I also type out the description and do the tags and, you know, all that other unimportant stuff. But other than that, that pretty much covers how these videos are put together. Speaking of the description, if you look there, you will see a link to my Patreon page. Be sure to check it out and support the channel for as little as $1 a month if you think I've earned it. By the way, with the exception of the Prologue episode, every video in Season 6 managed to reach 100 views or more, which hasn't happened since Season 3, so thank you guys so much for that. Seeing that, as well as how close I am to 2,000 subscribers, motivates me even more to make these videos. I love putting these things together. Alright, note to self, don't let the game go into the idle screen after enabling the turbo mode cheat.
I farted on your dad's balls.
Anyway, I have some Starfall Islands to revisit, so while I do that, the NASCAR 98 review is ready for your viewing pleasure, so now you get to see everything I showed you in action. Enjoy.
This is NASCAR 98, a personal favorite of mine from my early childhood. You see, I recently went to a race at Watkins Glen, and it kinda reminded me of this game, so I wanted to talk about it. Side note, I saw this while I was there. Somebody recreated the track layout out of beer cans. It was pretty cool. They even got the boot. This game was released in 1997 for the PlayStation and Sega Saturn. There's actually a collector's edition as well, and that version celebrates NASCAR's 50th anniversary. In addition to adding the track Darlington, Richard Petty's iconic number 43 car was also featured. The game even had a separate opening. I have the original version. NASCAR 98 was produced by High Score Entertainment and developed by Stormfront Studios. This is actually the first game in the EA Sports NASCAR series, and it had quite a lot to offer. We open with an epic intro backed by Flirtin' with Disaster by Molly Hatchet. Hell yeah, man! The game includes 17 tracks, 10 official NASCAR courses, the Suzuka circuit in Japan, and 6 original road courses. In the single race mode, you can pick one of 24 drivers. Jeff Gordon was my favorite driver growing up, so I'm picking him. This game allows you to adjust your car's settings as well as the physics. You can go for realism or complete chaos. You can also toggle damage, yellow flags, and breakdowns, so it's nice to have all of these different options available at our disposal. You know, for a first attempt at NASCAR, it's actually really impressive to see how in-depth these menus are. And this was pre-Gran Turismo, so I imagine this was the hot must-have racing sim back in '97. We'll start with the Championship Season mode. Before each race, the game gives you a cutscene where Bob Jenkins talks about the upcoming track. Before racing, you do have the option to run a qualifying lap if you want. I usually don't do this, and I'll explain why. See, this game has something you wouldn't expect in a racing sim. Cheat codes. Okay, instant 10 out of 10 right here. Cheat codes? I don't need to play anymore. Yeah, this game has cheats. In the options menu, if you hold circle, then press up, left, down, and right on the D-pad, you'll unlock turbo mode. You'll want this on as it speeds the game up exponentially. There are 2 drivers who have alternate skins for their cars, Bobby Labonte and Kenny Wallace. Holding X and pressing up then down on the single race screen enables them. But then we get my absolute favorite in this game. During a race, you can pause and go to the race statistics screen. From there, you press all 4 shoulder buttons at the same time until you hear the confirmation sound. Once you do, you can go back into the race and blast your opponents with paintballs by holding triangle. Yes, massive fucking carnage! Oh, that can happen too. Yeah, the physics in this game are very out there. The wonky engine allows for shit like this to happen. Regardless, this is still a blast. It enhances the replay value that otherwise would not have even been there. If you manage to knock out every car, you'll win the race by default. You're also free to save and load your progress whenever you so choose.
As we look at the track layout, we see that the
You alright there, Bob? Did you have a stroke? Yeah, my disc is a little scratched. Now, as fun as this is, it can also get very stressful. If you're throwing paintballs everywhere, there's a good chance the car in front of you will just stop dead in their tracks when they get hit. And if you collide with any stopped car at full speed, you will go airborne and flip your car. You might even lose a tire or two. It's very rare when you're able to drive away from these. And if you don't want to take the blow because your position in the overall standings isn't good, you could wind up being stuck on the same track for hours and it becomes so fucking frustrating. Look, I'm not trying to say this game isn't good. It is. It's just infuriating, especially when you have the cheats enabled. But whatever, it's fine. I made it to Cedar Woods and Cedar Rapids.
I'm just chilling.
I've gotten this far. Let's keep going. Wait, what? My disc is so scratched that it can't even load the next FMV? Let me try changing the disc speed setting to fast. That usually works. Okay, let's try that again. Nope, that didn't work. Well, shit. Guess we'll have to move this over to the PS3. Luckily, I have an adapter that allows me to use my PS2 controller, so we're all good there. Alright, third time's the charm.
Hello, I'm Bob Jenkins for EA Sports, and welcome to Cedar Woods Raceway for...
Anyway, at the end of the championship, you get one final look at the standings. If you're the overall champion, you get one final FMV that shows the trophy you won. Worth it! Let's talk about the soundtrack. This game has 5 original songs, including the ending music, composed by Dave O'Neill, and 1 licensed song, the aforementioned Flirtin' with Disaster. The OST is really good. It was composed by Steve Goldstein. I don't really have a particular favorite, they're all bangers. Outside of the main campaign, there really isn't anything else, aside from the single race mode, which can be played with either 1 or 2 players. You can also scroll through the credits if you wanted to. But other than that, that's really it for this game. It is a fun game to play, but like any other racing sim that isn't Gran Turismo, there's just not enough to keep me playing. It is a NASCAR sim after all. However, this game would start the phenomenon of other NASCAR titles from EA Sports, like Rumble or Thunder. What more can I say? NASCAR 98 gets 6 out of 10. Just barely though. If it wasn't for the cheat codes, my score would have been a 5. This was a decent first attempt, kinda like Sledstorm. I enjoyed my time with this game, and I'll probably revisit it again next year on my own time. There's a reason why I put it in my once a year games video. Are you playing NASCAR 98? Was. Where the hell have you been for the last 10 minutes? I had some more important shit to take care of. What could be more important to you than bothering me? I needed to keep the feds from confiscating my belongings. What belongings? The sunglasses? No, all the stuff that I need for my bonfire that I'm throwing tonight. What bonfire? It's at a friend's house, and now I don't have the materials that I need. And whose fault is that? You know what? Piss off, John. I'm done forcing myself in these videos only for you to scold me. I'm out of here. He'll be back. Anyway, wait, where's my... Motherfucker took my wallet! Get back here! And that's that. I hope you enjoyed the video, because if you didn't, I'm going to be paying you a visit. But I won't tell you when. Oh, hi. Didn't expect you to watch all the way until the end. I just wanted to say thank you guys so much for watching every single video that I posted throughout the 6th season of JuniorNitro. I really appreciate it. Sorry I'm not talking very loudly right now because it's 3 a.m. at the time of me filming this on my phone. But yeah, I just wanted to close this video out by saying thank you all so much for all the support that you have given to me. And yeah, it's like I said in the video, it's huge motivation to make more of these. And make more of these I certainly will do, because I've got a lot of plans for Season 7 and I cannot wait to get started. So hopefully you're as excited to watch the videos as I am to start making them. But with that, I will officially sign off, and thank you guys again for watching, and I will see you in the first episode of Season 7, which will be the Sonic Frontiers revisit, and I'm looking forward to that, because we'll be talking about the final horizon. So look forward to that, and I'll see you guys when that video comes out. Hopefully soon. Okay, bye!